Fiesta.
Fiesta.
So, carts was collecting bears in preparation for space travel, as one is wont to do. Though on immediate reflection, I think they can do without it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Other planets surely have their own bears.
They wouldn't make bearless planets.
Right.
That'd be weird.
Natural forces will always conspire to produce bear.
Would that be Ursinization?
Yep.
Look, there's two skill trees in life. There's crab and bear.
Yeah, that checks out.
Well, it was established via prior science that the opposing polarities of animal forms to converge on are crab and horse, arranging all things from most to least durable.
There must be something less durable than a horse.
No.
Bird. Bird except for turkey.
And it is known by the science that bird is horse.
Damn.
What about,
Yeah, that's... No,
what about
that's
decay? That's supposed to be the third skill tree.
That's the post-game.
All teams are now here on Gallif's planet. There it is, the entirety of Gallif planet. Live here now on. This team actually doesn't have any tents on hand, so...
Is this the last Friday in the month? Nope, there's one more.
Right. They were still loaded out for Pluriboros. Anyway, we have now slain this strange dwarf and stolen his house.
Yeah, we live here now. I made this.
Establishing ourselves as a presence on this strange new world.
Do you need to camp here?
Yes. If you hang around for long enough, a cutscene will play to be like, wow, sure is tiring being on this planet. We should camp.
Yeah, they'll just make you camp eventually.
Yes. They will advise you to camp.
That's kind of great.
And the current farthest ahead team is getting ready to encounter strange rocks.
I'm sorry, was that a magical...
That box of stank gas?
Yeah. Okay, cool. That
was the backup plan of, alright, in case you are defeated, just leave behind this treasure chest full of poison gas.
Yeah, you know, on thinking about it for a hot second, it would probably work in most RPGs.
It would slay many adventurers. They can't help themselves.
Right, this team had just now arrived here and lost dimensional cohesion as they were buying spells. So, Graviga, Hastegah, and Old. X level times magic. alter the speed of the flow of time for just one person's bones.
And their hair and skin.
Yes, bones.
Now, hold on a minute.
What?
Diamond hat, tiger mask.
That would make us exoskeleton having motherfuckers, and we ain't.
Yet.
Do you
Give
have
grab
a,
time.
Do you have a serum you want to show us, the class?
I'm working on it.
Work harder. Faster.
Pay me. Pay me and my exoskeleton will be complete. Until then, in my own time.
Respectable.
Such is the state of the science.
Not making exoskeletons for humanity for exposure.
Specifically created the armored scorpion of death to be used for personal gain.
It was always meant for soldier use.
To
I don't know
destroy,
what I'm talking about.
not to protect. And this team can still jettison the Hypno Crown when they so decide that they are in need of much cash. Oh, right, and we are back in somewhere where the forest is overgrown. It needs a trim. We fix.
Ah, forestry. Adventure.
Adventure awaits.
Did you bring any goats to the alternate dimension for the forestry?
This is the team without beast mastery.
Should we have brought goats?
It'd speed things up.
Why can't we just make goats there?
Do you have the time?
Do you have goats already?
Well, no, but I've got a lot of prepackaged capillaries and muscle tendons.
You gonna print yourself a goat?
I'm gonna assemble a goat.
Load up a spool of goat filament?
Look, when I ordered this thing, there's an instruction manual that says I need 2 people, and I haven't had a second person for.
Fine, I'll help you build a goat.
Thanks.
But you gotta have the spike capsule or else it's just gonna be a sheep.
Fine.
Is woods. Just here at woods doing wood things.
It's tree stuff.
Let's continue pretending that the experience debt isn't there and it can't hurt you. Run faster. It won't catch you.
Bosses scale with you, right?
No.
And I must be thinking of a different one.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Okay,
anyways.
this team was ducking out to get some cash.
Do they have to run from experience debt?
They have to run from regular debt. If I had a bit more money, they could brute force the crystals. That's their situation. So, yeah, darts. Has already sold the Hypno Crown.
Is
Things
any
to
of our
do.
team not in debt?
Beast team is doing fine. But they're in time debt.
We should have got a goat. You're right.
There are only a few situations that aren't improved by having a goat on hand.
What are they?
Flower gardens.
Yeah, having a goat on hand would be disadvantageous for that. Going surfing. Also don't need a goat for that.
No, but you can use a camel for that. Or an alpaca.
Can they surf?
I believe alpacas can surf, yeah.
That's rad.
Right. Birds love the taste of bone meal. No animals while bone meal is in play.
Does that mean dogs or horses too?
How are we classifying horses in this situation?
Not crabs.
Most unlike crab.
Because
Then yeah.
dogs don't scuttle horizontally, right? They don't have pincers. They don't live in the ocean.
Dogs don't tend to scuttle horizontally. They can if sufficiently alarmed.
It's a rare occasion you see a dog scuttle.
In times of extreme distress, their latent crab energy is unlocked.
You probably couldn't fit a dog into an undersea pipe.
Well, the pipe does the work there.
It would clog the pipe before winning the fight. That pipe fucking finished that fight against that crab.
This pipe can dispense anything.
Slaps bedrock.
I really like this land turtle. It's good to look at.
Just one of them on our sides.
One of them is questioning.
Can we just be friends?
No. The answer is death.
Why would X-Death do this?
Whimsy.
Alright, fortunately, turtle shells will help subsidize the cash grind. Sat out there, collect a nice stack of spines. Coming to town after a hard day's work. It's kind of how this needs to happen. You hate to see it. I guess Wind Slash would be more useful than the Dancing Dagger here. For occasional crowd control. Zoops. As long as they have enough cash to pay for a full fight against the crystals, then they can kick that can down the road.
Are these the alternate universe bears?
They live in that scene between realities?
Let's check the bestiary for just what these are capable of when you place them in and then remove them from the gourd. Just have a nice ordinary night's rest on this boat with your good friend Zazat.
Isn't that a
Okay.
dictator? Which bridge is this? First?
Decree cast level 3 flare when released. Those are
That's pretty good.
mathematicians.
That's like one of the bigger fire spells, right?
Reasonably capable.
Sounds at a flare then.
Really like the timing of the music on this. It was good.
This game gets away with a lot with very few assets. I think full 3D remakes would be interesting to see how they interpret all these, little play actions happening out down there.
Alright, hold on, let's get that knight out of the back row. What had I left this team configured for?
Violence.
Against whom?
God? Hexteth
My
really
memory
isn't
of this
God, but
place.
I guess they're at war with the idea of decay. Or at least nothing.
Yeah, nothing is a different beast
Because
from
decay is life, still,
Yeah,
in a weird way.
it is a transitive state.
Void's void.
Yeah.
Void is void. Okay, so now that holy water exists, I can brew things. Alright, I only brought 14 holy water at the moment, but that should be fine. So,
You gonna
holy
throw a
water,
bomb at him?
antidote, get huge. Let's get healing staff back out here. Oh, right. Crime. Crime accomplished. So what each of these is doing is plus 10 to Ferris's effective character level for the duration of the fight, to a maximum of 255 effective character level.
Oh. Okay. Sure.
Welcome to the load-bearing thing Chemist does that defeats all other potential obstacles.
Yep.
Sword!
That's absurd.
So you can just decide to be, 50 times the level you are.
Yes.
fantastic.
So this works mostly for boosting damage. It also improves your magic evade, effectively, since anything that can miss does consult your character level. It does a level comparison between attacker and defender as part of the brew. Alright, there's Anki.
The Flare 3, you
Anyway.
say?
This is the non-beasts team that is only academic knowledge for these folks. A curiosity.
Oh, curious. This was a smart alliance. Dogs, wolves, monster.
The vague mammalian suggestion between worlds.
Nice, 420.
Nice.
Now, for the first time since starting this year's set of runs, just gonna open up the algorithm guide here. Hey. Gill toss. What is the cost of gill toss? 50 times level times number of targets.
So is that... Damn, it's multiplicative, huh?
So sitting here at level 19 and expecting to throw at 4 things. It is 3,800 per toss, and knowing that I need 3 tosses, I need 11,400 bucks on hand.
Wait, you literally throw money?
Yes.
Yep.
That's grand.
So I guess we're gonna have to mug some interdimensional monsters.
Now, if the team levels up, this will both mean that the throws are doing more damage, but also they're costing more. That will adjust the process, possibly.
Oh yeah.
If we hit the break point of being able to afford the kill in 2 throws, then you end up saving money.
Who on the team gets saddled with doing the taxes?
Who on this crew do you think is financially responsible?
Ferris, actually. Of all
It's
people.
Ferris. Yes, Ferris is
It's
captain.
Varys.
Ferris
Ferris
is the only one who
plans
even knows
voyages.
about taxes.
She's a pirate, right?
Yeah.
Well, she should be an expert on capital gains then.
Capital gains is just like... Is that the seizure of land or just the seizure of assets?
It's gains of capital. It's right there on the label.
Just any?
It means it's sensitive to context.
The law hates that, though. It's crazy. And yeah, I don't think the monarch of any given country would ever do the taxes of that country, besides just get scowled at by some sort of financier.
I feel like that was at one point a duty.
So, taxes are the tribute that goes to the centralized government. That's the idea. If you are the monarch, you are not doing your own personal finances or taxes unless that is part of your tax code, and that your own personal, non-from state revenue tax income stuff is also going to the state treasury.
That's a good point. King, he gets the money.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be doing it on that end. Now, as monarch, and, you know, this would also have a treasurer for and other things, your job is not to do taxes, it is to use them. It is to, okay, I have all this money. How do I use this for the betterment of my country and or myself?
Or how much cocaine can I buy?
Well, we're speaking of King specifically, but probably not much, given under your time period. Kings pay taxes to the church. Depends on your time and place, and depends on what your religious denomination was, and depends on what your policy was. The history of the interaction of several state religions and their states is, well, the world isn't just Western Europe, and it's not just Catholics.
Interfacing religion and, you know, like, pragmatic day-to-day financing has probably been a talking point for most of human culture, if not all of it.
And yeah, I mean, even if we are narrowing it down to that specific order of this, like, all right, are you working on church land? Are you making donations? Who is the head of the church? Who is it that you're directly sending power and authority to?
So
How
does
many
all
energy
money,
popes are you on?
does all the money go to the Pope in the end? Does the Pope pay anyone? Does he pay God?
How many anti-popes are you on?
Wait, did they disperse taxes to anti-popes?
Sorry, I feel like I opened a massive can of worms with a capital gains joke for the pirate queen.
You did, but also, this is Fiesta, we're here for that. Also, it's more that Sona opened the can of worms with their question about where does the money in the Catholic Church go.
It must be the Pope, right? The Pope definitely gets it, because the Pope's the king.
That depends on your time and your place, and the popes, and how many other popes that they're the Pope, and who's in charge.
How many
Okay, let's narrow it
popes
down.
are you on?
Yeah.
Say I'm a Pope
Do
of
we
the Holy
know the
Roman
situation
Empire.
with the current Pope, the one who is increasingly openly, wow, capitalism sucks?
The Vatican's current finances are a black hole that nobody gets to look at because everybody understands that if you actually got a good look at what kind of money was going in and out of the Vatican, all sorts of crime would fall out.
Checks out.
And this is, to be clear, that's not me dunking on modern Catholicism. That is the role of the Vatican throughout most of its existence as what we refer to as the Vatican, as a place where rich people put money for favors.
Okay, 15th century Pope.
Okay, so 15th century Pope, that would be 1600s, that would be after the Borgia papacy, so that would be after probably the most pop culture corrupt, but, you know, not necessarily the most corrupt papacy. So, I'm not a full expert on my religious history, so I can't go off fully, you know, giant asterisk after everything I say. But in general practice, collections to the church were used for two things. One is tithing upwards continuously towards the central mother church. 10% of the income, etc., donations, indulgences, things like that, depending on your time period, as I said. Also, yeah, 1600s, this would be in the Counter-Reformation, so there would be a lot of arguments over the finances of the church and where that goes, and a lot more attempts at transparency to make people less on fire mad about the corruption of where money actually goes. In theory, the practice of religious donations to the church was to support things like cathedrals, which, as any of us who have gone on documentary dives or history book dives about the buildings of cathedrals in Western Europe over history, them shits took decades, if not centuries. That was a lot of money and a lot of labor. That was not trivial things to do. Especially when you start bringing in rare materials, and when then you bring in more money to the Vatican in particular. If you have ever actually seen photos of the Vatican City itself and all of the tourist attraction stuff, and you wonder, hey, is that all actual gold? Yes. Where did all the money go? Where did all the money go? On the wall. The, Vatican City is notorious for having no sense of chill. We are displaying the glory of God.
Literally gilding the walls.
Yes. How much do you think it cost to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in the time period? That was not like $100 and a ham sandwich kind of
theoretically,
commission.
the Mongols are going to be paying for it after we get this crusade back.
Or just the number of people you have tithing. Glancing back
Finally
at chat.
preparing the last of the giant mirrors.
Yes. Also, glancing back at chat, it is important to note that the Catholic Church, in a lot of its talk, has been very anti-capitalist, in the sense that it's anti-capitalist and how dare you, mercantilist class, come in and take our money.
The one-stop
But
shop
a lot of
for
people
all your
have
literary
this,
needs.
Pope Francis has been much more openly and overtly about, especially South American Catholicism, which turned into liberation theology and other things like that, which is, oh boy, I am not qualified to speak on that as an expert, but what I do know as an amateur is a whole hell of a ride. A lot more serious about the eye of a needle, camel, heaven, etc. thing.
To address the question attached to the tip in the midst of theological, etc. I haven't tried any of the major FF5 ROM hacks. I don't do a lot of F5 stuff between Fiesta seasons.
Fiesta overload would be, yeah, a consideration.
So yeah, no statement there for lack of having tried them. They might be good.
Yeah.
I would not be the one to tell you.
But yeah, my parents actually have been to the Vatican City. My dad went to Italy once for work and took a time to go out to Rome and took a lot of pictures. And he's an artist, so he did a lot of observing of the actual classical artwork there. And he was like, it's incredibly gorgeous, but it's also, you look at it and you go, this is what you used it on. Because in the mindset of the people doing it, it was to glorify God. It was to show, hey, look, we have all of this power and we are devoting it to what is really important in life. You know, the big Jesus, etc., etc. In practical, temporal, secular power terms, it is, look at how much goddamn money we have.
Huge.
Look at how much goddamn number we have.
Yeah.
2 stabs, and Greg is dissuaded.
Yep.
Alright, so carts, yes. A dancer needs to enter this team. So...
I do like Gav's dancer outfit.
Yeah, where dancer? It's just closer to the end of the, There you are.
Don't get me started on Rococo or fucking
Majestic.
Rosa. What?
I was just commenting majestic to Galif's stuff, but the word Rococo was invoked.
You saying majestic after Rococo was like, who are you and what did you do with Morgan? But yeah, okay. Yeah.
I can appreciate it from a, I like kitschy things sometimes.
Okay, yeah,
Rococo's
sure.
fun to say. That's about all I can really give it.
It sure is an aesthetic.
Anyway,
Sure.
you are
you
the
sure
bearers of the second
bear-
planet, which are adapted uniquely to life in prison. But enough of that. We have a tower to storm. Barriers!
How many?
Several.
Soon one less.
Adventure?
Adventure.
Is this the tower that this game started in?
No. There are multiple places that use the same tile sets.
Yeah, this one has pipes. So completely different.
This one has more pipes.
Just, no, not dealing with that.
And this team still does not need Blood Sword, so let's move on. Probably could have brought a Sleep Sword in here, but yeah, whatever. Chemistry is here. I am going to brew up a solution to the upcoming fight, and it's going to be a couple drinks of Sanson.
Always good to see Magnetite again. I'd forgotten about Magnetite between sessions. I am freshly delighted by tiny magnet gremlin. What is that?
Oh, that the level check?
Is that just TVs?
That's where you go to check your level.
That's the level checker. That's little TV robots that check your level and then do math at you.
Beep.
What?
This game just does things.
Why wouldn't there be robots here on the cyber tower that projects the giant force field barricade?
No, that checks out. That's
It's full of
fine.
magnet
Yeah.
gremlins.
So one of my favorite things is in FF14, the Omega series raid, which again takes a ton from 5, including this game's version of Omega. The little robot buddy that Omega speaks to you through before you actually fight Omega proper is one of those TV sets on a leg in HD 3D graphics. And to get through each next phase of the raid, you have to beat one up to check your power level to see if you are qualified to punch the next level of fights.
They check your levels.
And there is a mid-boss phase transition where Omega is charging an instant kill, where you need to overload and explode one of its level checkers in order to stop the attack. It's really pretty good.
That's neat. I should do those at some point, because I know that there's gender in there somewhere.
Yes.
The final boss of the Omega raids is the gender fluid, yes. It is the gender fluid.
Good and correct. Oh good, it's this thing again.
It's full of ether.
Talking about gender, here's the void.
Oh, that's my gender.
Same gender.
I guess I'll drink the other 2 hero cocktails here. And then have Galuf start stabbing.
The fuck is that thing?
Atmos.
Behold.
Oh. Friend of show, not friend to children.
Well, right, Galuf can also start throwing things. As a doctor.
So did
That's what he's
cards ever get
qualified
off
to do.
Type Island last time?
Yes. Everyone is on World 2.
Okay. What was the... there's the final job. Okay.
Dance.
That's interesting. Chief Hawk 76, why do you crash so much?
2 threads.
Alike
no,
in
no
dignity.
threads.
Oh, would the church modernize? With guns. In factories. In industry.
Okay, so there's been a side discussion of a little bit of Catholic history and stuff, and someone was asking, how would the church modernize? And I point you to Vatican I and Vatican II.
Yeah, that already happened. They did it twice.
Yeah, we've
Vatican
seen what
II
happens.
is-
We've seen what happens when the Catholic Church makes a incremental step forward. It makes large amounts of Catholics all over the world suddenly declare that there are no popes anymore, and Satan sits in that chair now, and the end of the world will be coming any day now. Don't mind that it's been 60 years.
Yeah, they're still upset about Vatican II.
We call it Vatican 2.0.
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Although I'm still upset about the part where they got rid of 2 of my favorite Catholic offices.
Go on.
Okay, so this was not Vatican II. This happened later. This was under John Paul II. Prior to John Paul II, the sainthood process was very involved, and it required the appointment of 2 priests, the Advocatus Diaboli and the Advocatus Dei. That is to say, the devil's advocate and God's advocate. The job of God's advocate was to find 3 miracles and prove they were real. The job of the devil's advocate was to disprove them.
Yep.
And to find reasons that the person should not be a saint. So this meant that relatively few people got sainted after a certain point in time.
it was quite easy to go, no, that's not a miracle.
But John Paul II destroyed those offices and streamlined the sainthood process, and that's why more saints were created since
Oh, those rabbits, though.
1960
Those,
than the entire history of Catholicism before that.
those rabbits were very good.
The cure beasts contain powerful reagents for medical uses.
Makes sense.
Could I be a saint if I felt like it?
You're not dead yet. That one they stuck on.
Ashley's gonna step away a moment, as will sometimes happen during a session.
Yeah.
So,
What if I fake my own death?
As
Well-
long as you don't get found out,
Yeah, if you don't get busted,
and you're Catholic,
and you can convince people that you did 3 miracles, and it was
Yep.
specifically you that caused them.
It has to be 3
Well,
miracles.
legally, yes, you need to have performed 3 miracles since your death. On a practical level, it is now largely about whether or
It's-
not the church likes you or not, and that's how Teresa got sainted.
Yeah, and John Paul himself, and basically, as someone else just put it, it's basically just posthumous peerages now.
Yeah. But
Not dying when you said you died would not be a miracle. That would be contention for.
Do they have
hold
to
up.
be good miracles? Because I feel like Thatcher could be sainted if we really felt like it.
legally, under
You don't understand how many people in the British Isles want to kill you right now.
No, I do.
Like, unbite that sandwich.
she was Anglican,
Fuck is that?
Church of England,
Unbite that sandwich.
and B, legally speaking, the miracles must be definitively performed after death and definitively not be something that could happen naturally.
Yeah,
And when the church investigates miracles, they take it very seriously. They go through a whole process. It's very scientific. There has not been a miracle officially documented since they began doing this.
Not one ever anywhere.
But they don't do it for sainthood anymore.
Yeah, it's funny that once they realized that the actual scientific process applied to validating miracles, they got rid of that for any sort of process.
No,
they
this is
want
not
to succeed.
scientific in quotes. This is they actually get the Jesuit scientists out to go test this.
Yeah, like the
They
Jesuits.
take this very seriously.
The Jesuits are the Catholics that the Catholics look at and go, "Okay, could you stop saying the quiet part loud, but like disapprovingly?"
In conclusion, Ferris would be good at taxes.
Yes.
But
How do we go? How do we get here from here to there?
You started asking questions.
Oh, I forgot halfway through.
But yes, I am going to
Sana started
definitively
asking
state,
questions.
as a religious scholar, that it is impossible for Margaret Thatcher to be sainted because she's fucking Anglican.
Not because she's a monster?
No,
No,
Teresa got sainted.
Saint, yeah, Mother Teresa's a saint. That's not an obstacle anymore.
but not being Catholic, that's an obstacle.
Once again, we stand here in Scholardome.
How did we get here?
We
You
have
never
become
left.
crab.
Okay, so trees.
wood.
Oh, this is the tree where he was sealed or something?
This is the oldest tree in the same forest that Exdeath is from.
Okay.
This is the big important tree.
Something powerful is here. Exdeath seems interested in breaking in, but can't. So the Great Sage gives you a branch that you can use to access the heart of the forest and see what's going on.
And now we get to go inside this tree. Okay. This tree is
enter the
made of
tree.
meat.
Yep. And hey, what's that? 4 mysterious objects.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Bears!
bears that are adapted to prison. And only prison. That one did not withstand a single knife.
Why is
Shell
it
bear
purple
here.
now?
It
Because
died.
he's
in-
dying.
It's
That's what
dying.
happens when you
Yeah,
die.
that's
Okay.
You turn purple and disintegrate. That's just how death works.
Checks out, yeah.
Shell bear is back on this page. Yard shell bear is 380 health, of which 47 will be left when it is eligible for capture.
So what do we need bears
That
for?
was slight overkill. Why bears?
damage.
I mean, yes, but what specifically?
Having bears would be preferable. I think I could carry on without necessarily the presence of bears. It would be nice to have them, though.
Okay.
General friends of the show, bears.
I prefer otters.
Wait, this is the prison escape sequence right after Galuf rescues everyone?
Yes.
Is that what's happening? Okay.
Yes.
So
Remember, the timelines are considerably
Yes.
desynced.
so while Karts has caught up to this world, Karts is still well
Karts is
behind.
still quite
everyone
behind
else.
everyone else.
Okay.
However,
has
Karts
only
will
begun.
be accelerating at incredible speed because of the power of grind.
Because while everyone else is running into various walls at level 19 and 20, Karts is level 28.
Well, 14 now, but
Love the devilfish.
The
Oops.
devilfish is
So sad to be here.
the devilfish is just vibing, like uncomfortably but vibing.
The devilfish is disassociating in the corner of the party, holding a red solo cup.
Don't add me.
well,
Yeah,
that's
this
only
should be
because
for
there's no dogs present or cats.
So there was that time at a college party where I wandered off with a Jello shot to go pet the cat in the house party and ignored everyone else.
And that's what I do at most of my family parties.
Find a sufficiently large box and a sufficiently receptive cat. And just hide in the barrel until the social engagement is over.
I love the cats with wings!
They're really good.
Their names are Flying Killer!
Goddamn right they are.
I think my favorite part about the adaptation of those things to FF14 was they kept the little sleeves.
Yeah, they made sure in
It's
the
not
14...
a cat with wings, it's a cat with a hang glider.
Yeah,
Gaelic,
the
Gaelic
FF14...
cats still look like that.
The Gale Cat model makes it abundantly clear that it's just a normal ass cat that's flapping a hang glider and is somehow capable of flight.
Just a little
Most
guy.
potent predator.
Damn, that's a big number.
I blinked and forgot Dragoon was there, and then Dragoon just fell from the sky.
Everyone forgets
Game
Dragoon is
over.
there.
It's for
Every once in a while, Dragoon gets to do a cool move.
Object permanence is fears the Dragoon.
I do not perceive it. I forgot Dragoon was there. Welcome to the FF5 experience. Thank you, chat.
Yeah, kind of summarized there how it's less of a concern to go out of my way to reload bears for a while.
Yep.
When I have fancier mechanical hooks to try and grab, I will go and get those, but
We're set.
Strong-
I can do
Stronger
1,000
bears have
damage with an
stronger
auto
bear.
attack.
Yes.
Okay.
Bear becomes Beara and Bearaga, etc.
Wait, really?
It's not literally called that, but under the
Okay.
hood, math.
power increments.
Math-wise, it is basically the same scale.
I speak of a system of magnitude ratings for bearers. I find that more useful.
And entertaining.
Anyway, 4 lights here under this tree. Strange rocks. Peculiar. I wonder what these have to do with anything.
I'm sure
It's-
there's not going to be any problems if we kill them.
That's fine.
It's 4 very feisty rocks.
How much of X-Death's plan relies on just letting these 4 do whatever they want?
All of it.
Like, if none of them had done anything,
It would have
X-Death
happened, but slower.
uh,
Like, X-Death was kind of going on an inevitability sort of plan. You just kind of turned his timetable up by an order of magnitude, and he just like, oh, alright then. Like, note that in World 1, all of the crystals were failing, but people ended up making them fail faster by having the extracted text that Sid put on them. And then you started wandering around, and oh yeah, by the way, this is
Yeah.
why Rock's
Don't,
fight is
Sid.
manageable with Samurai.
There they go.
And now,
I'm sure that will not cause any problems. Certainly not immediately.
and X-Death walks in from off camera. Doesn't teleport. Doesn't like poof or flash or zoop in. He was just standing over there to the left.
Incredible.
I'm just a tree, dude. You're in a tree. Do you think you could see me? All I have to do is just sit here, and I'm just a plant. Then I
Just
put the
comes
tree
tree
stomping
made of
in,
meat
slow clapping. Just, well done.
It's a tree made of meat, and what is X-Death if not a tree made of meat?
So yeah,
Crystals were
oops.
crystals.
The
What?
crystals were crystals, you dingoes.
Like the fight, I suppose, from the setup of it is supposed to convey that this starts happening so fast they don't have time to parse what's going on.
Yeah, the crystals.
And it's
don't
only
have
afterwards
names.
that, wait a minute.
Yeah, they don't have names at all. They're untargetable by some things, and their sprites are different. But yeah,
Right, okay, now I remember, because I didn't know last week what was up with this.
And this happened after I went to bed.
And yeah, so the thing that I have maintained and reiterated on many occasions of subtext going on throughout this. So there is at times in the various mythoses that get put into Final Fantasy plots the idea that, you know, you have your opposed light and darkness, but these are both ethically neutral forces.
Yeah.
There's
they're
the
supposed
void is
to be
there
in
being
balance.
just it's nullity. Of course it's there.
Yeah.
Not being there. And most catastrophes that happen in these stories are a result of imbalance or injustice or other such shenanigans.
Someone taking the normal way of things and wrenching it out of place.
Either
Also,
side of the scale can go wrong, and either side of the scale can take action to try and correct the problem. Also, Hadouken.
I want to give a shout out to X-Death's line. That was just, I prepare for your viscera to see the light of day, for being really raw for a 90s SNES kind of line. Also,
What did she throw at him?
I don't know,
Something.
and I still don't know what this is.
Laser
Something.
blast and
No,
ring
no,
of
wait
fire.
for it. Wait for it.
Wait,
Smack!
what?
Smack! This is basically just grabbing her with a fire ring and telekinetically slamming her into everything.
Sure.
Okay. Sure, that makes sense.
Anyway, back to the laser beam.
And anyway, so at many points during this story, X-Death takes control of and operates crystals and crystal-adjacent things with he sorcery. And the thing that I put forth is, so he is, during this plot, our singular warrior of darkness, who is unwittingly doing the will of the crystals while going about his villainous schemes.
Yep. And then he wanders off the plot entirely. Grandpa. Oh!
Caleb's gonna move.
So yeah, couldn't have picked a better point for that to cut off.
Old
We'll be
man.
back soon.
Meanwhile, in
In the
forest.
unburned version of this forest.
send a message back to an alternate version of myself who knows how to dance.
There are a couple of cutscenes. Kryl just busts out some ridiculous cutscene spell, and it's never explained what it is because she just needs to do that for the plot to move. And this is the era of FF game where they were like, "Don't worry about it. Don't think about it."
Very
Other
powerful
people have
sorceress.
skills.
Look, it's the same as when Bards did the wolf killing kung fu.
Yes,
The
exactly.
5-point wolf exploding palm. Although I did appreciate in 6 where they actually thought to have the game mechanics kind of get involved in the cutscene stuff. Like, you can actually try to apply soft to Palom and Porum after they've turned themselves to stone, and it will
That's
specifically note...
But yeah,
4?
Yeah,
How
that
in the
was a
form
four.
before.
Oh. I'm not good at numbers, you know.
It's fine. No, but I knew what you
Yeah.
meant.
But I appreciate you can try and go and cure their petrification, and the game will specifically note the interaction and be like, normally this would work, but they're not allowing you to do it. They reject your healing.
The characters themselves are saying, "No thanks, actually. We did this for a reason. Leave." Which avoids the whole complaining about Red 13's dad thing.
What?
There is a plot point in 7 where Red 13's dad got petrified, and one of the insufferable nerd arguments is, why don't you just use the unpetrification item on him and solve the problem? Because people can't just let narrative and game be separate sometimes.
Yeah, and the same thing in 4, these two characters turn themselves to stone to keep the rest of the party from being crushed by crusher walls.
And in that one, it is specifically addressed that if you try to use a resurrection item on them before you leave, you get a message like, "No, they turned themselves to stone on purpose to stop you from dying. They're not taking the item. Leave."
Don't switch off the crushers if you
Yeah.
want them to get out of this position.
Which you cannot do until the game is over, at which point they do in fact get turned back.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, now this team has a plan for crystals.
Is the plan Berserker?
Oh no, it's several flavors. So
Do
There is a
crystals have a
setup
gimmick,
step.
or are they just really hard?
They have
They have
mechanics.
they
The
have
main mechanic
actu-
of the fight is that after being brought down to about a third of their health, each of them will get mad and start throwing out big moves.
each will
Teams
go.
either need a way to rush past that window or to get around that window or to like withstand
Survive.
the big stuff.
Like, after a third health, all of the elemental crystals will start throwing out the top level element spell they have constantly. And most teams, even non-Fiesta compliant, will get murdered unless they can bust through that fast. There are a couple of ways around this, and
Okay,
most
so
of
it's a DPS check. Got it.
or a shenanigans check.
They have vulnerabilities that this team is capable of exploiting. There is some setup I would like to do to better prepare them to use that option. Which this team is not equipped to directly apply that setup, so I need to borrow a friend from the audience. Anyway,
Meanwhile, in the
I started
Rapid Void,
blasting. Alright, you might need more.
Wait, why is
you
Lena
might need
being
more
dragged
boost.
across the screen?
That's the mechanic of the fight.
boss gimmick here is if a character is knocked unconscious, they are dragged towards Atomos. If they are touching Atomos, they are erased from the fight because they are sucked into the black hole. If no one is on the ground, then Atomos will chain cast Comet until someone is dead.
Okay, so basically, Atomos, as long as someone is on the ground, Atomos is going to do nothing but suck them inwards.
Atomos will also do other things, but not as much.
Mostly, Atomos will
Mostly
just
put a
apply
death
suction.
block on.
So the goal is to have one person dead and then everyone kill Atomos before anything else can happen.
Yes, as effectively as they are able to.
He can cast cast slow on everyone. He can cast gravity on everyone, but most of the time it's the death clock. You will note that when Lena gets up, she's still that far ahead. So if she goes down, she will be that far ahead still.
And now I've
Hopefully-
switched over to a different death clock.
Yep.
And off we go.
Huh, neat.
Yeah, Atomos is a really fun fight.
I know Atomos is in 14. I'm pretty sure this is not his gimmick in 14.
Atomos
Atomos
gets
is
used for many purposes in 14.
Atomos shows up all over the place in 14 because Atomos got turned into a general purpose void mouth across the rest of the series.
What percentage does Graviga do?
3/4.
Yeah.
Three-quarters single target.
Graviga on its own is not multi-target. It can. There are situations it can't be.
Level 4 gravity is multi-target.
That's the one.
Atoms.
Got a lot of HP.
Yeah, Atomos is very much a beef wall to make sure that, hey, do you have damage?
Would you like to engage the mechanic of the fight?
Oh, well. Oh, no!
Well, alright, so that's one of them.
Oh,
There we go.
it's fine.
It's fine.
I'm sure Arts will pop back in from wherever he is.
Right there.
Now, the whole surprise I was planning on doing the heroic sacrifice all along. How dare you, you son of a bitch. That's my job.
Right, yeah. Old man dies on every
And meanwhile, the sisters jump off the tower.
They know the Windrake's down there to catch them. Plus, there's no time to run down 10 stories.
Meanwhile, on the big bridge,
Cesar! And they just smash cut to Greg.
is it actually possible to deal enough damage in the first phase of Greg to skip the second?
Yes.
Yes.
It requires even larger numbers than this team has come in with. It is
Utterly implausible
generally.
numbers beyond having shenanigans.
I was pretty sure that. I just wasn't sure if they would have actually coded Greg in as 2 entities or 1.
In this case, it is just one creature that applies buffs to itself at the appropriate time.
Snurb is one of the few bosses that acts like.
Over the course of the game, there are a bunch of different implementations of how to put scripted events into boss fights.
It's
One of them is largely resistant to being bypassed with big swings. Largely. Well, I suppose On Death is more resistant against large damage.
I would have guessed Snurb was the hardest one to fully bypass the gimmick.
Nah, actually, Snur's really easy if you know the specific software bug that you can use.
Anything that prevents counters from firing would allow you to skip
Yeah,
the
but
phase
you
of
can't
Snurb.
skip the stages of Snurb.
No, that's the thing, is that
The
if you
phases
use
happen
the killing,
as counters.
if you use the first phase's death as a blow that ignores counter responses, then the rest of the script doesn't fire and it just falls over.
Oh. Huh. Okay.
Yeah. FF5 has a lot of very neat coding to get around the ideas it wants to do, that when you understand how it works and you work around it, can let you do silly things.
Anyway, the implementation I'm evoking is when they have something that they want to have happen at the end of a fight. What they will do is set up the script to, well, for a couple of situations, what they will do is set up the script for when this falls below 10,000 health, do this thing, and then give the boss 10,000 more health than it is supposed to have.
There's a couple of, yeah.
And nothing can deal 10,000 damage in a single hit.
In a single hit, no. Barring...
But there are multi-attacks, so there are still
Yes.
ways to get around that.
That, like, if you have a rapid fire that is hitting damage cap and all the attacks land, then you can skip it. But,
In which
You
case,
need-
you've earned it.
yeah, at that point, you know what
Enjoy.
you're doing.
Brief appreciation of that bizarre squid that looked like a living gachapon machine.
Yes. I love World 2 enemies.
They are odd and I enjoy them so far.
Cards will keep the 99 dark matter as a conversation piece. Sell beverages, though. And sell this rod.
No one here has any use for
And the
sticks.
bows. And I only need one moon ring at most. Alright, that gives me money for... Oh no, this team needs no moon rings. Right.
Alright, okay.
Meanwhile,
Anyway, X-Death!
Back to the serious scene.
it is now time for Galuf to fight the final boss.
I fucking love this music.
Him big.
Him big. Now, what is normally conveyed immediately with that opening attack is, so right now Galuf cannot die.
You are at 0 health. You have not fallen over.
Like his accessory that looks like a panic duck on his belt.
Is X-Death supposed to be healing you?
We have the fire ring, so that just goes
Galuf
to
is
the-
wearing a fire ring. Galuf is wearing bone mail. Victory.
Aww.
That's
So-
canon.
Yeah, that's canon. So the
There
way
is a
that fight-
conversation that they have if you proceed to try and, pummel
Do the full
X-Death.
basically, X-Death is just like, how are you not
Galuf
going
becomes
down?
too mad to die for a while and forcibly
let me-
repels X-Death.
But in this case, Galuf blew himself up and X-Death left
Has,
in
X-Death
shame.
has no
Just
idea what to
stared.
make of that.
He just kind of looked at him and was just like, I mean, I get. You and it's just Gallus dying words are like, you didn't win. You didn't win.
And Ex's just like, I'm just gonna leave now. You made this awkward.
Hang on, let me
Wait.
get the. Galluf is
dead.
Galluf is actually straight up dead, and they are trying to use the in-game methods of reviving him. And no, he's actually stone dead.
No, he is narratively more dead than usual. All of the kinds of dead that these work on, that's nothing.
He was
This is
the kind
proper
of dead
dead.
where you turn purple and dissolve.
But more importantly, he was wearing the bone mail.
I'm trying to get the quotes from the fight because I actually quite like them, and it illustrates why Galluf is like actually narratively dead right now.
The tree just took him. Oh, just kind of.
Yep.
Yeah, this is one of the stake-setting moments of the final boss shows up and permanently kills one of your party members. Just like, oh yeah, bye. Like, just to make him leave, you need to perma-kill a party member.
And another of our moments of real-time waiting. Of, yep, child is on floor.
Yeah.
Give
There's nothing
Trial
to be
her
done
time.
here.
She needs it.
Wow. And he just kind of took himself out there, huh?
Yep.
Punch himself in the ass so hard it shatters.
But then,
Sorry, Cryo.
But now Kryl can hear his Force Ghost.
and yeah, actually, the tree took him. Tree is lending a hand here. Hold on, you.
Oh, good.
Guardian
Well-
Tree... Guardian Tree is just like, yeah, no, hang on.
Go explain this shit to your grandkid, then you're getting in the roots.
Yeah. Your tree
All right,
now.
look, meat things. I will be honest, it took a while for me to wake up and begin to perceive you. I only move at the speed of wood. In retrospect, I may have some responsibility. Should have maybe put up a sign or something.
Really should have made it more clear those were the important rocks.
Maybe
I-
should not have installed the door.
I'm used to conveying these things through pollen and vague ominous creaking, and I don't think you can hear that. Or something. Can you? I don't know.
Normally I have squirrels for these things. You appear to have killed them all.
Yeah, so there we go. Galluf is dead. Exdeath has absconded with the 3 remaining World 2 crystals to do something.
Evil bad guy stuff.
Wizard things.
But fortunately, Kryl has Windrake.
Yes.
So once the fight goes on long enough, Exdeath in a row uninterruptedly casts Flare, Holy, and Meteor, the 3 strongest spells in the game, while Galluf is at 0 health and still does not kill Galluf, and is basically just like, what does it take to kill you? And Galluf says, I'm going to kill you even if I have to take you into the afterlife myself. Exdeath says, fool, all the hatred in the world would not be enough to defeat me. And Galluf says, let's skip forward. This is not
Tracy
anger,
sabotaged
this is
my
not
effort.
hatred. This is... And then Exdeath genuinely confuses, then what are you? And then Galluf falls over dead. Basically insinuating that Galluf was going out of sheer protective love and rage for what Exdeath had done to his granddaughter, and then his body just gave out on the spot.
And Exdeath cannot understand this because Exdeath is made out of pure negative energy.
Yeah, like Exdeath
Made
is
of
just
wood
going,
and also anger.
anger and rage. Yes, you are fueling me. Wait, hang on, that's not working, and you're not dying. What the hell are you feeling? What's this emotion you're having? What is this positive, defensive helpfulness? Ugh, Grody, I'm leaving.
Well, at least Cryo seems okay. Aside from the immense amounts of grief.
Well,
Kryle's
Kryle
a tough kid.
Kryle actually has enough time on screen mourning, while not. They acknowledge that, yeah, she watched her grandfather die, but it also doesn't dominate the character for the rest of the game.
Oh, I more meant after she got, like, bodily thrown around via
Oh,
the fucking...
yeah.
Hold on, Mini Magician? Mini Magician. What?
What?
Mini
You
Magician,
have-
when did you learn that?
What just
Since when
happened?
you have returned?
What?
Monster Reborn.
What does that even do when they
It
cast
resets the fight to its initial status. It's do-over.
Okay.
That's not
Why
what
are you
happened. Let
doing
me
that?
start again.
Oh my
Some
God.
enemies, when confused, will reset the flow of time. They do this.
Yeah, there are a very small set of enemies upon certain conditions will just say restart the fight. Most infamous one is Rogue Wizard, but I didn't know that the small men had that.
Oh, okay.
Right, I don't need to confuse the small men to get them to do the thing I'm looking for.
What are you trying to do?
Exactly that.
Yes.
Behold, Tiny Ferris.
So you're just trying to get Crunk. Okay.
Oh
We are
my
try-
God!
Yeah, mini spray.
That's
Wow.
more.
Minnie Ferris looks like one of those character ice creams.
Yeah, all
Yes,
of the
with
mini
the
sprites have
gumdrop
that
eyes.
energy.
Yes.
Look at the squad.
So how many people need to be small for this?
Even one will suffice. I would prefer to have two.
I want to see the mini sprite.
Berserker needs to stop. Berserker, listen to the music. It is very important that you, in particular, listen to the music, Berserker. It is, in fact, critical that you chill out and you listen to the vibes.
I can rearrange people's jobs underneath this as well to accommodate, so this works.
Honestly, the whole team being small isn't that much of a problem.
I love
So,
them so
The
much.
relevant properties here to demonstrate all of them. So Mini reduces your attack power to nothing and your physical defense to nothing, but it doubles your evade.
Okay.
Good,
And as was just
correct.
demonstrated there, Ferris is wielding the Killer Bow, which on
Yep.
hit has a chance to instantly kill the target. This ignores the attack power of the user. It just works. Even the tiny arrow can deliver the perfect killing strike.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
Berserker is holding the Death Sight, which does the same thing. The optimal strategy, in a sense, for teams
the
that
move
cannot
here-
just bum rush through or survive the crystals going into Enrage is
Is to
get
just auto kill
small.
them by getting shrunk?
Yes.
get small and fish for instant death.
That is uninspired strategy, is I think the word I will go with.
That is the sort of strategies you need to come up with to survive a lot of Fiesta compositions.
That is Fiesta.
Like
Incredible.
Death by Toothpick is a very common appearance on Fest runs because the crystals are actually a really serious boss.
We need to locate one of the tiny mystics who lives in this forest and follow him back to his hollowed out log home and shout at him and throw cans at him till he demonstrates his arts.
That is a good way of putting it, that a lot of Fiesta tech, when out of context, sounds like something you would get up to in a roguelike.
Carrying on with usual cave adventures.
Saluting the enormous crabs. Someone in chat got Fiesta and discovered many things are vulnerable to Break Blade. Yeah, Mystic Knight's real good. And yeah, Fiesta is an excellent way to get into 5 because it takes out the choice paralysis of the job system being a horrible, wonderful behemoth that lets you do all sorts of nonsense because it hands you a much tinier subset and says, now figure out what this does. And when you do a million Fiestas, then the opening of the third eye occurs and you can see all of the nonsense you can do.
Oh, this kills the crab.
Those are incredibly potent crabs.
Yes. Also,
And that's an incredibly potent octopus!
you may have blinked and missed it. Those are Moogle eaters.
No, I saw that. That checked out.
We eat the Moogle.
Yeah, the Moogle eaters in this cave where the Moogles aren't.
Well, one fell down in here.
And all of these octopuses are competing to eat the one Moogle that they have seen in their entire
They
life.
lay dormant for ages.
Yeah, they only need to eat one, and then they sleep for the next 20 years until another one falls down the hole.
It's like anacondas.
When a Moogle enters the cave, they all begin to wake from their hibernation, and the hunt is on. Whichever successfully claims the Moogle becomes their queen.
I'm sorry, that was a T-Rex?
Yes,
Yeah, the
skeletal one.
Skeleton.
And- has traditional undead weakness of use, raise item, and explosion.
Honestly, I think the only time that has not worked that I can recall is Lich. Lich, and healing still hurts Lich, you just specifically can't insta-kill him.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I think they were afraid of that. Or they were just being mean, because FF1 is quite mean.
Well, you can't aim life at the opponent.
Oh, right, and there's not revive item, yeah.
Assemble the tiny house and dwell here for a time.
Meanwhile, in the forest,
While in the forest,
We
magic is
represent
afoot.
The Lollipop Guild!
Alright, yeah, I'll just go with 2. 2 works.
I love the tiny little put up your dukes animation!
Get 'em!
The incredible power of these tiny lollipop people just floating,
Mini
occasionally
magicians
doing stances.
Are also a form of grass.
Yeah, that checks
float's
out.
persistent? That's cool.
During the runaway animation, the tiny characters are slower than the full height characters.
I didn't realize float would persist between battles.
Yeah, it's helpful like that. Anyway, so we will cycle Lena over to create Tiny
If
Berserker.
fashion changes?
Yes.
Oh my god. This game is great.
Being
I've at
forced to
times
become-
wondered in the past, like, what could drive so many people to play this game so many times? And now I know.
Now you know.
Wait, what would applying does Berserk
Berserk
just
the
turn any
passive
job
makes
into
you...
Berserker?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
You have learned
don't-
persistent anger.
You don't actually want to put Berserk on any other job.
You can. It has its uses.
You can. There are use cases. You don't usually want them. Also, yeah, actually critical information. Berserk is technically a buff.
Berserk
This
is
is-
a buff.
This is actually vital to a lot of tech. Because it turns off Confuse, it turns off Charm, it makes it a lot more easy to apply to enemies. Yeah, I suppose Berserk for auto grinding when you don't have to actually look at the numbers and don't worry about health. Yeah, that would be something we would slot in.
Everyone is in back row, everyone is floating. And you do have the Aegis. And get you in the nicer armor.
So yeah, I just invite you to consider Lena, Poison Haver, currently Berserker, currently probably about 6 inches high, with a scythe the size of like 9 feet, swinging it like wild, like just like a fucking human weed whacker going into this fight.
And not causing any damage at all, but sometimes something just dies.
Using the tiny scythe to fell individual blades of grass as though they were mighty oaks.
Yes, that's the good content.
Berserker mows the lawn.
What strange gems?
So why float, incidentally?
Just because I can. Because it's there.
Float being the traditional earthquake counter. Also, wow, that was fast.
Good
I remember-
thinking, everyone.
There have been some years where a lot of time was spent fishing for the random frogs on these.
Just gotta be good.
I mean, to be fair, it still has to happen 3 more times.
Yes.
And if either of the tiny people dies,
Well,
that's a
I can.
problem.
The tiny will persist.
So, yeah,
Oh.
much
After
like
being
Frog,
knocked out.
Tiny doesn't ever go away until you use the item that says go away.
Huh, I would have thought it ended on death.
Nope. Transformation effects stick around indefinitely.
That's cool.
That's why they're so uncommon.
A tiny death that leaves behind a
What?
tiny body.
The coffin is a box of matches.
That was absurdly unlikely.
Well, you just saw it happen, so the odds are 1.
I'm glad
Honk.
to know that my
Tiny
probability bending properties lend themselves to Fiesta this year.
Tiny detectives investigating the tiny
Tiny-
homicide.
The Tiny Columbo wanders by.
Now we're just into the borrowers. This isn't a complaint.
So,
I never
Darts
was
is
able to get into
now-
the borrowers as a kid. I found them freaky.
I
Darts
can
is here in
understand.
the final phase of World 2.
That's
Which
fair. I
will
just
take some
consider them
amount of
growth from
time.
the fairies.
For some reason, this did not apply to Stuart Little, because he was a mouse, and they're supposed to be that size.
See, Stuart Little freaked me the fuck out. I was fine with the little people living in the walls, but the talking mouse was a step too far, only because he was the wrong kind of talking mouse. He was
God,
uncanny
what's-
to look at in the movie.
Is there a better kind of talking mouse?
There was a... Oh, right,
Yes.
that movie.
The kind
Yes,
that doesn't
okay.
stand on hind legs and have uncanny mid-2000 CGI.
Ranger,
Yeah.
Samurai.
But they do ride toy motorcycles,
Monk.
which function as normal motorcycles.
So, meet Krill. Meet all of Krill's costumes. We may as well take a tour, since this is the time to
Yes!
show off.
Oh,
Here's Child has joined the team. Here's Tiny Child Knight Armor. Child Martial Arts outfit. Child Thief. Child Dragoon.
Does Child inherit any of Gallup's
Oh,
stats?
yes.
All of
Oh,
them. Well,
excellent.
all of Gallup's stuff, her attribute spread is slightly different.
Very slightly.
she's baby.
Wait, look at the... Next up is the best one.
Berserker.
Cannon Berserker!
Oh my god!
Cannon Berserker is Kryl and a Kigurumi.
Ranger, for all the classes that have headgear, she has, alternate headgear. Like Dragoon, she doesn't have a helmet at all, just like a hair ornament of dragon wings. Her samurai helmet has an open back for her hair.
Her samurai helmet
The
is
very
a
tiny
baseball
ranger
cap.
cap.
That one makes her
Right.
look like she's anxious. She doesn't want to be in the Mystic Night outfit.
And of
White
course,
mage.
with that,
Black mage.
the white mage outfit got inherited by the person who got her name.
Yeah, this is the most well preserved of Krill's outfits. Is the white mage with cat ears.
I love
Bad mage.
this.
Summoner is pretty
so
straightforward. Blue mage, red mage, sheep, child doctor, romancer, horde, dancer, necromancer.
What's her outfit? Oh my god!
So the
I
other
am no
necromancer
longer baby, I
costumes
want
wear
power.
like full skulls for their headpiece. But she
Except
has
for
tiny
Cryo,
skull
who
that's just on a headband.
Her headband has cat ears.
Yes.
Oracle, Canadier. Look, it's a child dressing as an Napoleonic soldier.
Look at me, I'm an admiral.
I'm the captain. Gladiator
Oh,
Shit.
Actually intimidating.
and mime. And then just back to her freelancer outfit. So,
Wait, is her mime outfit just wearing a blanket cape?
Yes.
yes.
tape, shoulder pads.
Incredible. I love her.
Trial is
Good
amazing.
you, Cryle.
With
Trial is amazing.
What is Sharana Dori?
that's one of Samurai's make commands that doesn't. Oh, that's Samurai's passive. They have a bit of physical evade. From
They have
just
para.
catch the knife
Okay.
in your hands. Anyway, a consequence of using bone mail strat is often Kryle's first task upon joining the team was to slam on the bone mail.
My grandfather died in this. I will live in
This
it.
is my inheritance. I am the bones.
There are several old fests where, oh right, bone mail was
Someone's in a
uttered.
windstorm. Someone
What
is in a hurricane.
What does bone mail do?
Inverts all healing effects and makes you unable to be resurrected in the middle of the fight.
Yeah,
It
it
makes
makes
you
the
undead.
character mostly function as if they were undead, with a few exceptions.
Why?
So,
would
healing
you
harms them,
want-
Because
poison
it's got
heals
really
them,
good defense.
they're protected from death, and it has very high brought defense.
It makes you
I see.
incredibly tanky, but you can't be healed. And in some gimmick fights, you become immortal.
Crunching,
And
crackling.
Galuf really did just have just the worst day that
Yes.
ended in a terrible way.
And
now
then,
I know why Darren laughed when I said I got the impression this game was just Galuf's
Yes.
very bad day.
there's a reason I laughed so hard, because you were about a half hour from him fucking dying, yeah.
Nothing has gone right for Galuf since he got into that fucking meteor.
Basically, all of his entire life is just continually getting worse, seeing his friends die, and then seeing some jackass tree wizard beat the shit out of his granddaughter until he goes Super Saiyan and spends his life force on punching him so hard that he's just like, man, fuck this, I'm leaving.
It could not even fully perform the spirit bomb.
Actively confused, intimidated, and irritated the villain into leaving, rather than actually harming them.
That's
like-
not much of a condemnation of his skill. The spirit bomb only works in the movies.
Yes. But, yeah, like, compare that to a very similar set of moments in 4 with, Golbez, where Golbez has a couple of moments where he shows up and it's all, oh shit, and you need people to fight him off. Golbez actually has his ass thrashed one time he does that and has to run away. X-Death actually more or less has you on the ropes every time he shows up, until you actually meet him.
And there was the time that Golbez pulled a dragon out of a box.
Yep.
I don't.
And
know
that was
who
that was
Golbez
one
is,
of the
I'm sorry.
very, very few things that he ever did, so the fighting games actually made that be part of his core thing.
Golbez is the villain of 4.
He shows up fairly often, but he almost never fights.
He talks a lot. He's a mind controller.
So when they had to translate him to the fighting game, they ran out of moves to give him and decided, okay, this one time he summoned a dragon out of nowhere. We're just gonna give him a dragon.
Yep.
Wait, that was a fighting game?
Yes.
Dissidia, yeah.
It has
Oh,
its
that's
own...
what that is. Okay.
Yes.
There are two
A mystery has been
Dissidias
solved,
and
Morgan.
also a gacha game set in the universe of the fighting game.
Right, I only know it from the second thing.
Yeah. But I have only played the gacha, which is... it's okay. Golbez in the gacha game is terrifying, though.
Yeah, as I have been just called out in the chat, there is a reason that villain in my game that is loosely based off Golbez is a social character, rather than a punch-you-in-the-mouth character like X-Death would be.
Galuf is not in Dissidia because they only put the main hero and main villain of each game in Dissidia.
Yeah, there are very few exceptions, like 11 got 2 representatives from the good guy faction.
So who did they put in instead of Galuf then?
Bart's.
I mean, I guess. Okay, he
He's
hasn't
the
made the
main
strongest
character.
impression of me out of the cast, but sure.
But he is officially the main character.
There are a lot of choices in Dissidia where it is they could have gotten the interesting character, but you went for the one on the title box, like Vaughn and
Vaughn.
and Vaughn.
Yeah.
Is Penelope even in there?
No.
No, but she is in the gacha.
Also, they went with Gabranth as the villain for 12. So,
Wait, they did?
yes.
Like this
The
double lizard.
gacha didn't. He's not in the gacha. Vayne is the villain for 12.
Yeah, you would think it would be Vayne Solidor for Dissidia's fighting game. No, it's Gabranth.
Bronth the wheel.
Gabranth
Gabranth
doesn't
too.
even show up in Opera Omnia, which is the gacha game.
Well,
He is
Dissid-
not present.
Dissidia NT put in Vayne instead of Gabranth? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Is NT the one that only showed up in actual live arcades and had no online function, and thus was dead on arrival?
And Vayne in Opera Omnia actually has an interesting, kind of cool fighting style because his thing is he is a martial artist. He just kicks the shit out of people.
Yeah, I wish there were more good martial arts monk, etc. villains in Final Fantasy. This is a call-out post for you in particular. Fucking, you know the one.
He could have been so good if he was just Evil Dad, making Evil Dad jokes.
Mm-hmm.
It remains a really weird blind spot that FF goes so long not having, any interesting Eastern martial arts based
Anything.
things show up.
He shows
This
up in
weird residual
Shadowbringers.
commitment to D&D inspirations, I guess, to just not have monks do anything.
He shows up in Shadowbringers, and I start hooting and hollering about Evil Master Asia, and I start getting thrilled, and then they go nowhere with him.
Then he just sucks. He's not interesting.
Sorry, Morgan, I cut you off.
I was just laughing.
Anyway, since this is the year to demonstrate that you could notice conspicuously that one step that went slower than the others. Also, let's do some crime. These reflect mages. They reflect things.
I was so little in
Wait, so
comparison.
their gimmick is they have reflect, and they cast evil magic at themselves.
Yes.
To bounce it back into
And
you.
bounce it. Okay, cool.
This means that, hey, if you have Reflect, it doesn't work. Reflect only bounces once.
Fun.
This is your probable first and very rude introduction to that mechanic. Keep it in mind for later, it starts to get really important.
This is another one where 4 does a boss fight that is this.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, these are one of the enemies in the game that has a rare steel but not a common steel. So if you're persistent, you will get their rare steel eventually.
Did Mage's Sisters show up in 14 ever?
They will next expansion promptly. There is art that is almost certainly basically shown that they will. They're in the background of one of the dungeon level designs.
It'll be interesting to see how they
Anyway.
make that work as a boss fight.
They are. Endwalker is looking to be the FFour tribute expansion, like on its.
Well, I mean, it's going to the moon.
Yes.
Wait, the one in the
You-
back is the one
you
I
go
don't
to
think
the
it would
moon?
slow.
In FFour, yeah.
Yes, the final dungeon of 4 is the moon.
Sure. Okay. Yep.
Because the main character of 4 and the villain of 4 are twin brothers from the moon.
Yes.
Who got stranded on not the moon. Because the moon has a cycle where it comes in close enough to the planet every XT years to actually allow things to just kind of go from one part of the planet to one part of the moon. And that's where monsters come from, is the moon gets close.
Yeah, and then the monsters leave the moon, as do some of the people who live on the moon. Because there are people on the moon.
Oh.
Alright, 3 down.
But the problem is that the villain...
This is going
get-
at a swift clip.
Oh yeah, you're getting very lucky with the deaths. But the villain
Yeah, so
of 4...
most of the moonoids are in stasis.
Yeah, because
But
there
the
was
worst moonoid, just a complete asshole, is not in stasis and decides to go out and cause problems.
and he does this by possessing the main character's twin brother.
Crystals are grass. Mystery solved.
So, yeah, the Moon Devil possesses Golbez, who then becomes the main villain of 4 until you save him and he helps you fight the main villain on the moon.
And then when you kill the main villain, then the main villain's spirit of hatred of darkness just is like, surprise, I'm the final boss actually, and good luck making me a 3D model, because have fun looking at my sprite
Yep.
means.
Yeah, there are 3 final villains of 4. Golbez, who is possessed by Zemus, who then transforms into the being of pure hatred, Zeromus.
And Zeromus has like 4 sprites, and only one of them makes sense to look at with your eyes.
Yeah, you only properly fight Zeromus.
You
Zemus
fight-
shows up for a cutscene that happens in the fight engine.
Yes.
And Golbez, I think, only shows up in a single fight midway through the game.
Which is also mostly a cutscene fight in
Yeah.
disguise.
Hex death!
Here we go again.
There we go. That's what's supposed to happen during the opening round of this fight.
Oh, nice.
You are supposed to have all of your bones pulverized and then go, wait, I'm still up.
Now, the real question is why he thought Graviga would work.
Well, clearly, if all of his bones are gone, maybe if I just squish the muscles in a little bit.
But everyone knows that gravity spells can't kill anyone.
Love that he's just dancing here.
This is not
Dancing
anger.
in the face of the enmity.
Also, I'm just gonna note, if you want to know what Golbez looks like, he looks like X-Death, but black. They have very much the same combat sprite.
Yeah, hang on, let me just get the, Golbez.
He'll appreciate it in the duck on his belt. Don't know if that what it is supposed to be, but that's what it is in my heart.
It is actually a remarkably duck-head-shaped pommel on a knife. So, yeah,
Incredible.
like, you can see it in the Amano art pretty well. Let me just get... here...
Also, yeah, he is he was a powerful wizard, so he wears a full body suit of heavy armor and carries a giant sword cane thing.
Yeah, he and Golbez are very similar in that their actual biggest asset is magic, but they're also in heavy plate and can and will punch you square in the mouth if they have to.
According to the sequel to 4,
which is
Golbez
bad.
is fucking muscled as hell.
Yes,
He is
that
just-
is the other way in
buff
which
as
these
fuck.
two characters have the same visual design.
Yeah.
Exdeath's humanoid form is a very buff, like, purple dude.
Exdeath has a humanoid form?
Yes, it's visible. It's the thing that's on the front of Neo Exdeath.
Oh, yeah.
There's
okay.
concept art of just him without the armor.
Yeah,
And
okay.
that is what he looks like. Turtle.
But yeah, the After Years, which is the sequel to 4, is not good, but it is interesting in some of its design choices. And in its bizarre decision to name a character Theodore.
There are many odd names, I just don't question them.
It's like Theodore, but instead of the TH, it's a C.
Yeah, Theodore.
That's downright reasonable compared to some of them.
Running away from the old man.
He will pursue you. There is no escape.
Metamorph, we
Let
do
me
not
show you
want.
my cool tricks!
We do not want to see your tricks. We do not want to try your desserts.
Come on, I spent so much time on these Claire Clairs.
This cave is populated entirely by one old man, and he will not leave you alone.
Now, was
Just
he
kind
here
of-
before or after Guido moved in? Was he
Hmm.
here before or after the island collapsed into the sea?
The state of that beard, I want to say before.
Yeah, he's clearly been here a while.
Yep.
He's just kind of grown into the floor. I like to imagine he chases after you, like how every animation handles Dr. Octopus moving around. With just his beard transporting him across the ground.
Well, there's a lot of ways to interpret his like visual silhouette as either just being hunched over and tiny because he's a weird old gremlin man. I
Or
see
being
in the
made
shape
hair,
of that
like
robe
Ramu.
room for him being like a snail person.
Yeah.
Hell
What-
yeah!
What if he's
Or
like Ramu?
just an
and his-
undifferentiated mass of meat to shape into other things.
Yes, he's a strange blob man.
I mean,
Incredible.
that's Ramu, except instead of meat, it's hair.
Meat beard.
Meared.
I fucking love Ramu in 14. His design is so ridiculous.
Obey the beard.
Alright, so with this I just need to deal enough damage to make the conversation start, and then everything else proceeds from there,
Yep.
I think. Yeah, there we go. Dialogue has begun, so...
Dancing at him. It's incredible.
Yes.
Galuf will win this dance-off. He cannot lose.
And it's for the orphanage.
Strongest black
Muse
magic
that
spell
he
and
has
strongest
holy?
white magic spell. And strongest time magic spell. You need to do side quests to get all of these during the end game. He is just here to triple cast them at you
All at
as
the
a
same
flex.
time. He do the jitterbug on him after it, just like, got him.
Yes.
Why won't you die?
He just keeps
Because
dancing.
I'm a dancing fool!
You're gonna have to boogie you into the afterlife myself.
And then he does the mystery waltz.
All the germs in the existence could not be enough to destroy me.
And then did he just like use a knife?
Yes!
Yeah, Excess
Just
has
punch
just
him.
gone to just slicing him open at this point.
Just start punching him.
So technically speaking, Galuf was still alive when that fight ended.
Yeah.
He had HP.
Galuf had net positive HP right before the ending. Okay, yeah. I will accept the only canon alternative to Bone Mail is Lord of the Dance.
Yeah, there you go. There's that dialogue.
It's neat.
But yeah, in this version, Galuf died because he performed the forbidden dance, La Cucaracha.
Who's a good kitty?
Ah, very good. Hang on. Somebody posted the sprite sheet of one of the characters in 4 in one of the higher definition remakes, and I will post the excerpt of it of his death sprite. It is very good. Please
Yeah,
look at
so
it.
Oh yeah, this is Fusoya. He is a moon man from
a
space.
powerful moon mystic.
This is what happens when Fusoya falls down in a fight.
He loafs like a cat under his beard.
Yes.
Incredible.
Fuck it.
Yeah, he is the most powerful wizard of space.
A highly
He just
evolved
kind of
moon being
melts.
composed entirely of beard.
He just sort of melts into his beard.
One of several extremely powerful old men in that game.
Right, we are now on our way to more with arts.
I feel like you're conveyed a certain amount of power by living to be an old man in some of these settings.
Yeah. Yeah, Four decides that anyone who is sufficiently old gets to know Meteor.
Alright, this is chemistry team. And chemists' big response to the crystals is to bring dark matter, and I'm out of dark matter. It's the one that fell off of Atomos.
Because this team did not go to Prototype Island.
This team did not spend any island time. This team did not have the tools for island time. So we have a single atom and then questions about how else I am going to defeat the crystals.
Can Ninja throw enough things to do
Possibly
something
throw
useful?
large things. I think the main thing here is I can adopt a defensive approach to the crystals, because there are mixes that provide elemental resistances,
Okay.
and mixes that provide float, so I think as long as I get the ingredients for those together, I can do the thing. And there are turtles in this forest that I can harvest for their bones. They're powerful medical bones.
Four, I think that I am most impressed with Four for the environmental storytelling of its game mechanics.
Mhm.
Because the aforementioned other old man of the game, Tella, is one of the greatest mages on the planet, and this is represented by giving him the most powerful spell in the game, but he's also really old and has never really mastered casting it. And this is modeled by not giving him enough MP to cast the spell. Ever. You cannot grind him high enough level to ever cast the spell that he has.
You really try to go in on leveling him up, some of his attributes will get worse. He's old. He has nothing left to learn. Right, so Diamond Helm, couple of Tiger Masks, Diamond Armor, Diamond Plate. Right, we can dispense with the Hypno Crown, and that will do a lot of our supply. Godspeed, Hypno Crown. Still have one suit of leather armor in this file. Silk robe, get out of here. Mithril armor, get out of here. Helms, plumed hats. Gold, gold, gold. Iron, diamond bell.
Can anyone in this party wear the ribbon?
No, but it also doesn't sell for anything.
Oh.
Which this game will often use to indirectly signal that something is incredibly powerful. Don't sell this, it's worthless. To instead draw your attention to don't sell this, it's irreplaceable. Alright, so we need to work out at the pharmacy. Look at my mix chart here.
You're gonna lift at the pharmacy?
Absorb Ice is Phoenix Down Antidote. Absorb Lightning is Phoenix Down Eye Drops, except those are both elements that aren't going to be thrown by the crystals. We're dealing with Fire, which is Ether and Eye Drops. And Earth, which you get around by floating, which there is a drink for that. We do know the secret ingredient to the fizzy lifting drinks.
My god!
Holy shit!
Ice and Antidote. So I want more Phoenix Downs is the main expense to have here. Holy water. We spent a lot of our holy water, and I in fact have reason to get on the dragon and go on an adventure. Hooray. We fly.
Oh, right, it's been so long and we haven't had to think about the chicken knife or the brave blade yet. That's weird for a Festus.
The chicken
series.
knife, or the chicken knife.
Yes.
Alright, so Bart's, Time Mage, Berserker, Ranger, and your inheritance, your legacy, go forth and avenge your grandfather on the dance floor. Now you are Bone Dancer.
Is she supposed to be wearing bone mail?
Sure,
Okay.
Fried it off her grandfather's corpse and everything.
that's
Well,
the inheritance. That's
Well,
the
yes,
legacy.
but I mean, did you intend to keep it on her?
That's all that was left behind when the tree took his flesh.
It was really generous of the tree, to be honest. Bone mail would be phenomenal fertilizer.
I would.
It got all of the powerful meat that was in Gallup and decided the bones could go with us.
It's powerful meat.
Wow. What's a chicken knife? Let's think about the chicken knife instead. Tell me of the chicken knife.
The chicken
So-
knife gets more powerful the more you run away during
Yes,
the
it
game.
is a knife that is powered by fear.
Outstanding.
So, there are two weapons in the game that are diametrically opposed. One of them is a trap and the other one is not. Brave Blade is the trap. Brave Blade starts at, does it start at 255?
Not at 255. It's like 180, 190. It starts very
Yeah.
big, very unreasonably
Very
big, and
large.
gets weaker the more times that you have run away from fights.
And you might think, oh, that's a pretty good deal. I just don't have to run away from fights ever, right? Number one, that means you are going to not save time on running away from fights you don't want to deal with, so you're going to be playing for a much longer period of time. And number two, your fights at the end of the game, you just run as a matter of principle. You don't engage. They're boss fights on their own.
And the chicken knife is the actual powerful weapon.
Chicken Knife can hit damage cap if you run away fast enough and often enough. Chicken Knife is so good that you might want to spend time running away from fights in the early game on principle for Chicken Knife.
And yeah, the Brave Blade is a great sword, so in Fiesta context, you almost never get to use it, even if you did want to use it.
And the chicken knife is a dagger, so you will always get to use it.
Yes, it is. You can't not get a team that can at least try.
There are also
Divert up.
mechanical quirks that mean that chicken knife's damage works even better than you think it does, with many of the best attacks in the game.
My cat's being very, very fucking cute.
Good.
Good cat.
She's just kind of squirming around and rubbing her face up against stuff, and I'm petting her.
Fantastic.
Also, yeah, while we're here, yep, there's just a bunch of bodies.
Yeah, people try to
Soldiers.
get. Yeah, they'll all talk to you.
Yeah, the Baldesian army attempted to storm the castle. It's going poorly.
Yeah, and one of them.
He just walked through.
Yeah, he actually didn't bother to spend the time killing him. He just walked by and just kind of cold cocked every one of them and just kind of whack, whack, whack out of the way.
If I recall correctly, 14, the player cannot get the chicken knife, but there is at least one boss fight
Yes.
whose ultimate move is chicken knife.
There is a kind of spoilery to discuss boss in near current content that has chicken knife as a move, yes. And it is actually pretty ridiculous, as you would hope.
Yeah.
Also, yes, chicken knife was a pre-order skin for, I believe, Red Mage or Ninja.
I hope they made it look like a chicken.
I'm pretty sure they did. Oh, it was Red Mage because it was in Stormblood? Yeah, hang on.
Good. Correct.
Gotta pull
My
up.
favourite staff is still the Moogle one.
Oh my god, it's even better!
Buy a bunch of holy water, and I will buy some stacks of. I have plenty of speed shake because of other things.
Oh yeah,
but
the chicken knife looks good.
Look at
The tracks
this!
are worth keeping around for
This
economic
fucking
sake.
sword!
I
So
mean,
I
I
can
think that
become-
the orb part of it is the best part.
Yeah. Which, this being a Red Mage weapon, when you turn to staff mode to cast spells, that means the little running chocobo pops on top of the pommel and is the headpiece of your staff for powerful spells.
Yeah, so I can become immune to fire. Well, I can absorb fire, become immune to earth. So that just
It
leaves
is a
dealing
knife
with
for
water,
sufficiently broad definitions of knife.
air.
It's knife for those German towns that really got aggressive about the definition of knife to get around trade law.
Also, the description of it on the Mog Station store notes the weapon's stats will differ from those in Final Fantasy V.
They know. They know people will get mad. No, this is not the god weapon if you keep docking duties, you fools.
It's continuing to look over the mix list for other options here. So what this comes down to right now is this team, in the absence of having another mote of dark matter, does need to fight and destroy one crystal with their bare hands. So I need the ability to do a rushdown, which, hey, Chemist is here to make the sword very tall.
Yeah.
And it occurs to me that because I did pre-order Stormblood, I have the chicken knife somewhere on my 14 account. I probably shoved it into the wardrobe.
Witness the
Yeah,
power of two
or
left
the unlock.
hands.
Main gauche, and also main gauche. I am also left-handed.
I am only left-handed.
Both of my hands are my offhand. I can parry everything.
What would the antonym be for ambi as a prefix? Like ambidextrous, non-dextrous?
Ambisinister? I think it's ambisinister.
Antidextrous.
Antidextrous, yeah.
Well, I
Well,
mean, ambisinister means two left hands, so.
Ambisinister is a hell of okay.
I mean, what is the opposite of 2? Is the opposite of 2 0? I don't think it is.
Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong part of the word because I forgot Dexter is right. And yeah, ambisinistrous would be the correct way of phrasing it.
What is the opposite of 2 then?
Negative 2.
No, 1/2. Semi-dexterous.
Semi-sinister.
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 Well, I mean, I think.
Semi-sinister's an aesthetic and you can't stop me.
I mean, I would say the opposite of 2 is negative 2, on the basis that that's what you get when you multiply by -1.
I feel like we are about to touch a deep well of math.
As soon as I get
Yeah,
off
I
work,
just felt
apparently we just
fear.
dive right into math chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, her water dish was low.
Cat affection for utilitarian ends.
As is good and proper.
Like, I think she thinks she's annoying me when she gets close to me and starts, like, entwining around me, but it's just adorable. But it still gets her water, so I don't know what's going on in her brain.
So you're not letting the Aegis shield burn? Well, doesn't really matter anyway.
I don't know what Lana's current outfit is, but it's very good.
I think that's Ranger?
That's Samurai.
Samurai. Huh.
Yeah,
Her
Ferris is
Samurai
the
looks
ranger.
very... Oh, Lena. Yeah, okay, yes.
This team may be in this encounter for a bit. We'll see.
Trials defend pose is really good.
We'll see if our opponents can withstand the bees. At some point,
I
they'll
love
run out
how
of mana,
angry
and then they can't do
Trial
anything.
looks. Like, that is a pissed off child right there.
As a child ready to throw bees.
I don't want
He's
to fuck
on the
around
right
with
to
that.
throw bees.
So what exactly are we trying to steal here?
Reflect rings.
Ah.
I can acquire 3 barriers for personal use.
Because
just
we
take
have
it.
it's inevitable, but
It would help if I had a second or third character with steel ready, but
The other option for reflect rings is barrier tower, and you grind for drops, right?
yes.
yes. Because we have thief, this is more efficient and less ridiculous. Because, as Loon mentioned earlier, Hasbear Drop does not have common steel. Hasbear Steel does not have common steel, means you'll get it eventually. It's a matter of how long you'd want to do it.
Spin the wheel.
What's the rare steel chance?
1 in 16, I think?
1/16 of successful steals. So,
Yes.
Right, and whatever that is, so you're gonna have to multiply it.
Small.
I mean, the exact number helps because then you can calculate the
The
mean,
EV and, yeah.
the MTTH.
Oh, you mean time to happen, yeah. That's a lot easier with rare drops, because that's a flat rate.
Yep.
We can do this all day, Reflect Magi.
Unfortunately, so can they.
Okay.
Not out of juice. One day. It might take a while, but they'll get there.
I should check how much mana they have.
Okay, according to the FF Wiki, which may or may not be fully accurate, and maybe the SNES version, as I discovered last time, steal from Thief is a 40% chance to steal. With Thief Club, it is double to 80% chance. And on successful steals, there is a 5 in 128 chance of it being the rare drop. And plus the
in 120.
Plus the internet, somebody already took up the math for me. It
Right,
is
that's
roughly
4%.
64 steal attempts to land a steal of a rare drop.
Okay.
Thief Club is in play here.
So that would cut it down to 32. And if it was a full party, that would be extremely quick. Because that would be 32 divided by 4 would be 9 go rounds of the ATB bar to get a rare drop.
I'm going to pull out a calculator and see if that matches.
There we go. One of them is out now. Or close to out. There is something on their list they can no longer afford.
At
Wait, I
which
don't need-
point this entire situation will just become a farce.
Yeah, I don't even need to do use a calculator. If it's 80%, that's the same thing as 4/5. If you already said it was 5 out of 128, then that's it'd be 4 out of
Somebody
128.
else said it was 10 in 158. So,
Nice.
shrug.
What's going on with this party? What are we doing?
We cross the desert, unlike the coward bear who refuses to confront sand.
Ah.
There is nothing here but harmless cactus.
I love them. Oh my god. Look at those.
Yep, that's a cactus.
Yep. I'm appreciating the joy of the rediscovery of cactus.
There
That
they are, cactating about. Harmless.
Oh, you don't say
strange
cactating.
cactus cats.
These are not in FF14 yet.
It should be. They're
An
adorable.
outrage. I love them. Like, they're flowering and everything.
But these are one of the two things that live in this desert.
Is the other bear?
No.
Oh, right, bear is in World 1 Desert.
Sand lives here. Sand is here.
The worm.
It's all this intrusive wood doing here, disrupting the sand. Bears did this.
Wretched anti-desertification measures. Why would
The
anyone
bears-
want to hold back the sand?
The bears lived in the desert so long they somehow just started affecting the environment.
You would have anticipated your planet's horrible tree and wizard problem if you had proper access to the spice.
Spice.
Anyway, that was a safe trip across the desert.
I'll be back here at some point. There is reason to capture sand. Fill the gourd with the sand.
Wait, you captured the sand or you captured the adorable cat cactus?
You capture
Not
the
the
sand.
cactus.
Damn it!
There are two things that live in the desert. Cactus is the one you do not want to shove in a bottle.
Well, I can
Damn it.
consult and see what it does when you put it in a bottle. It does 1,000 needles.
That
My
sounds
God.
fantastic!
My god, it is Proto-Cactar.
It is pre-Cactuar. Cactuar had not yet been invented yet.
These are the evolutionary ancestor of the Cactuar.
That makes sense, they dropped the first T at some point.
And now we're
Our last
wearing the
encounter
fursuit.
with costume. Our last encounter with fraud. Which is a lie, but there is always more fraud.
And now that we have broken that poor bear's heart,
Now that we have the power of the dance.
does the dancing dagger do something special when a dancer wields it?
No, it is that when you swing it normally, it has a chance to dance.
Ah.
So there is sadly no synergy with giving the dancing dagger to the dancer beyond it's a good knife. Send out the bear signal.
I like that Kryle's actual superpower is can talk to animals.
It's a powerful power.
And Moogles count as animals.
In this game, at least, yeah.
For all purposes, Moogles count as either animal or person, depending on which is more beneficial in that moment.
Is bear. Anyway. One of them is out of mana, and none of them are out of loot.
Where do you hide your rings? You jerks, where are you hiding them?
Pants.
I bet you they're actually on their fingers, and it's just really hard to get them close enough
Just keeps wiggling.
to pull it off, yeah.
I still really enjoyed the fucking bespoke pleated ruffle situation.
Okay, I kind of like that they have basic spells for when they're that low on MP.
These are here to be the introduction of Reflect Mage as a mechanical trick, so it's entirely sensible that they go easy on it.
Are you looking to get a full set of 4 or just 3?
May as well. Because once I have 3, there's only one more to grab. Team is going to spend a while in here anyway, for level purposes. Numbers should go up, and this is an ideal place to do it. Your number large?
So I have begun to learn the science of how to modify the ROM for this.
Interesting.
What are you planning to modify it to do?
So I was watching Serene do a Fiesta run earlier this week, and discussion of the sprite swap of Ned came up, and I managed to convince them to put in a Bio-Lizard sprite from Sonic Adventure 2, and someone suggested, well, why don't you just replace the theme song with Live and Learn? And I'm just like, well...
Music replacement would be a natural next step on that modding progression.
Yeah, so I looked up how to convert MIDIs to .s files and then import them using SAPI. Problem was, the only MIDI that I found for MIDI version of Live and Learn makes the snare and bass basically sound like floppy disk drive, those sounds.
That sounds ideal.
Yeah, it's pretty cursed.
All right, there's one. I have no further use of you, front reflect mage. Oh, and you still have some juice. Well, perish.
Just grabbing at their hands until you get their rings off before you kill them.
The shuffler is having a good time shuffling just the two parties that are behind.
The shuffler wants a close race.
Well, at this point, we just went from the lead party to the trailing party.
Oh, the lead party is the one that's doing the refactoring stealing.
Yeah, they are in the fort. Entering
Galef.
Meat Fortress is as far ahead as anyone is right now.
Galef has only died twice so far, right?
Yes. 2 Galefs remain.
Right, and he was a king.
Yep.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's fine.
It's
Depends,
mostly an
yes.
honorary title, it feels like. Guy has not been in his own country for quite a while, and they seem to
Does
have been doing fine.
Kyle have parents?
No.
No, she just popped into existence as a
Well,
grandchild.
narratively, yes, they are not present here. They are dead under unspecified circumstances.
Hmm. So Kryl is the boss now, then.
Yes, Kryl
Yes,
can become a
actually.
queen, maybe, at some point. Or there will be a tournament.
Windrake
Nothing
is the
really
one running the
specifies how
country.
this country works. The general vibe is that all the World 2 monarchs were awarded their positions for defeating Exdeath.
I mean, my sense is that this country mostly runs itself. The army seems to just decide what to do on its own.
There is a king of the Baldasians, and it's more of a champ, a mascot. It's fight boss.
The elected head of state that still is called a king.
Is that what elective monarchy is?
Sports.
Depends on the elective monarchy. I mean, if we talk about the HRE, that elective monarchy had very much a large amount of power. Same thing with the Commonwealth. But there also could be elective monarchies that don't care about that so much.
Oh, I'm a shopkeep.
Get out of here.
Fine, you can take
So
this
thank you for the
fight.
information. I was making a joke, but I appreciate the history fact.
Oh, sorry.
No, that wasn't snippy at all. That was genuine. I appreciate the history fact.
Meanwhile, arts.
Yes, they are here at Forest Fire. Yes, they were waiting for the pit.
Get in the hole. Why do the bears go down holes so much?
Ground, cold and safe. I mean,
They have
can
ways.
fly
until an
back out.
octopus just bubbles up out of this pit. And yet, cave dwelling does seem to be a reasonably often repeated trait of Mughals.
Yes, the small
Yeah.
flying bears like to live underground.
Yeah, I mean, if they are supposed to have been mole bats, then yeah, underground caves seems reasonable.
Alright, so... want to find a nice reasonable battle in which to start pre-mixing some of our medicines for the fight. Because I can apply the levitate before I go in.
Bats live in caves a lot
Yep.
of the time. Perfectly reasonable for Mughals to live in caves.
Well, the
do I
Mughals
have?
live in the forest. They have a town. They just happen to go into caves a lot.
I'm not carrying any turtle shell at the moment.
Okay, so step 1, turtles.
Well, nothing for this fight plan demands turtle shell. So...
Okay, those are some creepy looking enemies. I like them. There's a whole bunch of demons poking out of holes in reality.
This solve is Maiden Kiss plus Antidote.
How long does float last?
Indefinitely. Until cured or otherwise removed.
What cures levitate?
Gravity.
Oh,
Non-joke answer. There is a spell that removes float. And that's all it does.
well, if it's gravity, it also...
Not the attack gravity, a separate
Oh.
gravity.
Oh, okay. How many things can cast it?
A few. Enough.
Enough that you will not, in fact, spend the majority of the game levitating now?
Well, there's a couple of boss fights where they have it specifically because those are boss fights where Quake is also present, so you don't just win from coming in with float. You need to float at the right times.
I've been reminded of my favourite species of fly by Morse's brief commentary on the bats just before, and had to look up to verify the fact, but there is a New Zealand bat fly, which is notable for many reasons, but my favourite is that when the males get old enough, they become guards for the colony, because the bats that they live on and with are insect eating. And so the old men just yell at them. They just yell at the bats at a frequency that they find annoying perpetually so that they will not come close and threaten the colonies.
That's excellent.
That's also what I do.
Nature is beautiful. So right now, this team is tied for the lead with the team that is gathering reflect rings. Ah, free potion. Anyway,
There's a raider.
a dead end. Nothing here.
Better leave and never come back.
Kryl just like, no, this room is fake. I'm gonna turn it off.
Right. This was another old man who's doomed to die.
Well, old
Aleph
man
was not
vibes
the
tell me-
last one
oh,
standing.
I win! I choose to interpret this plot point as I refuse to die until all the other fuckers are gone first.
Gallagher has a really nice looking collar in his portrait.
Wait, what? Tree
Ghost
Ghost
Aleph.
just...
Tree Ghost just popping in. Hey buddy.
Okay.
Hey buddy.
And Tree's like, oh, you want to go talk to your friend the dog? Go. Fucking do it.
Help my granddaughter, you fuzzy fuck!
Message received. Orc.
Alright, Spirit Bomb, you know what it's doing.
Is this just a trait of wolves? Like, really
wolves
potent
can-
counter-illusionists?
Well, no. What wolves have is the natural ability to send their life force to the spirit bomb.
Also, they're ninjas, so I think that's where the illusion stuff comes in.
Wolftown is also where you learn Requiem, the Bard song, so... Also, Krill doesn't know who Kelgar is.
Yep.
She's
Gallif-
like, there's a dog
some kind of
here,
weird
he's
dog?
helping.
Galuf never introduced her to the wolf ninja.
Your grandpa has never mentioned me, huh?
Has never just taken you down the road, across the swamp, to visit his friend Wolf Boss.
That sounds like Aleph.
Probably was waiting until... Oh yeah, welcome to Meat Fort.
Hooray!
Children love the meat fort.
You did
As
it!
far as I can tell, Gallif has spent the past year of his life doing space travel, so...
So yeah, genuinely, welcome to and appreciate the aesthetic of Meat Fort.
Meat.
Oh, I love this. Very homey.
I
It's
mean,
warm. It's humid.
One of
It's
the
meat.
few strikes against the GBA port is that the top part of the battle display is cut off in this area, and in the SNES version, you can
There's
see that the walls are
even
breathing.
more- Yep, the pulsing ribs on the walls are in the upper register of that of the fight art.
When we come out of this battle, you'll be able to see him on the doorways.
now the really interesting thing is, if you think about it, a lot of our buildings are made out of plant. You could say we have plant fort around everywhere.
Except
And
parts that are
Exdeath,
rock, yeah.
yeah, except the ones that are rock. But you could just think Exdeath was born out of tree, so he could just see meat as another building material.
How do you like it?
Alright, but do you think he conjured all of this meat into existence, or did he collect it the usual way over the course of the war?
Little here, little there.
I mean, that would take a lot of body collectors.
Yeah, you'd have to be some sort of highly successful warlord.
There's absolutely bespoke meat in here.
He would need
which
some sort of
monsters do you think collect the bodies?
harvesters.
Abductors.
Yeah,
Abductors, probably.
Harvesters.
Fucking
Okay.
these things.
also, yeah. the void monsters that just rip holes into reality wherever they feel like it and grab you. Probably a
Okay,
good candidate.
So these things collect the raw materials. Do they do the architectural planning?
No, that's also Berserker.
So déchirer is to tear in French, straparer is the Italian,
Sure.
and then you have shadow. So the English is just completely the odd one out on these three.
That's English.
Touch of the Mysteries.
They could have just called it Ripper.
Ripper. Shredder.
Gouger.
Gouger's good. That's a good one.
Gouger. All right.
Now
so
it is time for this team to kill crystals.
this team versus crystals.
The Crystals of Darkness.
So, things to mix for this. I want somebody to be. I want several people to become immune to fire, which is ether plus eye drop. And I will just have you drink a Goliath and a speed.
Now that
Probably
I'm
the most
not under
irritating-
siege from lawnmower noises, deeply appreciate the breathing walls of Meat Fort.
Yeah, Meat Fort is up there with my favorite designs in this game for environment. There are some other ones I would call very high quality much later.
I think the most irritating thing about this combat system is having to manually keep track of what buffs are on who.
Yeah, there's a.
It
Well,
gets
it's mostly
tricky.
for the chemistry buffs that do their own weird special things that they don't have visual shorthands for it. The mainline
there's
ones
also
have the various
only a-
colors of glowing aura.
Yeah, but when they start overlapping, it can still be hard to keep track of which auras are active.
Yes, ether and eye drop. So, you. And then you start downing the hero cocktails.
Whoop.
There's always the question of, okay, when do I switch from the buffs
To the fighting.
to the progression? Which, all right, let's do one quick test here. Flail for 500.
Almost 600. Yeah.
He could be larger. And also, let's see, do I have the mix for regen? Regen would be kind of a waste of a full mix right now.
How long do chemistry buffs last? Until death or end of
End
fight?
of fight.
Okay.
For all the specialty ones.
If it was until death, Chemist would be even more.
Well, no, I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah, no.
whichever comes first, I assume.
Yeah, no. They persist through in fight death, which is why partially why it's ridiculous.
Alright, damage is highly variable on the Morningstar.
So only 5 days until the Pixel remasters of 1 to 3 come out?
Yeah, the first one comes out on the 27th, and all the other two come out on 28, I think.
Weird that they would stagger it by a day.
Well, then the last three are out some other time.
Yeah, the other 3 are question
Right.
mark, but I
This
figured
crew
the first 3
has
would be.
just now arrived at Vale. It is heading out for swamp adventures. Make sure I stop at the pharmacy. Make sure I
Important.
keep 10,000 cash on hand. Local reasons.
Looks like all 3 are coming out on the 28th.
Steam listings were wrong then. Were wrong. Probably change them all the time.
Yeah.
What is the... I zoned out. What was the listing we're talking about?
28th for the Pixel remasters.
Oh, right.
Anyway, just things this team does.
Slap!
And no one saw Dragoon again. They're up there somewhere.
Moon theme play, just DuckTales moon theme playing in the distance.
Alright, so things to do. I need to capture a frog. And also the noodly thing in the back, the swamp nautilus.
It's Nautilus.
So... Frog has 1,000 health. So I need to take it down to 125 in order to administer.
What does
The
frog
business.
do when you bottle it?
It has economic value. Frog can be exchanged for goods and services.
We're gonna
Snakes
sell
can just
the
be
frog?
destroyed. Yes. Too much damage. Alright, can I get the Aquathorn though while I'm here?
What does squid do in the bottle?
Death.
What the... Okay, so
Yeah,
hey,
That squid is dead.
this is a tangent. You remember how last night I was very audibly said I was downloading a video game and that it was
Yeah.
going to take all night, right? Yeah, cool. So what if you started the video game and then it went to a different platform and then downloaded that again?
I see.
Ah, you're playing
So-
an MMO.
You're doing something on Origin.
Yes. Assassin's Creed Valhalla has Ireland DLC.
Oh.
Don't
yeah,
do
I've
that to
seen-
yourself.
It was on sale.
One of my friends is
Yeah, I was-
an Irish historian. He
I
had
was-
words to say
I
about
know, I
this.
was
say,
expecting-
Morse is a personally pretty good friend with somebody who got drunk and yelled at that DLC. Like it could hear him.
I fucking let me read the
Aquathorn is 800 health.
He is
so
using
he's
it as
real.
part of a paper he is
700
writing
damage.
on the portrayal of druids in popular culture.
Oh, I'm excited to see Ubisoft shit itself in its own cupped hands.
It's worse than you think.
I was like, it would be funny if this was exactly the same thing as the
They have
George
a
Washington DLC from Assassin's Creed 3. And it sounds exactly like that. Huh.
There's a henge in Ireland in this DLC. There's no explanation for why there's a henge.
Fight your way across through cursed forests and dazzling landscapes as you come to the aid of High King of Ireland, Flann Sina.
Alright, Frog
By
was
the way,
acquired.
Ireland has never had a high king
Frog
historically.
That's
security.
an incredibly important part of its history, yes.
Frog is known.
I'm looking forward to the
Cowards.
mystery of the druids and shouting at clouds.
Just set a game in Cornwall, cowards.
Oh, by the way, the druids all wear, like, skulls and antlers.
Specifically deer stuff. And yes, they go in on the Ceramus shit.
Expecting nothing but maybe some of the worst shit I've ever seen written.
Like all of the 1970s and the Golden Bough neo-pagan shit about what they think, / just straight up made up about Celtic paganism. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Interestingly, though, the old Irish documents in the game, pretty good. The linguists they got in to write those did a good job.
I mean, that is one of the few
Some
things
of
they
the members, some of the people trapped in the gears of Ubisoft's very diverse
Yes.
team of people of many origins trademark.
which is led by white management.
Some of them are, in fact, people versed in the subjects that they decide to include in their games. They must then
What if-
take orders from people who are not.
Yes.
They
What
just
about-
have to endure to be able to
But
actually
like
create
this
the content.
This is why I go plunging sometimes when I have the time and willpower, and I'm not gonna stream it because I don't want to perpetuate the shit. It's bullshit. But like, there is that side quest in Valhalla that's just like, you find a rock formation and the Fae fucks with you, and you count rocks, and every time you count rocks, there's more or less rocks.
You find
that's the end of the
you
side
arrive at a
quest.
circle of stones, and there's a fellow there like, "Hey, how many rocks are in this circle? Could you help me try to count these?"
Could you vibe
And
check
every
me? I think
time
I'm
you
going
attempt,
crazy.
They have changed how many rocks are there.
And then you white out, and then when you wake up, the dude who gave you the quest is a rock.
To my vague recollection, this is based on one of the actual landmark stone circles and the lore surrounding it.
Yep.
But that's great. More of that.
One of the more confusingly consistent things is their linguistics, and everything else is, throw a dart and feel like whether or not they're going to get the right side of America when they're
Talk
talking
about Ivor the
indigenous-
Boneless.
or whether or not they're going to get the right coast when they're talking about indigenous people.
One of the other really funny things about the game is asset recycling means that you're going to find weird Roman and Egyptian artifacts in Irish tombs.
My favorite thing is how
like
you
pottery.
sail to Vinland to stab one person, then sail all the way back.
Hey, Trip!
Because franchise, they use this as an opportunity to go visit a lore site that is present in the Americas from Screed 3, when Screed 3 was set very far from where Vinland probably was.
No way, yeah. Like, I think you go to a
Vinland
vault that's
would
in
be-
3, but that's not where Connor was.
And
Vinland would be somewhere in, like, Canada?
and also,
Newfoundland and or Labrador.
one of the artifacts you get is basically like supposed to be from the local indigenous people, and it is very clearly Pacific Northwestern. Like very, very specifically can point to the people who would have made it.
We can
in
tell
this
you
region.
which tribe made this.
And yeah, as you would imagine, when that came out, the specific peoples involved were like, "Yo, what the fuck?" And
Hey, what the hell?
being Ubisoft, they were like, "Lol, Lamau."
I mean, the last
I'd like to
Assassin's
personally
Creed
destroy
game
many
I
people who
played
work at
was
Ubisoft.
Yes,
the one in Constantinople. So
that was the last one I gave a shit about, and it feels like it was the correct decision, if not
That's-
later than it should have been.
yeah,
I-
Ezio
honestly,
was the
yeah.
last character I gave a shit about, and also
Ezio-
Constantinople
As
was the
someone
last.
who has been keeping up with the franchise out of sheer spite, basically, at this point, and sometimes they're fun games, legitimately. The only good Assassin's Creeds are Black Flag, kind of Syndicate, even though the shit Ubisoft has Mark say is kind of heinous. That's it.
I mean, the reason I played Assassin's Creed was to go climb around old
Yeah, like-
European cities and see the architecture.
That's the other thing, is that like they do an incredible, like their art team is phenomenal at the thing they do, so it's just real fun to crawl around places, but there's the rest of it attached to this weird tourism thing.
Well, I mean, the problem for me was that after the Constantinople game, we left areas with huge built-up cities.
Look at Kryle's fantastic dance. That was delightful and put
Kryle
joy
has
back
a-
in my heart.
Yes, Bronze a wonderful dance.
Like,
And
the
Checking on
Italian...
Morgan, do you want a subject change, or are you doing okay?
I don't want to inconvenience, but I personally really appreciate it for rage-related reasons.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Okay, let's discuss
Ubisoft
architecture.
can fall off
Moving
its
on.
horse
then, yeah.
in other places and other times.
I
They
love
did put
the
Loki in that
dismay
wolf shirt.
on the face of that front lizard, and yes, I remember that. That was very good when you shared it with me.
The one mode of light in a sea of garbage.
Which one is the front lizard?
Good question.
I mean,
Intense theological debates, but yes.
The sequel to Krenmark, the Blizzard. Yeah, that's the name.
The Blizzard.
yeah, the twin lizard has two heads.
Incredible.
Does it have like
Don't worry about it.
a thermal exhaust port
Don't
at its
worry
center?
about it.
You've heard of a skink. Now here's this.
It contains a reactor.
I have seen a two-headed lizard before, but it did not work quite like this.
The twin lizard is a perfectly efficient being.
The
It
ultimate life form.
So it
The
just
twin
like
lizard, cat dog.
it expels gases from its skin, and it doesn't need to get rid of anything else. So it just has the two heads to intake.
Yep. Yep, all other materials it makes complete use of.
Alternatively, all metabolites are converted directly into screaming at its own existence.
Maybe it just has an underbelly port.
one complete set of internal organs that are not attached to any of the interior walls, so that the entire thing can reorient to face the other direction as needed.
No, just like
I
cats.
see, it's a flight rising dragon. The one currently facing the party, though, is what I meant initially by frontless, and it looks so...
Okay, the one closer to the ground. Got it.
Yes.
Yeah, it just looks so dismayed. It's really anxious and doesn't actually want to be here.
Were we adopted?
No.
Aw.
It doesn't do
Failed.
anything useful if you put it in a bottle, so...
This is not the team that keeps creatures in jars.
Yeah, what are these things, though? That's like a
Whoa.
subtle art style change, and I love them.
They're the Black
Those are Black
Warlocks.
Warlocks, yeah.
They actually will fuck you up if you don't take them seriously. Like the art
Isn't a
style
warlock already like a dark magician, basically?
depends on your
A
cultural
warlock
context.
in English language is traditionally the masculine form of witch.
Yeah, it is gendered
Okay.
gendered form of witch is the
I did not
correct
know
thing.
that. I thought warlock was just a different thing completely.
Linguistic drift meant it became a different thing, it's just especially because of the cultural and gender connotations, but
Because never heard anyone
warlock
burning
was
warlocks.
sometimes used if you just... Like, witch was often used interdependently from my reading, but
Yep.
sometimes warlock was a thing.
So
Yeah,
they just accuse someone of being a warlock, that means something?
it means that they are doing
It means they're doing witchcraft, which,
Yeah.
in this sense, is just bad magic. Magic which is not acceptable.
yes.
It's
Like
all
in,
magic,
in
though.
settings such as this would be the magic everyone agrees we don't touch.
I mean,
Whereas in actuality, it was just like cunning men and women.
Yes.
People who were
You
on
are
the fringes of
practicing
society.
your home folk religion instead of state-approved ritual, therefore
you
you are
ha-
a criminal.
Well, I mean, there's
Well-
also in a number of magical belief systems, there is also magic you should not be doing, and that's what witches do, as opposed to
Yeah.
our people who do the good magic.
Yes.
Well, from my folklore reading as well, there's also, like, in England especially, the heavy presence of Christian witches.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Appalachia too.
Yeah, they were still using the same belief
Appalachia
systems,
had
but just
had
using the
magicians.
folk medicine
Everywhere
instead.
has
Yes.
magicians.
Appalachia has a ton of hedge magic tradition.
Appalachia still has a very alive and thriving tradition of folk magic.
Is
That
Mothman,
is
was
very-
Mothman created in a laboratory by a wizard?
No,
No,
Mothman is
moving
a
on.
completely unrelated thing to do with UFO people.
But like, specifically, like Appalachian folk magic is often very, very intertwined with the local forms of Protestant Christianity, and is mostly preserved traditions to do with luck, health, and the sort of things that you would imagine would stick around in, folklore and cunning folk magic. To
Yeah, a lot of it is medical.
Yeah, we live out in the sticks. If you get sick or something goes bad, we wanted an edge on our side. And we also don't want whatever bad shit is out there to come down here. Or up here, depending on where
Shout
you
out
are.
briefly to the Scottish fraternity of horse wizards, whose tome I will obtain. Point.
Alright, second ring acquired.
Yeah, tell me about these horse wizards.
but in this case, these
They invented the horseman's word.
in this case, these black warlocks are probably just like cultist worshippers of X-Death.
Oh yeah, these are just assholes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
in
almost
D&D parlance, which this is, probably in the process of drawing off of vaguely continuously.
I don't think they had defined warlocks in
They may
D&D.
not
Uh,
have started to use
yes,
Warlock as a
in
class
the-
name yet, as of
In the
this time
90s,
life.
warlocks were not a thing in D&D, yeah.
So they would eventually go on to be magic user who specifically is invoking the power of a separate entity with which you have entered a pact.
Yeah, you have made a deal. You don't actually have magic powers on your own. You are loaning it from something else in exchange for, well, you made the deal. You defined it.
Which, incidentally, is how the pretty large subset of real-world magical practices work.
I would say plurality, if not majority, are you are not doing anything yourself. You are asking the magic things out there to do you a solid.
Warlocks are as recent as War Mages and Wujen.
Yeah, I remember they were late 3.5.
Yeah, like late 3rd edition, yeah. Warlocks got much bigger in 4th, though.
Yeah,
and-
they were a core class in 4th, and that is what gave them a lot of visibility. And they were magic, so they stuck around, unlike the Warlord, because people were cowards.
Yep.
Also, I went into the Horse Wizards in a previous map stream, but I'm mainly interested in their stuff, not for their own sake, but the fact that the collected manuscript that I want to get a hold of is one of the only places in the fucking world outside of the Library of Glasgow, which has not answered my email, where I can obtain and read, I believe, the 15th century autobiography of a just normal farmer. Just a farmer who wrote earnestly and honestly about what it was like being a farmer at that precise point in his
When did you send your email to them?
life, and there is one copy of that book extant in the wild
Frog him.
outside of the Horse Wizard Compendium. And the reason it was in the Horse Wizard Compendium is because he was a vocal critic of the Horse Wizard cult.
But
That's
what
amazing.
when did you send your email to the library?
Like
Was it-
over a month ago at this point.
Okay,
I
so
am willing to
recently,
use
as
my-
opposed to during the COVID times.
I am willing to
Well,
use my library
older
credentials
COVID
to
times.
squeeze on them and go, hey, can you get me a scan of that for library purposes?
Okay, so that
I'm
isn't
not sure
enabled.
that you have an interlibrary loan network that extends across the Atlantic.
The first
Ah,
thing that must
probably
be
not,
done
but-
here is to destroy an old dog's bones.
Yes.
All of them.
Well, right, okay.
Fight
Yes,
me!
Dog had not yet been slapped very hard until his hips displaced yet.
So, the complete arcane expansion of 3.5 came out 2 years prior to Final Fantasy V Advance.
And assigning the name of Warlock to those enemies goes back to the
SNES.
the PS1 script also called them Black Warlock.
Oh, I thought they were just called Dark Wizard then still. or
Dark
was that-
Wizard is the fan translation.
Ah,
So they were probably just thumbing through a
Wait.
thesaurus for the words for wizard rather than assigning anything.
One of the things the FF Wiki
Wait.
does maintain that's accurate is a full listing of all the names of things across versions, including the original Japanese script. You can see the
hadn't,
cases where they phonetically wrote out an English word versus when they had some other name.
And some of those phonetically written out English words then get mistranslated back because they're not phoneticized especially
Yeah,
well.
because ambiguities emerge, and then the translator bringing it back over doesn't notice.
You were saying, Morgan?
I hadn't realized until this exact moment that, Gallup had no idea that Bart's was his friend's son.
Oh yeah, no one. Yeah, this is the actual plot moment where people haven't realized. You can insinuate it much earlier if you do optional cutscenes, but this is the first time it is stated.
Bart's didn't bring it up.
No one explicitly mentioned it until now.
Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask.
Anyway, now we
And
can
I don't
perform
think
the much
Gallup
more
ever
important work.
mentioned his friend's name to Bart's. So.
Yeah. You give me the frog and 10,000 bucks, and I will give you this mystery jug.
Okay.
Aw.
I'll eat like a king tonight!
This man who was rooting around in the Wolf Village sewer looking for frogs.
So yeah, remember how that toad was giant neon colors and the size of 3 people? Yeah, this dude's just gonna fucking go to town with a fork and knife.
Anyway, here is the gorge.
This dude's looking to get fucking crunk.
Yup.
strange wizard.
Because,
Yeah,
I mean, there's only one kind of thing you get when a frog is bright colors.
Dead or high or both.
Yep.
But yeah,
So
this
the gorge
this gorge
boosts the capture threshold on enemies from 1/8 to 1/2 of their health, which makes it much easier to casually toss things in the gourd.
Now we can capture many, many bears.
Yes. Anyway,
Still trying to pry those rings off their fingers.
no escape.
Now we're done.
Frog in.
Just
Fish
another
on.
day in meat fort.
Okay, 3 wizards have been robbed. Now we
Still
must
gotta
find
get
a
a fourth.
4th.
Also, so someone in the chat did voice at some point why we did not switch anyone else to have steel to help speed this up.
No one else
Thief
has
was this
learned
team's
it.
last job. No
We
one has
haven't had
mastered
time.
Thief yet. In due time.
And Thief's gloves mean he has increased steal rate? Yes?
Double.
Okay. So we are
Now have
stealing as
these
efficiently as it is possible for us to steal.
And since this is a team that never uses beneficial magics on itself, there's no downside to wearing the reflect rings, other than going without whatever other accessory you might have put instead.
They are there until we get hermit sandals.
Anyway, now that we have had the final Kelgar punched, we can now collect our second Kelgar.
Bro!
Now it is time for this wolf to die.
I told you, ghosts are real!
I do find it
I
funny
knew I
that
should have felt the ghost devouring punch.
Did the tree steal his ghost too?
You'll see. The answer is yes.
Good and proper. I'm glad that, like, when sped up, it just makes the meat wall hyperventilate.
Oh no.
I
Look
do
at
find
it. It was a perfectly good castle, and now it's got anxiety.
I do also love that the
Oh, I could steal from that one in the back of this encounter. Yeah, we live here now, forever.
the very jaunty victory tune that plays when you see all the meat is very dissonant.
Look, the band that is playing the background music can't see what you're fighting against.
I do find it funny that Kelgar, the only non-human one, is the only one who doesn't get called a king. He gets called Lord instead.
Well, that's because werewolves reject royalty.
I mean, that's fair.
I figured during previous rounds of thinking about the lore of this game that he's just kind of village patriarch, because
Yeah,
like
he's-
that's how wolves
he's
do.
us.
Yeah, he's just dad. I mean,
He is just town dad.
wolves don't do royalty.
Yeah, I think the first wolf to come up with the idea of the divine right of kings would get a fist in the snout.
His dad is only not a king because he came to World 1 instead. I'm sure he would have been a king if he had stayed in World 2.
That's probably why he left.
If I go back
You
after
wanted to
doing
be a
this, I'm gonna end
ninja,
up with
not
a
a king.
job. Someone's gonna put a crown on my head, and then I'll have to file paperwork.
I'm gonna go to
So we come
space so
full
I don't have to
circle.
deal with this
Taxes.
shit.
Dorgan was a committed anarcho-syndicalist, and the moment they said they wanted to make him king, he just screamed and ran for the nearest rock with a jet engine.
Right, this is also happening. Hello.
Oh, right, shit!
Okay, whose buffs are what?
Good question. How ready are we to push this fight into go mode? Alright, there's 1,000 damage flail. That's pretty good. But he could
Wait,
be
isn't-
taller.
Isn't this boss fight incredibly hard?
It
Sometimes.
needs a lot of preparation.
Alright, Glenn is dead.
This boss fight is incredibly hard for some team compositions and just requires a lot of preparation for most others.
Which does mean I need to mix her another Leviself.
And then there was the small people team which killed it in like a minute.
Yeah, that's how fishing for instant death goes when it goes well.
Or I can just finish angering the, Fiend's Kiss, Antidote. Finish angering the Fire Crystal.
Enrage the world needs.
So before X-Death escaped again, what was at X-Death's castle in this world?
Monsters.
Bears. Gilgamesh, probably.
Because yeah, that probably would have been where Dorgan's kingdom probably would have been if he had been forced to stay.
Okay, Lena lost her Fire Absorb or never had Fire Absorb in the first place. Good to know. And then it is bottom crystal that's earth. Back crystal is fire, front crystal is water. Well, I can verify which one is the damp crystal very easily. I have tools by which to conduct the science. There we go.
Does healing a crystal make it less angry?
Yes, if you push it
Yes.
back above the health threshold for that.
This is incredibly important knowledge. If you push too far too fast, you need to immediately slam on the brakes.
And Lena dies again.
Yeah, so we'll just take that one out. Call it a draw.
Okay, so that was the fire one that just died?
Yes. So, with that in mind, let me... Dark matter plus...
I think it's up is fire, left is earth, and then I don't remember electric and ice.
So
Well,
let's
water
take
is
out the water
front
crystal.
one, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, then, wow, yeah. Then lightning should be bottom then, I think.
You will continue to drink the hero cocktails.
So we're just gonna let Lena rest now?
I'll pick Lena back up now that there is no longer wave after wave of Hadoukens coming in hot. So what now needs to happen is I need to get ready to... I will take out Earth Crystal first, and then I will have nothing to distract me from rushing down Wind
Okay,
Crystal.
So first Lena has to hover.
Lena has to hover. Oh. And then somewhere in this table is Dragon Fang plus Phoenix down would give me Protect Shell, Regen, Reflect, which do I have? Do we have teeth? Do we have teeth? We got teeth. We have a couple of teeth.
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 Who gets the teeth?
Galuf gets teeth.
These are the last teeth you will ever have, old man.
I mean, Dragon Dentures would be a power move. Meanwhile,
Good
Nice.
morning.
I'm sorry,
Night's
my brain
Rest
got
of
stuck for a
Village.
couple of seconds there. So, you know how they say that sewing dragon teeth gets you soldiers? Do you think that works if you put them in your gums?
What, you get like a draconic tooth transplant and then there's just a guy?
Yeah,
And then
then,
you
like,
get-
yeah.
you get
if you
guys-
put
Puff up an
dragon
egg.
teeth in the ground, soldiers grow. Everyone knows
So,
this.
so if you
But
make
if you put
dentures
them-
out of dragon
Yeah.
teeth, you can then breathe soldiers out.
Or do they just like grow a phalanx out of your gums and make your head explode like scanners?
Now catching is easy because I can just pass the gourd from person to person.
Really, I just wanted to put
Yeah.
that mental image in all of your heads.
I have no answer to this that doesn't
Well, the
swerve
thing,
hard into body horror. So
Well,
I'm gonna
the-
share a folklore fact instead.
I was kind of
thing
setting it
about-
up for that, but yeah, go
well,
ahead.
the thing about the dragon teeth is that the soldiers fight each other.
So they immediately start beating the shit out of each other in your mouth.
Yes. You just get a mouthful of broken soldiers and blood.
Delightful.
I mean, the implication was that you had to plant them and they had to grow in the soil. I don't think they can do that in your mouth because generally plants can't grow in your mouth.
Well, I mean, if you put some,
Well,
I mean, if you try hard enough, you
I
can
got
grow
some
all
bad
kinds.
news for you that flesh is a valid substrate in many cases.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Go on.
I went to go check for more horse wizard information and instead found a delightful nugget of information about Michaelmas Day in Cornwall on the 11th of October.
Okay.
So, the Feast of Saint Michael the Archangel.
I don't know. Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just
So-
keeping that in mind. Avenging Archangel.
For
no, not
general
Avenger.
British folklore,
Is the
blackberries
warrior
should not be.
archangel.
Yes, blackberries should not be picked after the 11th of October because Satan was banished from heaven on this day,
Oh,
fell
yeah.
into a blackberry bush, and cursed the brambles as he fell into them.
Uh,
The Cornish variant
Okay.
specifies that it's also because he got up and immediately pissed on.
Okay, so don't pick late blackberries because they're covered in demon piss.
Yes. My
I
meaning's
mean-
plain.
I mean, okay. If you pick berries late enough in the season, they will have started to rot and ferment and probably get really nasty tasting. So I can understand that becoming folklore tradition because you would taste it's like, ugh, who peed on this?
Satan ruined
Well,
my
no.
blackberries.
No,
He
well,
ruined them.
Lucifer, not Satan. This is a hill I will die on. Satan is a good dude and my bro and the prosecutor of heaven.
Look, dude, you're right in Judaism. You're gonna have to argue with Christians about that one.
I have had a lifetime of practice.
See,
There's also the Midnight Washerwoman, which is a lot of fun. Is anyone familiar with that one?
No, I've never heard of it.
Nope, never.
So in
She
Cornwall,
sounds like some kind of urban legend.
yeah, it's a mix of that and a spin on the whole like three crones thing.
Oh, yeah.
The Midnight Washerwomen are three old laundresses in Celtic mythology, but particularly in Wales and Cornwall, where a passerby must avoid being seen by them. If they do get seen, they are required to help wring out the sheets. If they twist the sheets in the same direction as the washerwoman, the individual's arms will be wrenched from their sockets and they will get pulled into the wet sheets and killed instantly. If,
Holy
however, they
shit!
twist in the opposite direction, the washerwomen are required to grant them 3 wishes.
Oh, that was a pretty fucked up story.
Don't put this 50-50 mix up.
Okay.
I mean, you're trying to wring something out, right? So yeah, you would twist it, right? Why would you twist it in the same direction they're going? This is
Learn
just
how
a
to help
check.
people
Which
with their
way to
laundry
twist
or
it.
suffer eternal torment.
This is just a check. Like, do you know how to do mundane bullshit, or are you a bum bat? Well, there you go. Your arms. Have fun.
I'm still stuck on blackberries, and I'm still thinking about picking my blackberries within like 2 weeks now. I mean, the problem is they're still firm and they're still red. They're not even black yet, which is annoying.
I mean, if it's before Michaelmas Day, then that's like months.
You're good so long as it's before the 11th, in England specifically.
Yeah, that's
You get
fair.
an extra day out of it.
I couldn't
Satan.
imagine our blackberries surviving till October, considering
The
our raspberries
Lightbringer-
are all gone.
The Lightbringer fell nuts first into a blackberry bush, and then nothing was ever the same.
Got nuts first. Ugh.
I miss the tradition of old medieval depictions of the devil having him being a bungling idiot who would always get himself into more trouble than he actually got other people into.
Yeah, the medieval devil is someone that a random peasant can outwit as long as they are a moral person.
Yep. I think
Devil ain't shit.
I think my favorite of all of those stories is the Devil's Horseshoes. You may be familiar with that one.
Oh yeah, that's the one with the ox shoes, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, let me hang on. Let me pull up This is one of the apocryphal ways of describing why horseshoes are considered lucky.
Yeah. It is the story about how Lucifer gets clowned on by one dude with a hammer.
Yeah, he just visits a blacksmith, and he just shows up one day, and he's like, "Hey, dude, I heard you shoe horses, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Okay, so you accept any client who's willing to pay you, right?" "Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm." And it's like, "Okay, where are you going with this?" And the devil, being not very clever in these, is basically, okay, actually I'm reading this and there's several versions of this that are immediately funny. One of these stories starts with the devil walks into his workshop to start shit, and immediately, as he is working in his forge, turns around with his tongs that are straight from the fire, turns around, sees the devil, and grabs him by the nose with the red-hot tongs before he can even speak. Just like, nuh-uh. Boink! The devil is screaming and hollering, trying to get this off of his nose, while the blacksmith is asking, what the hell do you want? And so
The devil doesn't really do disguises.
Yeah. Or if the devil does do disguises, they are always incredibly incompetent and found out, which is the measure that I remember, which was, before I looked it up, the way I remembered it was the devil wanted to have his personal horse shoe. And the blacksmith was like, oh, sure, yeah, totally. And then when he kneeled down to shoe the horse, he saw that the man he was working with had horse's hooves himself and was thus the devil. And rather than pick up the horse's hooves to shoe it, he got a horseshoe that, again, he put near the stove to make red hot with red hot nails, grabbed the devil by the hoof, and hammered in a red hot horseshoe into his hoof. At the point the devil just starts hopping around screaming in agony. Just like, oh my, why would you do this? Well, okay, I know why would you do this, but come on, man! I'm just a little guy, give me a break! And then he's at this point, he's like, okay, I'll let you go, so long as you agree to never approach a house that has a horseshoe over it. He's like, fine, deal, okay, duh! And that's the story that it comes from, is basically a lot of the stuff that is said to repel the devil in a lot of older folklore comes down to the devil got really humiliatingly owned once and doesn't want to remember it.
And this is why it is completely canon that the devil would be like, yo dude, I got a fiddle. I got a golden fiddle. You want to have a fiddle contest?
I bet I'm better than you.
And then loses to some random kid from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Oh,
another
good
set
shit.
of rocks down.
Is this 3 or 4?
3. This will be Gallup's third trip into the tree.
The penultimate trip. Eventually. Weird.
You can actually trace culturally the influence of certain sects of religion in both Catholicism and Protestantism by how seriously the devil gets taken, mostly in American evangelism in modern day. But
the medieval devil being incompetent is actually theologically important.
It's critical.
Because it means that it's no one's fault but your own if you're evil.
Yeah, you can't
Because
blame the
you
devil.
decided to listen to the dipshit.
Yeah, you can't blame the devil because the devil is terrible at his job, and God lets him stick around because he's terrible. And if you listen to the guy with terrible ideas, that's on you.
Why did you listen to the dipshit that we
And
keep around?
then he evolved into the scare tactic that most people are familiar with today. Which, in the eyes of most of the history of the church in most of its forms, would be seen as more or less of a Nietzschean heresy at this point.
Oh yeah, the devil of modern American Protestantism is so powerful that he may as well be God 2.0.
Why did
but
you
bad.
promote Wrongo the Clown, who teaches children what wrong behavior is, into some sort of vengeful demiurge?
Yeah, like growing up, I was always like, oh, so the devil is anti-god, right? So they're equals.
Yeah,
No,
basically,
they're not.
basically every theological brain trap that people will have about the problem of evil and hell is because of how much disproportionate space the devil and hell have
Why did
taken
you
up
promote
in-
the clown?
Yeah.
And in Judaism, our version of Satan is a good guy, but he's the prosecuting attorney of heaven.
Yep.
His job is essentially to sit on your shoulder and be like, well, you could do this bad thing. Why would I do that? I don't know, but you could do it.
I'm just here to remind you, you got the option.
Ah, intrusive thoughts.
Yeah,
Yes.
You could do this. You
You
should,
have
but you
free
can
will.
do it.
You have free will. I'm just reminding you, you could just do that.
Because the point is that it's easy to be good
When you're not tested.
when you're not tested. And so the point is, to actually be good, you have to know that you could do something bad and not do it.
The story of, hey, that guy looks pretty devout, but he's also pretty rich. Maybe he's just faking it.
The entire story of Job is theologically a lot more sensible in Judaism than it is in Christianity.
In Judaism, it still also has Satan turn to God and be like, oh,
Dude, what the
no.
fuck?
you're going a little hard
Lies.
here, buddy.
Full
Please
glory
hit-
to the Hypno Crown.
All glory. But yeah, like, important part of the Book of Job is, yeah, in the Book of Job, in Judaism, it's the prosecuting attorney turning to God going, okay, dude, I admit it, you win. You've made your point. I don't want to do my job anymore, dude. Let him go. And God's just like, no, I have a point to make.
And
You
the
dared
reason that Satan has this job in Judaism is that when God made Eden, Satan was the angel who was like, this is a bad idea. Humans are gonna fuck up. They're not good. And God was like, well, I'm gonna do it anyway, but you know, you have a good point, so I'm gonna make it your job to prove that you're right and I'm wrong.
And what a job he did.
Fantastic job of it, even.
And Satan would very much like to be wrong every time, but he doesn't like or trust humans.
Okay, our first social experiment. Welcome to this place with exactly one rule.
Do not do that. Well, that didn't last long.
Do it! Do it, though!
Do you want to press the big red button?
There is
You
a
shouldn't.
very apropos Terry Pratchett quote about how if somebody in a cave somewhere painted a sign on the wall that says world-ending button do not touch and put a button underneath it, the paint would not have time to dry before someone pushed the button.
Oh, hey, it's grass.
You've always just been
Welcome to grass.
why put it there then? Why just not do that? Do you know that's an option, right? You can't not put the thing there.
The
That's-
explanation
yeah.
in Judaism is you can't. The thing has to exist, and everything is in Eden. There is no other place outside Eden yet. So we only have the one place to put it. Here's
Then
your
pick
rules.
up the hammer and nails and make somewhere different.
God was taking a rest.
Rest day is very important. You can't work if you rest. It's a law.
Yeah, like a lot of the nonsense stuff makes more sense in the original context when you don't have hundreds and thousands of years of
Steve is only carrying one gold needle.
Judaism has
Off
the
it
hundreds
goes.
of thousands of years of arguments of how to make it make sense. Christianity has that on top of the shit we added that also
Yeah,
directly contradicts everything.
It is important to note here that all of the stuff in the Torah, we have thousands of years of commentary on. We have academic arguments between people who have been dead for centuries
This team should
over
probably
why this story
do over.
exists, what it means, and why things
We can
were in this specific manner.
The
And
wisdom
we
of
have-
the time mage. Hit the bricks.
My
Is
favorite
Is
part of it
FFour
is
made of meat or lava there?
Lava.
Acid.
It is
my
treated
Mighty
favorite
as-
people,
part
it's
of
not
the,
lava, it's acid. We're in Meat House, where everything's made of meat.
So here's my favorite actual argument that came out of the setup of Eden, which was, could Adam eat meat?
Oh,
Was Adam allowed to eat meat?
I could feel the quivering of 1,000 arguments starting over that.
Now, the answer to this on a surface level is no. Because Adam was given rulership over the beasts, but was not given permission to eat them. He was only given permission to eat of the plant. But Noah was later given dominion over the beasts of the land and sea and air to eat as well. So from this, we can take that before Noah, everyone had to be vegetarian. Except the rabbis then argue, well, no, we know Adam ate meat because of this other section. So where did he get the meat? Since obviously he couldn't have killed any animals for it. And from this, the rabbis then argue, okay, well, there were angels, and the angels gave Adam meat that was never part of any animal.
Meat angels!
The meat
Yes.
angel who delivers meat unto the virtuous. The true
Children
meat,
love the
undivided.
meat angel.
And to this, the rabbis ask, okay, seriously? Meat angels? And one of the
Okay, hold on,
rabbis
wait, wait.
answers, one of the rabbis answers, yes, divine meat exists. I have seen it.
What the fuck?
And the rabbis are like, go on.
This is getting more wild every
You
time
know
you
how
tell me about the
good-
Talmud.
Your hookup was?
Yo, hook me up with that divine charcuterie, man!
So the rabbis are like, go on. Okay, so I was walking on the road one day, and a lion attacked. And so I
As
dropped
they
my
do,
knees.
yeah.
And so I dropped my knees and prayed to God to save me from this lion. And a haunch of meat appeared out of nowhere and dropped into the lion's.
No
Since
one
this
just
is
called
the,
bullshit on this!
No, everyone's just like, okay, obviously this happened. We have a new question. Is this meat kosher?
Hmm.
And so the conclusion is, well, the angels gave it to Adam, and the angels would never break divine law. Therefore, the meat must be kosher.
But did kosher law exist?
Yes, yes,
And-
because the Torah, the Torah had not yet been given to humanity. It existed already. The law was
Right.
already there.
Right.
So the
Wait.
angels would not make non-kosher meat for Adam to eat.
I don't know. I don't know if you put the big red button, like, if God,
No,
if God is,
so
is
here's the
liable to
thing.
Well,
get
no, you have to
around
understand, they're
because
angels.
he wants to see
Angels
humans find
physically-
out.
Well, angels physically cannot disobey God. They cannot
Gods
do
can't break the
anything.
rules.
Yeah, that's
They
what
would
I'm
have to
saying. Like,
Anyway.
So we determined that the meat must be kosher. So then one of the rabbis asks, okay, but what if it appears to be a donkey? We know donkeys aren't kosher. What happens if it looks like a donkey leg?
An angel hands you a donkey haunch, what do?
And the rabbi's response to this was, we have already logically proven the meat is kosher. Stop being an idiot.
Okay, that's the line.
But we've
That's my
already
favorite
talked.
part of all of these stories is finding the exact line where the rabbis stop and just go, okay, no, do more.
But But wait, we've already talked about Satan is already able to offer you other choices. Why wouldn't Satan be able to just hand you the donkey?
Satan's job is to remind you can't. Okay, Satan's job, as far as my understanding goes, is he can remind humans. Humans have the ability to break the law.
It is the title of adversary. You are fulfilling an office.
He is what is called the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination, which is just him going, well, you could do this bad.
So
that's
he
it.
wouldn't,
That's the entire
he
thing.
He wouldn't hand you the donkey leg, but he would show
No,
it to
he'd
you.
just be like, you could eat this donkey. No one would know.
Yeah.
Nice. I appreciated
Right.
the cuttlefish? Nautilus
Nautilus, natural
chew?
predator of grass.
So he
Not
can
really.
hold up the donkey leg in front of you and say, you could eat this, but he wouldn't actually physically hand it to you.
Correct.
Aye.
I'm just like, but it's been established that God will do pranks. He will fuck around to watch humans find out.
Oh, God will, yes.
It seems
God-
in character for
God's
God to
not
be
an
like,
angel.
So-
hand him this, it'll be funny.
Very important thing I have learned from Morris is that Judaism is extremely willing to admit that God is both fallible and kind of an asshole that you have to hold back on his own end of
Sometimes,
the
yes.
argument.
But the other notable thing is God loses arguments.
Yes.
You can out-argue God. He wants you to out-argue him, actually. And the proof of this is the story of Aknai's oven.
Yes!
So, one of the laws of cleanliness has to do with the materials you use and when they become ritually impure. And one of the things that can easily become ritually impure is clay. And this is important because ovens were made of clay. So someone develops a new oven and takes it to the rabbis to determine, hey, is this new oven design going to have problems with ritual purity laws? And the rabbis examine the oven, and they get in an argument over it. Everyone, all of the rabbis except one guy, think that the oven is fine. That one guy is like, no, this oven sucks. And so they decide to have a debate to decide which group is correct. So the one guy who everyone disagrees with is like, well, if I'm right, then let the world show it. Let the walls themselves bow down before me to show that I am correct. And the walls do, because he is a very holy man. And the other rabbis are like, okay, but that's not an argument. And so the other guy goes, all right, if I'm correct, let the stream show it. Let it flow backwards to prove it. Stream flows backwards. And the other rabbis are like, that's very impressive, but again, that's not an argument. So, I'm correct. Let God himself speak to agree with me. And God's voice booms out of the heavens. He's right, you idiots. Listen to him. At which point, the leader of the rabbis that are disagreeing with him turns to look at the sky, raises a finger, and essentially says, cite your sources. The law is not in heaven.
It is not in heaven remains one of my favorite phrases after you first told me this story. Shut the fuck up. You stay out of this.
At which point God bursts out laughing and declares, my children have defeated me. It goes off to celebrate, or, well, doesn't go anywhere to celebrate because God is everywhere. You know what I mean.
It dissipates to celebrate.
Yes. And the oven is declared to be ritually pure. The rabbis have won the argument. And as a result of this, the one guy who disagreed ends up getting shunned by the community and driven out. And because of this, the rabbi who led the argument against him is then cursed by God, because even though you won the argument, it's not okay to be a dick and drive him out.
Yep.
I hate to say it, but I'm with God on this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, winning the argument against God is to the credit of the guy who won. Yes, good, but you shouldn't be a dick and
Don't get a big head about
yeah.
it.
Yeah, just because you won the argument does not mean you now get to judge who can and cannot take part. There are multiple moral lessons included in every Talmud story.
I do
Just
find it
because.
funny that it was all just based on the fact that he was using a very bad syllogism of,
Yeah.
if X, then Y. Well, Y can be true, but X doesn't have to be true at all. The
Yeah,
entire thing is him using the same logical structure again and again,
And
which is just
it's
wrong.
eventually
He's just
with an
trying
appeal
to
to
declare
authority.
that he is correct through appeal to holiness and power. But that doesn't matter because you have to be correct through the text. You have to
You are
argue-
very tall, but explain the oven. We're discussing ovens. What does this
Morty.
mean about clay? This has nothing to do
No,
with
you
corn.
can't just vibe check the stove. Please explain why the vibes are bad.
If this stove is this stove is not ritually pure, and because of that, 2 + 2 is equal to 4. Is basically what I'm hearing here.
Yeah. The difference is the rabbi is literally performing miracles.
Sure.
Yeah,
But-
which, yes, very impressive. Cite your sources.
I think a fun thing that also implies is that even God isn't above, like, having to be an active member of the community.
Yes.
Yep.
He has to, one, show up for the Scholar Dome, and two,
This
be
is
like, okay,
how
this is,
most
this-
ancient gods work.
Yeah.
Like, it is not in heaven, specifically, is a law in the Torah. It specifically is taken to mean that the community determines what the laws mean. There is no meaning to the laws in and of themselves without the consensus of the community.
It is literally a consensus of the governed approach from thousands of years ago.
I have questions about this blue dragon's wings. Namely, that looks very painful. Is it alright? Does it need a physical therapist?
It
I'm
kind of
sure
looks like
it's
it's
fine.
screaming.
It looks kind of like it's. What I would say is one of its legs is coming
Oh,
up
boy.
to scratch at its ear like it were a dog, and the wing is in the way.
This is not a fight one should partake in. Not
Nope.
with this team and its level of numbers. Anyway, I'm only down
Yeah.
here because, just a point, since this is the run where I look at side things that I normally run by. Yeah, so after the fortress morphs, the basement also gets redone. Here's Bone Prison.
This is where you got
Okay.
put in jail.
Nice.
I wish we
Welcome
could
to
see
Bone
what
Prison.
Appreciate
jail.
them.
I wish we could see what the giant mirror looked like inside there as well.
Still the same mirror, probably.
And the healing pond that existed in the glamored version of the castle is now a pool of acid that is not operable as a beverage.
If you're a coward, sure.
Yes. As the team is composed of cowards, they do not drink the danger water.
I mean,
See, that
wouldn't
is
you
the
be
only
coward?
part.
No.
Oh, go on.
I was gonna say, that is the only part of the castle when the glamour is gone that has glamour put on top of it. That's not acid. It is still healing water, but it makes your brain think it's acid.
I was just
And
gonna
that's
say.
a pretty good way to keep people from drinking your healing water.
Yeah, I was gonna say they have good reason to be cowards. One of their number just died.
Come on, Lana. You've got
For
it in
sense
you.
of this. Anyway, crime.
It's just
Why is
break his
everyone
finger.
glowing blue?
That is the reflect from the rings.
Hey, why the hell didn't you wait
Okay.
for me? I miss out on everything. You guys are unfair to me.
Arriving just in time for crime.
Before the fascinating discussion there of the nature of God and such, I was about to excitedly exclaim because I just learned about the Doom Bar.
The what?
Please do go on.
The Doom Bar! Created by the mermaid of Padstow as a dying curse after being shot by a sailor.
What?
Yo, you're gonna have to tell me more about this.
There are many different versions of the story. Precise details are unclear. Some versions start by saying that she used to guide ships up the estuary, and others that she would visit and spy upon ships in the harbour. Yet more say of how she used to sit upon a rock at Hawker's Cove. She then met a man, and one fell in love with the other. One version explains that she was lovesick and tried to lure him beneath the waves, but he escaped by shooting her. Another suggests that the man, Tristan Bird, fell in love with her and asked her to marry him, and then she refused, so he shot her. Another
Rude.
suggestion is that the fisherman, Tom Yeo, shot her because he thought that she was a shield. Not a shield, a seal. The ending of the legend is generally similar. With her dying breath, she levelled the curse at Padstow or at the harbour itself, stating that the harbour will be desolate or unsafe. With that, a great storm came, wrecking many boats and creating the great sandbank known as the Doom Bar.
Oh, okay, that kind of bar. All
And
right.
that kind of doom. I was thinking, like, you got doomed to run on a bar? Like, okay, like a barcade or like a bar of steel or...
Yes, yeah, now this makes sense. It's a sandbar. Okay.
It's a particularly
Yes.
deadly sandbar. That makes
And
sense.
Doom Bar
Doom
might
Bar.
be linguistic drift. Yeah, from Dunbar Sands or June Bar. It's a sandbar at the mouth of the estuary of the River Camel, where it meets the Celtic Sea on the north
The
coast of
river
Cornwall.
camel?
The
As
River
in the
Camel.
animal? Like the humped animal from the desert. Yes?
Hang on. Why is the River Camel named the River Camel? The name Camel comes from the Cornish language for the crooked one, a reference to its winding course.
So no, not related to the animal.
Not related to the animal. It comes from
Unrelated
Dar
and-
Kamal, meaning crooked river.
Okay.
So that's how we get the lizard, also. The lizard being, like, the point in England with, like, the most biodiversity at all, and second, just the Lizard Peninsula. It wasn't originally the lizard. But that's what it is now.
Because
Was
the
previously
English are
Anne
unable
Lassard.
to remember what the original words they used were.
Yeah, it was a corruption of the Cornish name Lizardar, meaning High Court. My favourite thing is the note that it's purely coincidental that much of the peninsula is composed of serpentine-bearing rock.
No, that's the fair folk having a laugh.
But yeah, the Doom Bar is composed mainly of marine sand that is continually being carried up from the seabed. More than 60% of the sand is derived from marine shells, making it an important source of agricultural lime, which has been collected for hundreds of years. An estimated 10 million tons of sand or more has been removed from the Doom Bar since the early 19th century.
Good God.
Needed all that sand to go with the mummies. The agricultural mummies.
The Doom Bar has been used in poetry to symbolize feelings of melancholy, and has given its name to the flagship ale from the local Sharps brewery. Tavern Keep, fetch me your finest Doom Ale!
I'm just gonna
Get-
note
just get-
England did, in fact, mass import mummies for use in agriculture.
Of
That
course
was a
they did.
thing.
We did fucking everything with mummies, except respect the dead.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
that's a general rule.
that is where all the cat mummies of Egypt went. They went to English fields.
Of course
Bullshit.
they fucking did.
Bullshit.
No, this
No.
is a
Look.
thing that
That
legitimately
should know that
happened.
it's all a name bullshit. They should have done better. There's a cat mummies, goddammit.
They should have done better, but they didn't. Like, England treated mummies so badly that
You
there was a
took the pharaoh's
specific
fucking pet,
respiratory
what the fuck?
condition of mummy lung.
Yes.
Yeah, mummies were used in medicine and paint
Me-
and agriculture.
Me, a genius. I'm going to have an unboxing party with this dead body from this other country that was sacredly, ritually preserved. Me, reaping what I sowed. Oh fuck, I have a lung disease.
England has never reaped what it sows.
Yeah.
No, you're
Yeah,
right.
give
the
us
Irish
time.
have.
We're
The
building
Irish
towards
have
it.
reaped what
We
the
are
British
watching
sow.
it happen, man.
I believe I watched it happen for 36 turns and nothing bad happened, so I'm pretty sure England had just a fun time.
Alright, so your Bizarro universe slice, you never got your shit slapped, yes.
It was coming. We just decided to stop playing the game.
Mhm.
Isn't that the same thing as winning when you think about it?
Yes, when I've pissed off
Yes.
every other player in the game, yes, I understand it's coming.
I mean, it definitely feels like England is, getting its comeuppance at the moment.
Yes, they're suffering from the mummy's curse of cats. Cats
Still
are
have
what
been
caused
quietly
Brexit.
losing my shit over the memory of Dot saying Brexit on all the maps and things.
It was a very wonderful emergent part of the meta of the Ludo narrative of the Europa run that people quickly became wary about large military engagements because fighting any war is prohibitively expensive, and
Yes.
you have no real control over the outcome of a war. You only pretend you have control.
I'm also going to note the British East India Company was somehow the lesser evil of the two East India companies.
We don't have to go too deep into that, I think. Or
I have
we'll
to.
start
Yeah.
pulling aneurysms.
Oh, too long
Yeah.
about that.
Last note I have to share on Cornish Doombar related information is just the delightful sentence: the Doombar moved significantly between 1825 and 2010.
Okay, closer or
yeah,
further?
Okay.
It's more of a straight line now. It used to be a lot more wiggly.
But people
Which-
dug out too much sand.
Yeah, this was why it was so fucking dangerous.
Okay. See, when you said moved, I was just imagining it just kind of reaching out towards the town. Maybe growing fingers.
Growing closer.
The Doom
extending.
Bar is encroaching.
What's going on with this team?
This team just got back from taking a rest.
This team just got the
This
gourd.
team is gradually dipping its toes into the fort.
Oh, right, because you just
Yeah,
shown
Krill
off
is
what it
here.
looked like.
Yeah, went on trip to the basement, made sure that I actually had the supplies I thought I did, and let's... Alright,
Okay,
8 Phoenix.
this
I'm probably
is-
going to have to bounce back out of there with the resources that you get from running the dungeon in order to buy more Phoenix down.
Okay, so we are challenging meat for it. Okay.
Yes. Meat is beginning, and through that, this team will also start to clear its XP debt a little bit. Meat.
But of the encounters you're going to fight, it does not include red dragons.
Yeah, dragons are large enough that you avoid them unless you have their weakness on hand.
This is the first real dungeon that has a high concentration of encounters where the correct answer with almost any team is just, nope, none for me.
I really enjoy that this meat fort is just home to dog and weird lizard and
Yeah,
speedy rabbit.
the
The
encounter table in here.
rabbit's gimmick appears to be killing itself to resurrect someone else. So.
Yeah, when it dies, it will revive someone else.
Yes.
Or at least try to. It can
It's
live.
feeding itself to one of the other animals.
Also, you can run it out of mana in advance.
Yeah, the encounter table in here is great. It just gives the idea that he sort of just dropped the castle on top of the local biome.
This is
Either-
just where the animals live now.
Yeah, either that or these are all of his pets.
Hexdeath just leaves the doors open and lets wildlife populate his general vicinity. He's a tree. That's what he does.
The walls
Nature-
are
yeah, I
made
mean-
of meat. It's a buffet.
He's a tree, and nature abhors a vacuum, so come on in. It's great. You can live here. Watch out for the dragons, though. They probably will eat you.
As he is a tree that is also a wizard, he leaves artifacts and words of power laying around for scavengers to make use of.
And reflect mages. They're just a natural part of
Enrichment
this
tools for
ecosystem.
fellow wizards.
Yeah, scavengers.
But yeah, Reflect Mages and Black Warlocks are his cultists, likely.
I like to imagine that they are kind of a middle rung in this ecosystem. They are predated on, and they eat the rabbits.
Does becoming a cultist of Xdeath just imbue you big? Do you just enlongen? Come tall?
That just happens when you're standing on the left side of the screen.
Yeah, that's a consequence of the art style. Everything on the enemy side of the screen is larger.
There are
Than the
instances
heroes.
in the game where a character will become a... Actually, in this game, sort of. Where a character will go to the left side of the screen to be a boss and suddenly be, like, 3 times bigger.
That's rad.
There's a very good piece of fan art out there in circulation somewhere of someone presenting the battle with Gilgamesh and Enkidu on the boat from the opposite perspective. So there are tiny player character versions of Gil and Enkidu against 4 enemies repainted to be the squad.
Incredible.
They use a Forza recolor to be Galuf, I think.
I was hoping it was gonna be like one of
works.
the really buff man enemies.
Big.
Hold on, I think I found it.
Please
I would
bless
do,
my
I would
eyes.
do Lena as what's this called? The
I
friend
had a
to all
gift.
children elephant, except
Garula?
wearing a wig.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Garula and a wig is what I would do there.
Oh my god, this is incredible! Oh my god, Dancer
Yeah, there we
Bards.
go. Yeah, Dancer Barts,
White Mage
Monk
Lena.
Galuf as Forza, Blue Mage Ferris as Siren. I don't quite recognize what enemy they're using as the basis for Dancer Bards, but it's a good look. And White Mage Lena as an edited Magissa.
It might be the
Incredible.
samurai class enemies that you
Yeah,
run
I
into
think
from
that's
time
the
to time.
samurai.
That might be the samurai posture.
The Enkidu sprite is also really good.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very potent.
And
I
I
love
imagine
how
if I could
White-
read the writing there, that would be accurate to Gil's spell list.
Bill is surprisingly
the-
decent at dancing and blue magic, so he's got some stuff. He's got moves.
The sleek iridescence on Dancer Bart's pants. They're good.
Wait, this group's all the way back here?
Yes.
Yeah, we're dealing with Lena.
Oh, man.
They
establishing
just mowed the
dominance over
lawn.
Poison.
I saw Meat Fort with everyone else, and I just assumed this group was a little bit closer, but
Nope.
nope.
Nope, but they are
That's
catching
on
up
the
pretty
shuffle.
quick.
That's on the shuffler this time. They've
Yeah.
been going at a very fast pace when the shuffler has allowed it.
When I was looking for that art, I had to double check where the address of that art was going to because I've been fooled before on some of that and it leads to not great places.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kefka is probably the most famous instance in the series where he has a overworld tiny man sprite and his usual battle sprites. Also, Gil has an overworld sprite in this game too, and Vexla.
I lost the Genji gloves. Good.
And according to Dissidia, Bartz's canon class is Mime.
Yeah.
You learned a lot from that fellow Go-Go.
This team does. Ooh, I should probably buy a better spear than the Trident. I think there is exactly one spear post Trident.
Yeah, this town sells
Here.
heavy weaponry, so it should have a spear here. Like swords, axes, lances, samurai swords?
But his
Yeah, heavy
his
lance.
super apparently is Spellblade dual wield rapid fire.
Yep. One of
Yep.
the signature big combos for the end game here.
And he has Goblin Punch. So canonically, Bartz has mastered Mime, Blue Mage, and whatever. Let's see, Ranger. Wherever he
Mystic
gets
Knight.
Spellblade. Yep, Mystic Knight. Yeah, so those are his classes. Officially.
Or my personal favorite variation of the Spellblade class's name, Sorcerer. Thank you, original FF5 translation. You were goofy.
Beep.
Oh yeah, you'd have to be ninja too to get to a world.
Yeah, there's a dungeon in 6 where they limit you to 3 characters so that one of your party slots can be open to load the tiny Kefka into for cutscene purposes.
Yep.
Oh my god, that's great.
I hate
6.
that dungeon.
That is a terrible dungeon, but 6 is basically the pinnacle of what they could do on the SNES. They're just, we are pushing this engine to its explosion point.
Kefka's the clown, right?
Yes.
Yes, he is the clown panto man.
Yeah, he is the clown devil. Yep.
Wait, is he actually like a Panto character?
In terms of being a gigantic
Happens.
M that chews the scenery and clowns around until he very abruptly shows that he's actually kind of a maniac, yeah.
Good, correct.
Yeah,
Like,
the
The first half of what I would say the first half, I don't really remember. Your
It's more like
introduction to
3
Kefka is
quarters, but
basically
yeah.
his. He's basically a panto villain. He's just basically a bumbling clown buffoon. Just like literally says things like "son of a submariner" in the English translation. It's just you read him as this is
Yeah.
going to be one of the Gilgamesh, is one of the random goons of the game, and then him and his real establishing, oh, this guy is actually seriously screwed up, even compared to the rest of the villains who are just kind of doing their job being imperialists, is out of spite, he poisons the well water of a town to watch them die.
Yeah,
He's
he,
put in charge of a siege that is going fine, but is taking, siege amounts of time.
So
yeah.
he kills everyone.
So he releases the mass destruction because he's bored.
He uses the biological weapons that the Empire he's working for is not a huge fan of using. Not because he was told to, but because he got bored. And he
If
wanted
anything,
the
because
PC
he was
to
told
die.
the opposite. The other, more
Yeah.
popular general was like, alright, you just wait here, I'll be back in a couple of months, I have to go do some stuff at the capital.
Yeah, the game starts you out thinking your primary enemy is going to be the Emperor, who is conquering the continent. And then, abruptly, Kefka, one of the generals, is just like, actually, no, I'm gonna backstab everyone and become
Yeah.
God.
Why
As
did
Tina-
you promote a clown to general?
He's a very
As
Because
Tina-
he's a very good wizard.
He's an incredibly good wizard and actually pretty good at following orders in the sense of he'll do what you want, even if it doesn't do it the right way.
He will achieve what you want achieved. He will just do it in horrific ways.
And as Tina Hacks mentioned, in the time and genre that it was done, the narrative pacing for Kefka is done basically perfectly to set him up as the henchman villain you fight right before the end of the game, and then he murders what you think is the primary antagonist and steals the power of the divinities of the game, and is like, surprise!
So the deal with Kefka is the Empire has been doing a little bit of stuff where they've been introducing magic into people through less than good means, let's say. Kefka was the prototype for that, and it didn't go so hot.
Yeah.
He got really strong, it also broke him.
And the guy he was before that still wasn't a great
He was an
person.
asshole before then, and then he got magic powers and an outlet.
Like,
And
all
then-
he really likes is breaking things now.
Ah, I see.
Well, the thing that they get to by the end of the game in terms of his dialogue is he doesn't feel much of anything, and this causes him, you know, opera drama levels of frustration with all other living things. He has given up on trying to understand anyone or anything, and insists, by way of violence, that nothing
You're the
matters.
Yeah, he
You
is
are
a
the wrong
nihilist
ones.
who gets very, very angry if someone tries to tell him that, no, actually, there are reasons to live.
People have reasons and emotions. Shut the fuck up. That means that I'm the one that doesn't, and that means you have to be wrong. I became a panto villain as a coping mechanism, and now that you're pushing me, I'm just going to kill you.
In comparison to the other, you know, magically infused villain who has very similar things from 14, who is just weird and likes violence for the sake of violence.
Xenos is a much more complicated character in that he is very simple and represents a very complicated thing.
Yes. Whereas Kefka is not simple in that regard.
Xenos is
Yeah.
loud and rowdy.
Both have reached the conclusion that nothing really matters. The difference is that Xenos took this as a liberating statement of, oh, then I can do whatever I want, and Kefka took this as, so everything should die.
It's
That's
the
a
limitless
complicated branching
power,
path.
uses it to, lord over the world as a god, and then gets bored of that.
Yes. He steals the power of the gods that rule the world in order to become the supreme deity to see if that fixes the anhedonia and the general detachment from everything, and it doesn't. And so he's like, well, fuck it, I'll blow it up, and if that doesn't do anything, well, then I'll be gone.
By the time you're
And-
showing up to fight him, he has stopped smiting towns arbitrarily because it just isn't as interesting as he hoped it would be.
You literally kind of find him in his own
Laying
super
on the
baroque
giant pile
tower,
of garbage and debris that he has just kind of glommed together to be his fortress.
and he's just kind of there and just kind of shrugs at you.
Yes,
Like-
I blew up the world. It wasn't as fun as I thought it would be. Oops.
And yeah, Xenos is very loudly, this character is the end state of imperialism. .jpg.
Wonder which crystal Galoof blew up. Does it ever say that?
Probably Earth,
No.
since
Yeah,
each
I
of the
would say
characters
Earth
is
because-
associated with one of them. Anyway,
Xenos has felt an emotion once, and that was when you killed him, and
Well, and now he's chasing that dragon forever, yes.
literally and metaphorically.
medicine has fixed the problem.
Good job.
Just noticed, sadly, just in this moment, that Chemist Galoof had rad golden eye heels. And now I'll never get to appreciate them again. They're
Rip.
gone. He's dead.
Now we get to see Kryle's beautiful outfit.
Kryl's
Trial,
outfit is
inherit your
very good.
grandfather's shoes immediately.
Forget the bone mail, get them shoes.
Inherit your grandfather's medical knowledge.
Funnily enough, apparently Kefka's thing in his cameos in other games is now that Kefka breaks the fourth wall.
Yes. He's basically
Clown
become
do.
the Joker in later games.
Like, he knows the camera is there and he poses for it.
He's
That's boring.
I will say that the way they integrate that into the 14 fight, they don't break the fourth wall much. What they do to represent him as being a weak character is he fucks with the indicators of how mechanics work. He actively makes the mechanics lie to you.
Oh, I hate that. I love it, but I hate that. I'm bad at dungeons
also
anyway.
He also does do
The
something with
indicators for the
camera
prank
in
attacks
the,
versus the standard attacks are reasonably
Question marks
visible.
all over him.
Okay.
But
There,
There's only one additional layer.
during his
there's-
intro cutscene, as the camera passes in front of him, he mimes firing a gun at it.
and in the normal mode, it is just if they have question marks, do the opposite of what it says. In the upgraded difficulty mode, then it actually starts getting quite cruel about it.
But that is upgraded difficulty mode where everything is cruel.
Yeah, you are opting in to have your face kicked.
You
in.
signed up for cruel mode. Here you go.
The way you know the difference between the fake ones and the real ones is do the fight enough until you remember the order.
You gotta learn.
Bob's in short-term working memory loss.
Yeah, no, the raids are very much there for the people they are designed for.
Savage raids are optional content that have no story importance whatsoever. So.
And mostly
Oh,
rewards.
good.
The high tier content is there for people who want to play high tier content. There is no additional story information. There is no gear that matters unless you are doing high tier content. It's just there if you enjoy that challenge.
The heightened difficulty versions of fights are narratively framed as not actually happening in various ways.
Yeah,
One of the main ones is there is a bard who is following you around and chronicling your adventures, and then gives you the song they have written about that thing you killed the other day.
And
Which
it
they
is,
decided
And
to
in their
switch up
version of
for
the
extra
story, it was a
drama.
much more vicious battle.
yeah, that is consistently my favorite framing device. Is the Wandering Bard. Is all of the extreme fights that you get through him are just. So yeah, you told me how it went, but I decided it was kind of boring, and I jazzed it up a little bit. Here,
You can
listen to
jazz it up
this.
a little.
And then
finally jazzed it up.
And then
I mean,
you go through his version of the fight, and it's ridiculous.
You say you fought the ultimate weapon and kind of the front fell off because of divine intervention, and I feel like that's a bit of an anticlimax, so...
What if the goddess reached down and it didn't work and you had to keep going? That sounds more interesting, doesn't it?
And then it throws the moon at you!
Or
That happened last
there's
year.
other ones where it's like
It
you,
found a second
you
moon
had
to
this
throw at
fight
you!
and you uploaded it into this computer mainframe, and the computer was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna add more stuff to this."
You basically put it into a fork of Omega's brain, and Omega's brain just kind of looks at it and goes, beep, optimizing combat data, receive, optimization, and beams it back into your brain.
I mean, you fought Ted, but why didn't you fight Ned? Did you use Quick Leak or something? You should be fighting Ned.
I remembered that several of these simulations had additional phases.
Wait a minute, we never even got to the top of the tower in the Kefka fight. Hang on, we gotta go back.
And then there's the one that the bard just fucking makes up. Hey, what if you had to fight 3 of these at the same time?
The ultimate fights are just... Okay, so I got bored and decided, what if all of those fights were happening at the same time? And also
Warrior
were
Light.
ridiculous.
I made fan fiction.
Yes. But yeah,
I feel
that
like
is
if I were going
one
to
of the
retell
thi-
this part of your legend, I would maybe condense it into a smaller number of events. Here they are.
That is one of the things I genuinely appreciate about top-level content in 14, is that it is unless you have a particularly huge attachment to a specific mount, it never really feels like it's necessary.
Unless you are
The
here
wandering
for...
bard sitting there tuning up the harp. So how many barriers did you say this guy had?
4? Man, I got more chords on that on this thing. Hang on.
Unless you are here for the glory of combat.
Hey, I love this thing. I don't know what this thing is, but I love it.
It's the weird
then
goblin
I think
that's showing its back
yeah.
to you. It's an imp.
Yeah, that's just some kind of imp.
would like to receive the knife that I know is in that box over there. This team doesn't actually have uses for either of these swords, but
You for services.
looking at this imp.
Yeah,
The
this
ultimate
is
fights
Jack and Apes.
A big eye.
The ultimate fights do have value in that they are ridiculous, incredible spectacle to look at with your eyeballs when you're not playing. Like the epic
Well,
of
yes,
Alex.
but if you're taking part in them, you're not going to see the
You're not
spectacle
paying
because you've
attention,
turned
yes.
off the particle effects.
But like Epic of Alexander is like, okay, so you fought how many different kinds of transforming super robot? And you said that they didn't all transform into the supreme Omni Overgod robot. Well, that sounds like a problem I need to fix.
So you're telling me they sent you back in time, but you didn't actually do that much when you were back in time? Huh.
You say you didn't like the Judgment Nisi mechanic, huh? Well, too bad.
You can't just bring time travel into the story and not just do a move with it. It's against the rules. The
Isn't
Bard
the Bard
rules.
also basically set up as the producer?
Yeah, to look like
Yeah.
the lead producer.
Yeah, it is the producer self-insert. In The Rising, the yearly anniversary of the release of 2.0, that, the Wandering Bard explicitly becomes the self-insert of the producer to say what his thoughts about the past year have been.
And also emphatically denies being the wandering bard.
Yeah, totally different this time.
Actually, we'll not do this fight.
You don't have that many Phoenix Downs, sir.
If anybody in the audience is being sold as I really want to play 14 by the description of the ultimate fights, this is the kind of content that like maybe 2,000 people have done legitimately in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
If you want to do savage content, just watch it on YouTube.
Well, okay, that content, sure, fine. Okay, whatever. Still tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of people do that. Ultimate? That's like...
absolutely watch Ultimate on YouTube only.
Yeah.
There are parts of it where the fight was designed that you have to actually fail specific mechanics so that the raid doesn't wipe.
They are designed for people who have been doing raiding for thousands of hours in this game and want to be punched in the face harder, and they go, well, you asked.
Even if I did want to put
it took a while for the first Ultimate fight to be solved because they were doing it too well.
Yes. They were doing it optimally, and the game kicked you in the throat for doing it optimally. You have to deliberately botch the mechanic exactly once, and it does not indicate this anywhere.
Alright, and we don't need to go... None of the teams need to go confront Carbuncle.
Yeah, you don't have a summoner.
Carbuncle is not involved in this year's festivities.
That's okay.
Oh man, look at these Iron Fists.
I like the shelf fungus stairs also in this meat form.
Yep.
Lots of quality imagery, strong approval. Xdeath knows what he's doing when it comes to goth interior design.
He is a tree and therefore has a natural understanding of the architecture.
Yeah, sure, let's go with that.
I'm sure that's how that works.
Good work, Berserker. Also, good work, Berserker. Adventure.
So I'm just gonna throw in for the people who've never seen Carbuncle in the game, just what they look like.
Please
Is this
show me
Carbuncle's
Carbuncle.
first appearance?
Bunkle is very good.
Let me
Oh
find
my
one that
God.
isn't. Oh, yeah, it's the tiny version. I'm trying to find the boss version that actually is legible.
Oh, right.
Is this the
Boss
first?
Bunkle is kind of frightening.
Is this the first game Bunkle is in?
They're not in 4. Game, could I just find one that's not 500 characters long for a link? For the love of God.
See, now I feel like Carbuncle got done dirty like Pikachu did. With the svelte Carbuncle I'm used to. Like, this one's weird. I like it.
Yeah, the nuclear rodent in 14 has its charms, but it is not this bundle.
I think the one in 14 is more based on 6's bungle.
Quickly decided that it should be small and cute and raw.
There we go. It's the
Terriermon.
best I could
Yeah,
do.
there's the boss version, which is basically a werewolf.
I love it.
Okay, yeah, by 6, Carbuncle has been turned into a cute rabbit.
Also, I've
Alright,
just
so
been
Chemistry
witness to the
Squad.
Carbuncle in the Final Fantasy VII remake, and I hate it.
Yeah,
Hate
everyone,
it. That's a terrible
everyone,
beast.
everyone hates it.
Uncle.
I could deal with it if the gem looked better, but it just looks kind of like I got it out of a Kinder Surprise and then stuck it on there with Elmer's glue.
You know what's a real cursed Carbuncle? The one from, let me get the...
Hostile
Final
V.
Fantasy not the 9 Carbuncle is cursed. Not as cursed as the 7 remake one, but still cursed.
Hostile V put it very well in the Discord when responding to the 7 remake one, that it looks like Megamind's Persona.
Fucked up. At least it's not 14, Katsif.
14 Kate Sith is really uncomfortable to look at with my
Long
eyes, and I'm pretty sure it came
promotions.
from 11 first, so I think it's 11's fault that that thing exists.
Okay, I put the 9 Carbuncle in the Discord.
Oh, that's fine. That's cute.
That's a Digimon!
Terriermon? Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I've never
that's
seen
a
the
workable Carbuncle.
I had never seen the Crystal Chronicles Bunkle. That's different.
That rolls.
I'm not saying it's bad, it's just that's not what I expected. Yeah, I think the best of both worlds would be tiny, cute nuclear rodent Bunkle, and then it turns into Werebunkle from this game. Just hulks out and gets huge shredded muscles and claws and rips your face off.
There's baby mode, and then there is super mode.
And then there's the Revenant Wings Bunkle, who is wearing a suit of some kind.
We don't talk about Revenant Wings.
Shaking Alphino furiously, demanding that he show me the maximum Carbuncle.
Why don't your Bunkles lift?
And there is the Bunkle in suit image in the Discord.
That looks like something from Pokemon Uranium, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Why did you dress me in this? I don't want to be here. Just leave
That
me
is the look of
alone.
a cat in a fucking cat outfit, yeah.
Yeah, that's Amazon cat wearing a unicorn horn looks right there.
The FF5 concept art for Carbuncle has speakers? Hang on! What the hell is this?
The 13 concept art for it is wearing, like, a little opera man outfit.
What?
I'm sorry, why was the original Carbuncle art supposed to be, like, the first form of Cell?
Looks like a very
This.
pissed off dragon child.
Okay,
This looks like somebody. This looks like
So
a mono.
vascular.
This is somebody cribbing notes off of Toriyama. Like, this is a mono looking over at Toriyama's desk and saying, "Yeah, you can take my answers. Just get a couple wrong."
And Discord now has Opera Man Carbuncle.
Oh shit, that thing rules.
It's so vapey. Oh, I hate looking at it, but I can't look away.
Anyway, we're here again now.
I think the weirdest part of the Opera Carbuncle is the wings are coming out of his head. Like, he has these giant flowing wings, and they're coming out of literally the back of his head.
I like the ruffled little collar.
Yes, I also appreciate the diagram showing you exactly how the pleats go.
That's an art designer who gave a shit. Yeah.
But,
There's a
so,
second piece
meat
of his,
fort.
of his art, which is him flying around in his little outfit with these little boots.
Oh.
Good.
In and around Meat Fort is where all of the teams that didn't do an early grind will now stop and do.
I have linked the
Oppressive
second
grind.
carbuncle in suit.
You will grind and meet for it because this is the first fight with X-Death for real coming up, and
If you don't grind here,
We're
you're not
not-
going to make it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, is meat fort the last leg of the journey?
it wants you to think that really badly. Like, this is
It's
Another-
doing a good job. This
Yeah.
is very final zone-ish.
Yeah,
Yeah,
part of
this-
the series formula that settles in is having a
fake.
fake final zone that is instead the midpoint, the high point.
when you've had a
tipping
lot of
point.
experience. Sorry.
No, that was
when
all
you've
statement complete.
When you've had more experience with the games, you can start to feel when something is the fake final dungeon. Meat Fort is a very good fake out, and one of the staples of the fake early final dungeon is that the fake final boss at the end of it usually lives up to the idea of you can mistake this for the final boss.
Apparently,
Because-
the reptilian carbuncle design was used in Final Fantasy Tactics.
Whack.
That would require someone to use carbuncle in tactics, though.
Does it include the shoes?
I don't know.
No, Lizard
Hold on a
Bunkle
second.
is naked in Tactics.
Why'd you have to?
Well,
look
now
way?
that feels wrong. They've established that it wears clothes. It's like seeing Sonic's bare hands.
But no, when you summon it in Tactics, it casts Reflect on your entire army.
That seems good.
And even
From
Uh,
what
an
it does
image
here,
of it.
that
It's-
sounds good.
It's worth explaining more when we eventually get to X-Death proper, but X-Death proper here is basically fights like a final boss. He is vicious, he has multiple phases, and he has gimmicks, and if you don't respect them, you will get tied into a pretzel.
I enjoy Sloga as a spell name.
And unfortunately, Reflect on your entire army in Tactics actually isn't super good.
Yeah, it means you can't heal each other.
Yeah.
Also, Reflect in Tactics is weird.
Isn't, yeah.
Yes.
You,
It is not
Reflect is also
bouncing back
kind of,
into the person who cast it. It's bounce it off of you back the same distance.
It's fiddly to use and is rendered obsolete by the faith mechanic.
There's a very difficult to read diagram that tries to explain how the reflect geometry works.
I don't remember exactly where it is, but I think for about 2 minutes, Carbuncle shows up in Final Fantasy 13, but I cannot for the life of me remember where.
I have the Carbuncle page of the wiki open. Carbuncle in 13 is...
Is it during the parade?
Yeah, it's in the parade as an Eidolon, and you can find plush dolls of it. And that is where 13 is the one that had the Carbuncle in a fancy suit concept art. Did not really turn out that way in practice in the game. Mostly because it's never actually on screen very long.
Someone in chat makes a good comparison. We've shown off how Gil Turtle will kill you and everything you love. X-Death has as much health as Gil Turtle to make both of them just kind of scale in your brain.
I don't remember if I was around for fighting Gil Turtle.
Oh shit,
Tur-
I have found an excellent Carbuncle. Carbuncle with hat.
Carbuncle?
That's a pretty cute bunkle.
That's a super good bunkle.
That Carbuncle is
Carbuncle with
Carbuncle
joystick.
Alpha from Final Fantasy Dimensions.
The hell is Final Fantasy Dimensions?
I don't know.
We just agree there are too many Final Fantasies.
Final
Yes.
Fantasy Dimensions 2 is an Android and iOS game.
That would be one.
Alright, so I have 3 characters who know Mix. So how much of Thief do you know? Hopefully, you do not have Steel or Mug yet.
Is there a
Yeah, steady
substantial
on.
difference between steel and mug?
Mug is Steal and Attack in one action.
Ah, very
Punch-
good.
Punch and rob.
Does
Also
it get
quite
affected
helpful
by
because
the
it-
Thief Love's steel boosting effect?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
okay.
And the other thing that's relevant about it is that it will override the normal behaviors of your weapon if it has any special scripting attached to it.
Oh, right. You never actually mentioned the nominal drawback of Chicken Knife because it's so easy to work
When you
around.
swing the chicken knife, 1/4 of the time you will instead attempt to escape from the fight.
That rules!
You are using the Knife of Cowardice.
And here is Bunkle with external gem from World of Final Fantasy.
That's
Now
cheap,
this
I guess.
wraps around to being a benefit on its own because often that 1/4 every turn is better than the natural escape chance of the fight you are in that you would really rather not be in.
Yes.
You just start brandishing the knife at things and waiting for them to back up and give you space. This team is
They're,
not leaving here for a while. It is time to farm a giant pile of teeth. For reasons. Medical reasons.
But there are,
Kind of sentence I always love to hear.
And we might get a couple of atoms of dark matter out of this, since that's the rare steal off the zombie dragon.
They,
If we don't,
they just
it's
have
fine.
dark matter?
There's an atom in there somewhere. Just gotta search around all the folds.
Someone get out the dog squeegee.
Scrape up all the dragon gunk, put it into centrifuge.
Nope, not liking this.
someone get
Some
1,000 Year
isotopes
Yang
of
on the-
dragon are usable in alchemy.
Get 1,000 Year
You have
Yang
to
on the horn.
remove it
We have
while
a
the dragon
breakthrough.
is. Well, the important thing is it can only be removed while the dragon is still
Undead.
undead. Yeah, if you destroy the dragon, the atom dissipates.
Just there to steal
So
from
we've
these
had
birds.
dog squeezins. Is this dragon sluicins?
Possible.
Oh right, these things hate fire so very much.
Yes, so
Yep.
two-handing the flame tongue there is doing good work.
Hmm.
Now, we are at the limits of how long this expedition is going to visit this cave, and that's fine. We're at 6 teeth. Those numbers will only improve over time. Victory! Yeah, we did it! Alright, good.
And now it is time for the extremely reflective party to keep going through Meat Fort.
Ball
Has
crew
anyone
is
beat
here to get
Meat
treasure.
Fort yet?
Nope.
Okay. How many parties are in Meatport? Is it 2 or 3?
3 are now here.
Gotcha.
Ice brand is not usable by this crew. I want the other
Karts
sword, though.
is the only one that is not here yet, and
Yeah,
that's mostly because
Tetsu.
the switcher has not gone to Karts very often. Iron Fist. Huh. Guess these guys live here too.
I
Okay.
should consult the doctor. They've got the hypermobile fingers going.
Fuck, they do.
Or perhaps you could consult the Sifu and see if you are, in fact, a high-level practitioner.
Look,
of
as we've
advanced body
learned from the
arts.
solar books, I'm a solar.
Are you sure that's something to be proud of?
No, I hate it so much. I hate it
This,
so much.
this was a
Alright,
comment
we'll
at the
walk back outta
time.
here.
there are.
Somebody
I
Someone
love
did it
these weird
recreate
blue
the,
dog cats.
Getting to briefly dip into and re-experience, it's a part that I've mentioned during most of my FF1 playthroughs that I like about how that is paced, that for the most part you don't expect to do a dungeon on your first pass. You explore it in a couple of slices. You dip in, go as far as you dare, then use the loot that you procured to come back stronger the next time.
And that's definitely an older game to sort of dungeon design.
Also, sorry, I know I comment on a lot of the sprites, they're just very neat.
Oh, they are good sprites.
They are all very good sprites that deserve commenting on, because it is good to have fresh eyes on them when... Like, I haven't really looked at them in years because of this, because of Fest. So, what I have just accepted, I am now re-looking at with fresh eyes.
There was a lot of love and small touches in the sprite work that I really appreciate seeing.
That is very much a thing in a lot of the old Final Fantasies, is the degree of care that went into copying Amano's art style into a sprite format.
Also, I love that the primary geological formations in Gallup's world is just like fucking square miles of columnar basalt.
Yep.
It is basalt all the way down, all the way across. That's what is here.
Why do you have so many kinds of rocks on your planet? Maybe your planet's the one that's weird. Why don't you just have standard rock?
How do you have industry standards for your architecture when you have multiple rock?
Each different rock has a different property, and then people just start screaming.
In the beginning, when the crystals first extruded generic land.
I love and hate that we have basically given Luna bomb to use on both of us at any given time.
So if it's only basalt, does that mean that you just go by the purity of it and the different types of buildings? This is only 85% pure. We can't use this.
Yeah, need that good high-grade stuff. Has to come out in a perfect hexagon.
What are the impurities?
Other elements?
Dirt.
Trace amounts of fire? What?
Entire ass goblins in there somehow?
Yeah, I was about to say bones. Lots of bones.
Skeletons!
No, okay. If the only rock is basalt, then that means that that's going to be a major composite in the dirt. Now I need to do dirt research one more.
Are you gonna figure out if agriculture is even possible in the substrate of this planet?
Have we seen any fields?
No, that's the thing. Like, basalt is super good for agriculture.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
What if it's under swamps?
That would be even better. Swamps is like
Well, yes, but you have to
supercharged.
get to it first.
The thing is,
No
by
one's throwing shit
default,
in the swamps.
basalt is like the most common rock in dirt. So,
So it's just normal dirt then.
Generic dirt.
This is the generic land.
This is the.
Oh,
Increasing
see, that's it.
distress.
No, I get it. World 2 disappeared, and that's the average that everything in World 1 should be compared to, which threw off all of World 1's agriculture because they lost the average to use in their comparisons, so everything is wrong.
I mean, yeah, they could grow monocrop
Wait,
corn
is the
without
floor made of-
problems here.
Is the floor made of
The
lava
corn
now?
planet.
The sheer horror in your voice when you said
Why
that.
is the floor lava?
Acid.
Oh,
Meat. This is meat. That's meat juice.
okay. And
We're in the
there's no-
bowels of the fort where the acid pools live.
and there's no problems with just walking on that stuff. That's fine.
We're hovering with this
Yeah,
team.
this group hovers. Does any group have an easy way of dealing with Carbuncle?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
everyone who
more of a
has a
curiosity.
form of death.
Yeah.
Carbuncle
I'm
is
not saying go
grass.
punch him. It's just more
I
of a
mean,
curiosity.
wouldn't the Reflect group be fine, or does Carbuncle
No.
have non-magic attacks?
I believe Carbuncle bounces off of Carbuncle
Uh,
because it's Carbuncle.
Barriers.
Also, I'm pretty sure Carbuncle just punches you in the face because Carbuncle is a werewolf.
Bunkle
That's
as
fair.
a boss just beats the shit out of you.
fortunately, no one has to care about Carbuncle. Carbuncle can just live in his Carbuncle house.
Carbuncle will just sit in the orb. It's fine.
Not all rock dust is alike. Basalt stands out from other rock materials for its ability to balance overall soil health. Created through the cooling and solidification of dense viscous lava, basalt is the rock that underlies much of the Earth's oceans. Some regions of the world are blessed with surface extrusions of basalt. Compared to volcanic rock, which are high in quartz, basalt weathers relatively quickly. That means it begins to release nutrients to plants as soon as the roots make contact. Additional nutrients become available with ongoing decomposition, thereby resulting in a steady flow of nutrients over time. Research into the use of organic basalt as a soil amendment dates back to the 1930s, when scientists in Europe used finely ground basalt to treat and improve the productivity of degraded forestlands. One of the most comprehensive studies on the benefits of crushed basalt came from Dotman de Villiers, who conducted a series of long-term field trials on highly degraded soil on the island of Mauritius. He found that adding volcanic basalt led to increased sugarcane yields.
So what we're saying is we need to dump volcano juice on the ground.
I mean,
Well,
volcanic.
By
volcanic
default,
ash and
volcanoes dump the
soil
volcano juice on the ground.
I mean, volcanic ash and soil is highly valuable. So,
Volcanoes can be harnessed to generate corn.
I mean,
They
yeah.
sure can.
We need
They
corn
sure
that can survive in magma.
No!
we need asbestos corn, huh?
They're gonna have the best fucking crops.
No, it's
Hey,
not,
hey,
it's
what
not
if-
corn. It's Mazma.
What if we develop? What if we develop? What if we develop corn with a natural asbestos husk, so that it can survive any fire?
I'm just imagining corn thread silk, but it's asbestos, and I'm pretty sure you even created a bioweapon.
Well, of course, I'm thinking
I
like
think I'm
an
gonna go take
Isthmian.
a victory lap after that one. I'll see y'all later.
Go fuck yourself, have a good night.
Silicon, which occurs naturally in volcanic basalt and is a key component of cell walls, strengthens stems, and helps plants stand tall to capture more light and maximize photosynthesis. Silicon has also been identified as playing a particularly significant role in helping plants stay healthy and boosting their resistance to pests and disease. Plants that don't have adequate access to silicon in the soil are stressed out, weak, and unable to resist injuries caused by insects and pests. Zhongfang Ma of the Faculty of Agriculture at Kagawa University in Japan cites extensive evidence to support the conclusion that silicon is likely the only element able to enhance the resistance to multiple biotic and abiotic sources of stress. Ma's research shows that the beneficial effects of silicon are dependent on a plant's ability to accumulate silicon in stems, leaves, and buds. The more silicon in a plant shoots, the better its ability to resist the stresses that cause pests and diseases that lead to decreased crop health and vitality. In conclusion, the world is a computer.
Dump microchips onto the rice.
And it will mesh with the fungal net and protect the organic life from disaster.
So Reflect Knight is a knight with Reflect on.
Yes.
Yes.
Does he have Reflect rings?
Yes.
If you kill him, they are a rare drop off of him.
They are the first source of reflect rings in the game.
Okay, I'm back.
The one that you
It's
go
the
for
only
that
source
is
of
not-
reflect rings that all teams could be assured to go after. He's a bit
Okay.
inconvenient to fight, though. He has plenty of regular armor. His evade is decent. He's tough.
He's also has, reflect on, so spells.
Barrier
not too
Man
good.
knows the barriers.
No, you do
All
not
right.
get to dance.
Frivolity is forbidden.
I feel like I've unlocked a layer of soil gnosis that I personally wasn't ready for yet, despite my intense preparation to be ready for advanced soil knowledge.
You have
I have
discovered
meditated upon the dirt and I am taken aback by this information.
the forbidden lore of soil.
There is so much forbidden soil lore, my dude.
Well, yes, but this one is still forbidden to you, specifically.
An appropriate fight is happening right now.
Dragoon against Dragon.
Seems to be doing pretty well.
Can that dragon even hit Ferris to save with the atomic ray?
No, because she's in the sky.
Dragoon
I
will do
think Ferris
Dragoon
is-
things.
Yeah, I mean, Ferris is natural. Okay, never mind. I was about to say
Dragoon is
natural
doing
evasion
Dragoon
probably
things,
really
like
high.
getting the entire front torn off in a single physical attack.
Basically, the question is, can Ferris dodge enough to win this fight?
Maybe.
It's a start.
It's almost dead. I think it's 1 to 2 more jumps.
If you want to make lava corn popcorn, just hold a close bag of popping corn near the source of heat.
All right, blood
Within a good
sword.
30 feet would probably do it. Lava's fucking hot.
And now it is time to exit. Where are we?
We're in barrier tower.
We are in Barrier Tower.
Wait, what?
this
Did you
part of
escape
the-
while you were in
You can-
midair? Hold on
yeah.
a second.
Being
What?
in midair has never stopped the team from running
Goodbye!
away from fights.
Look,
What?
Dragoon can change direction midair.
This is darts. Darts does not need swords of any description. So Flame Tongue can get out. Great Sword can get out.
If a Dragoon jumps away from a fight, are you gonna catch him? I don't think you will.
I'm more trying to figure out how the dragoon jumps on the inside anyway, because it's only about 10 feet tall ceiling. So, what are you gonna do? You just
Hover.
jump and hit your head on the ceiling, and you just pass out unconscious.
Well, no,
yeah,
no,
the
you
spikes
jump.
on the helmet get caught in the mortar.
Yeah, you jump, and then you
Oh.
reach the apex of your jump, and you just kind of hang there until you come down.
Alternatively, as we are going through all these dungeons, there are now dozens of holes punched in the roof.
Actually, do we know that any of them have roofs? We can't see the ceiling.
Every room has a skylight.
I mean,
Yeah, there's just a big tunnel down.
nothing has proven that this is not the case.
Barrier tower in.
It's shaped like a donut, and you can jump into the middle of the donut.
I swear I don't mean for every single stream I participate in to come around to talking about agriculture and corn. It keeps happening, I'm sorry.
No, I think it's just a natural thing that happens with this group of people.
Also, Bloom did drain out the corn thoughts.
The corn that produces mineral fiber in its husk is both food and cloth, thus obsoleting the need for sheep. We can convert all grazing lands to corn.
That's a bit of a jump.
No, no, Escamay, no.
Corn only.
We must begin the war of the sheep.
No goats or cattle or anything else?
No livestock.
No, those belong to nomads. And
livestock.
we do not do nomadic farming.
Only
here.
corn.
No livestock. Corn only is command destination.
Gotta create a new hat. We'll start playing this game eventually that just says Escamay, do not interact.
We gotta fight Monsanto. They're gonna
And
turn.
we
they're gonna
have
turn all the
developed-
farms.
We've developed reasons for literally every character to despise Iskamay.
Yep. I don't think you can make a character that would like Escamay. At least one that
mean-
would not be immediately killed.
Yeah. I think the best you could manage is you might play an Iskamean priest who is coming around to why this is a bad idea. Might be
what
possible.
does the flying squirrel do?
Paralyzes?
Okay.
Okay, sure, that works.
I mean, it's a precursor to Pokemon then.
So something in this formation has now been stunned.
Is it possible to know which one?
No.
You would need to judge by what isn't taking any actions.
Question for the audience: for 14 players, why does everybody hate the little catfish people?
People love it, don't they?
They are mostly beloved, but there are some people who hate them because they are the goof-ass, clown, incompetent, just doofuses.
Yeah,
And also, a lot of them are huge dicks to you, and kind of hide that behind being idiots.
Yeah, they are selfish, small fish people who are really, really dumb a lot of the time.
There are basically 3 kinds of Namazu that you interact with in the game. The most common kind is, mostly has their hearts in the right place, but are dumber than a sack of hammers. The second kind is capitalist asshole that you repeatedly threaten to throw into the ocean. That's one
And
of
is
them in particular.
also dumber than the sack of hammers.
And then there's the one who actually hit his head and got prophetic visions and started educating himself with important literature and became the biggest asshole of all of them because of that, and is still pretty dumb, but is convinced he's a genius.
Yeah, they're all dumbasses. It just, some of them are friendly dumbasses, and some of them are not.
Yes.
Aaron,
Hmm?
how many of these are like Gobi or the Manilo from Breath of Fire?
No, they're all shaped like Hello Kitty, except catfish.
Okay, so in what sense? Because in the Breath of Fire series, the fish people do have some changes of personality across them. Because
you said capitalist, and I immediately think, well, that's
okay.
Gobi.
The one in Kugane is kinda like Murloc or Gobi, or the other ones where it's just transparently just easy out to cut deals to enrich himself and screw you over, but is also very transparently bad at it kind of thing. That one in particular
he's completely trustworthy because he makes it very clear accidentally that he is only interested in how much money is in front of him right this second.
And how much violence are you personally capable of delivering to him when you are in front of his face?
And you're about a
considering
5-second time
that-
out there. What did Blaster just reflect?
Yes.
Yes, it did.
Whoa.
It's apparently a spell.
Yes.
Also,
Okay, thank you.
as
That was my
pointed out-
5-second aside.
as pointed out in chat, they're actually smaller than Moogles. You can drop kick them. Like, anybody can.
They are literally 3 apples tall. They are Hello Kitty, but catfish.
They are also, and this is more a meta player thing, they're one of the crafting beast folk, and a lot of people hate the crafting beast folk quests because they are very, very
Cowards.
repetitive. Yeah, I know.
I mean, I consider that to be a plus because they're super useful.
They're incredibly useful. They're incredibly powerful ways to power level your crafters past content that's incredibly boring and let you do things, but they also have very gated content, and the writing with it can be a little repetitive. And
Oh, sure.
there is very much the sensation of Moogles, if you don't put on your radiation hazmat suits one more goddamn time, I'm going to let you die.
And you are going to be doing the same things over and over, but you're going to be doing it less times than you would be doing the same things over and over normally.
Yes. Also, some of the Namazu crafting quests are actually really nice and really funny, because roughly half of them are dunking on the smart one, who is convinced he's a super genius because he has read the classics of literature and is
Because
like,
he knows words that are longer than 4 syllables.
and is basically a gigantic extended just roast of people who are much more convinced they know about political theory than they think they do, but also constantly bungles into being kind of right for every wrong reason.
He is Dunning-Kruger, the catfish.
Yes, and if somebody is like, I hate that guy and I want to beat him up and I don't want to interact, I get that. I find him hilarious, but I also understand that, no, your response to him may just be actual violence. Because,
But honestly, I just love the Namazu because I get to spend more time in the steppe because
the steppe is a very, very good area, yeah. And what I was going to segue into is a lot of their quests involve interacting with the cultures of the steppe in really cool ways that illustrate the steppe nomadic cultures.
Yeah, the local nomads are like, we're trying to teach them how to wrestle. It's not going great, but they're very enthusiastic.
The Namazu are trying to learn what is effectively traditional Mongolian wrestling techniques against Aura, which are like 9 feet tall dragon people, and they're foot tall chubby fish people.
So remember earlier in this session where we pointed out and acknowledged the idea that there might be some sort of scheme to deliberately leave bad treasure in front of adventurers as a ruse to harm them? So here we are in the room before Exdeath's Inner Sanctum, and there's this box in the middle of the room.
This is a very large, conspicuously empty room with a single chest that you check, and there's nothing in it.
That is on the way. Anyway, here's Gil.
And Gil's like, ha, suckers! I got it before you!
I stole it first. Now I have the power of whatever this thing is.
And, something that you wouldn't know unless you immediately went forward. This is like about a room and a half before Exdeath.
What happens if you ignore the chest?
Then this fight doesn't happen. Also, the spell casting animation for Tiny Bart's just menacingly rubbing his hands together. Oh, here we go. Here I
Why
go
would you
chanting
make this
again.
an optional fight?
Okay, let's be real though. Who in the world is not going to touch the chest?
I wouldn't. That's obviously a trap.
The save point's right there in the room before this, though. It could be treasure.
That's obviously a trap.
It's a free box for you.
It's a free box. It's got a cool sword. Gil
Yeah,
looked at it and he was like,
The
"This is a
last
cool
free
sword."
box was full of poison.
I really have to point out right now that, well, she can't do it anymore, but Ferris was rapid-firing arrows directly into Gilgamesh's crotch.
The arrow sprite will hit him directly in the nards every time.
Going absolutely
trained
feral
very
at the
hard.
sight of Tiny Bart's and Frog Ferris at the same time.
The light
Throwing squirrels
warriors.
and praising the word.
He has trained very hard to be able to ignore the pain.
Are you oldable during this fight? Maybe. Results inconclusive.
How would you even know?
Well, the animation would go off.
Oh, apparently there's a new Mongolian Yokozuna. That's cool. That's like the third time that's happened. The reason it's so rare is that in sumo wrestling, by law, any sumo stable is only allowed one non-Japanese wrestler. Most of the non-Japanese wrestlers are Mongolian because there's so many ways to apply Mongolian wrestling techniques to sumo.
Yep. While this delightful fight goes on, I want to mention probably my favorite interaction. Oh, well. While that fight is in the void, I will mention my favorite interaction with the Namazu and the steppe and their neighbors is one of the crafting quests is... So we have these neighbors that live in the caves below us, and they seem really shy. And, like, they kind of live in rags and seem to hang out in the trash and don't really seem to have a good opinion.
Out.
And they've been helping us out a lot, and we really want to do something nice for them. We don't really know what they like, but we've kind of figured out from everybody else around that people generally like shiny, fancy-looking things. So here's a bunch of stuff to make extremely fancy either clothing or pendant or food, or it's because it's
two
craft.
quests involving them.
I'm
The first
thinking,
one is
yeah.
the story one where they try to make the fancy thing.
Yeah.
And then there's the repeatable one where they're like,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, I'll get to
yeah.
So The first one is they're like, okay, let's do masala, let's make them something super fancy, and then you go down to them, and you learn that they live in this cave, and they live very simply, and they have very simple clothing because they're ascetic, and they believe that the temptations of material wealth are incredibly dangerous. And
because
so,
of past events, their
Yes.
ancestors were wealthy traders who got ruined by their wealth.
as a direct consequence of going too hard on the mercantilism thing, they got obliterated by everyone else on the steppe. So all of their descendants are living in penance for that. And so you show up with the Namazu gift, and they look at you just kind of face imploding inwards. It's just like, I realize that this was meant to be a really nice gift. And I really realize that you have good intentions. This is the worst thing you could have done. Don't tell them that. Don't tell them how we reacted to this. Just tell them we appreciate it, but that we would like things like this instead. And they outline the things that they accept within their
hang
culture.
on. The level computers are from the game?
Yes, no, Omega's level checkers are in this game.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, no, the little math TVs come from 5.
Okay. So, Namazu.
So yeah, you basically go back to the Namazu and break the news very gently that... Yeah, and you basically are able to do this because you have earned the respect of the people of the steppe by being not an asshole. So they understand that when you are doing this on behalf of someone else, that you are not deliberately insulting them. You have just kind of unwittingly assisted in a giant faux pas, and they're like, okay, party foul, but here's how we not do this in the future. So you go back to the fish, and to their credit, they pretty much immediately realize, oh god, no, we didn't ever intend to ever offend anybody or any cause any harm. That's horrible, we're so sorry. How can we make up for this? And immediately start mass-producing very practical, simple gifts that they wouldn't be able to have on their own, and that they would appreciate. And that's the repeatable craft quest for those people, is just get them stuff that they wouldn't normally be able to have, but would not offend their culture.
With the one caveat of the reason it's a repeatable quest is also the Namazu assigned to do this doesn't really understand how to make things quite that simple.
The Namazu keeps kind of spacing out and getting an idea of like, what if I hang feathers off of this? Or like, what if I put this shiny rock on it? And you are continually sent over to remind him, no, the point is to not do that.
Just send tarp.
Yes.
Please
Give us
stop
cards,
uploading
please. Just money
stories
to
into the
them.
top.
Yes. Like, the Namazu is desperately trying to do what the Namazu thinks is cool and helpful, and you just have to keep reminding him, that's not how their culture works. Please respect their culture on the face of it.
Feature
The
creep.
one thing I really, really love about the steppe is that you can see there's a clear cultural through line with all the tribes,
Yep.
but they're also each incredibly unique as well.
Yes, they're all very distincted and differentiated by writing.
Like you can see.
Wow,
that
the
there
arrow
are-
really does just kind
Just
of.
straight in the
Yep.
balls, yep.
I miss when Faris was a frog.
Is the tiny one still hovering and you just can't tell, or?
They were no longer
no,
hovering.
we're off.
They got knocked out and revived at some point. Would make everyone hover though.
You wanna?
It is
Does,
kind of cool.
does Ed number 1 cast Quake? I don't remember.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
then
that
you
was
want
it.
everybody floating.
It lends a sort of
Okay.
There we go.
gravity to the
First
situation.
Please
Jake is
enjoy
one of
these
Ed's
lines.
worst moves,
Dialogue
so yeah,
has
floating
begun.
is good.
The fight is over. He's gonna keep punching, but for the fight no longer progresses due to damage.
I
There is
enjoy these
one-
tussles.
There is one line that has aged a little upcoming, but Gil's got the spirit.
Gil would not knowingly hurt someone with words.
Yes.
I mean, Gil just did say we got so burned earlier, so I don't know about that one.
Also,
Hey, what happened to the old guy?
your boss killed him.
This
And
Fucking dead.
this is the first moment of the henchman just going, Oh.
This leads
Oh.
in Opera Omnia, the gacha game. This leads into one of the most touching interactions in the entire game, which is the Gilgamesh in that game has witnessed the entirety of this game. So he shows up and meets Galuf, who is in that game
Berserker will
from
not slow down.
before his death.
Pause. Behold!
Ah,
Morphin time.
Incredible.
but so when Gilgamesh meets Galuf, Gilgamesh is overjoyed that, oh wow, my favorite old guy is alive again, and then realizes he has to tell Galuf, oh, you died. When you go back to your world, you're going to die. And he has no idea how to handle this. Gilgamesh, I mean.
So, Gilgamesh has gone, ha, now I have Excalibur, I will destroy you! Wait, why isn't this working?
And,
And
then
then-
echoing from down the hall.
Gil!
The way the music just cut in was very
Yup.
strong.
And so Gilgamesh is hurled into space.
You had one job! What? You're fired!
Hurled into the fourth dimension.
And this is why every Gilgamesh in every game is the same Gilgamesh.
He literally gets thrown to the void between worlds.
Anyway, now we have Excalibur.
Was that sword named Excalibur?
Yes. This is a long-running pun in both English and Japanese.
In Japanese, there is like one brushstroke difference between Excalibur and the name that they give this sword. And English localizations have made varying attempts to convert that over into Latin, of which the strongest is in the fan translation of the SNES version, where it is named Excalibur.
And in
Incredible.
the font kerning, it is almost impossible to tell the I and the L apart.
Hardly the strongest of swords.
So, the punchline here is that Excalibur is a late-game super weapon sword that deals holy damage, which Exteth is extremely weak to. So, the trap here was, here's a chest right before me.
Oh boy,
With this
here's an
incredibly-
Excalibur here for
This
heroes who might want to vanquish me with Excalibur. There it is.
Here's this incredibly legit holy sword for extremely legit heroes that is totally going to be my big weakness and slay me. And then when you use the sword on him, it would be worthless and he would rip your head off. And then
Like
Gilgamesh
Gilgamesh.
walks in and goes, oh shit, free
Yo,
sword!
free sword.
And shows you it's worthless, and then Exteth is just like, you know what, fuck it.
Hey,
I could use this to do cool moves.
hey, look at the fashion on this weird
Yep.
bug
The
wizard. I
Graviator?
love
The space alien
The
bug.
Gravitator.
the
Also-
sheen that lets you know that's real gold embroidery.
Also, shout outs to Magnetite, or Magneton, or whatever the little goblin's name is.
Tiny baby with magnet, yes.
Magnet friend.
That is one of my, if not my absolute favorite, world building narrative design joke in this game is Exteth had this incredible just kind of set up play of tricking you into using the super sword on him to either fake his death or punk you and go, yeah, no, that's not actually the real thing. And then his punkling idiot henchman is just a habitual sword collector and picks it up and is just like, fight me! And it's like, you had to wait 30 seconds and it would have worked. I am so done with you.
So, what happens to Enkidu?
That depends on the game, but Enkidu stops showing.
As far as the text of this one, just fucking dead.
Fair enough.
Yeah, later games will just go, oh, Gilgamesh fell through space and ended up here.
Enkidu is very
That's-
rarely mentioned again. 14 is the real source that mentions him most often.
but Gilgamesh apparently just learned to travel in the void after he fell into it, so...
He got stuck there long enough
What
that he
else are you
figured
gonna
out.
do?
Yeah.
Faithful companion Enkidu.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Atomos
now
has
I know where
identified
we
the
are.
threat. Atomos has identified the threat, however.
And now,
Gilgamesh emerges from Atomos, very confused and alarmed.
also, yes, very good note from chat is that Excalibur is hard-coded to deal 1 damage no matter what. Gilgamesh in super form was hitting you for 20 to 40, and will do that consistently no matter what your build is. That is basically a hint that Super Gilgamesh is nightmarishly strong and was only being held back by the joke weapon.
Atomos is now asleep. Sword Dance is a spell and not a physical attack. It will not interrupt Atomos' sleep. The fight is now over.
So
The fight will be
and
over some
as
number
long
of
as
actions
you
from
keep
now.
doing this, it will never wake up.
Yes.
Okay.
This game is a little silly sometimes about
But
what's
we
a
haven't
stone,
even
what
gotten to
isn't.
Twintania.
I know.
Wait. What?
Like
What?
Titania, but 2 of them.
There is a...
2 of them?
Of them?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. We'll get there when we
The name 2 Tanias.
That's too many Tanias. You can't have 2.
It's unfortunate that we can't. No one on this team wants a Twintania's bell because it's a really good bell.
and we would have access to it as well. Also, yeah, there is a very small set of loopholes that make Excalibur act like the stats say they do. Goblin Punch is one of them. Gunch with Excalibur is exactly as strong
How
as...
about Mug?
No. That
So
is a
it's
different
not
set.
a coded effect in the same way that, like, damage.
It is a different...
It is not a,
it
it has
is a
its
different
own
thing.
damage formula. It doesn't have side
Yeah.
scripting that it does.
Anyway, don't worry about
Meanwhile-
that.
We're on our
in
way off the
Dragon.
hill
Okay,
in the
yes.
midst of Tooth Harvest.
Chased by random stray cats. It's fine.
Also,
it's
if you-
Tuesday.
Yeah,
Exit.
in case
Chased
you
by
were
cats.
willing to spend Excalibur on a throw action, it will deal max damage for that one throw, and then you lose it.
I suppose that might be worth doing if you didn't have Goblin Punch.
Yeah.
I
Which
have
is
cats rule all over my arm.
yeah, we do have a ninja team, so yeah, they can use that as an emergency oh crap button.
It's true.
This team will throw the Excalibur at something.
Throw
Maybe
to next
robot.
path. Ruin his plan again.
Yeah, I'll have to actually... Despite this not being a wizard team, I will still want to accumulate ether for chemical purposes.
Ominous.
I was thinking that.
Look,
For
he's
science.
just doing small-scale drug production.
I don't know if
You
the
know,
amount of
that-
dragon bone that's going to be sold in order to form the basis of this chemical operation. I don't think this is small scale at all.
I mean, they're doing it in 2
It's a-
beakers that they carry in their
It's
pockets.
an artisanal batch. Yeah.
I think this is a cryo cartel forming right now, and I'm not sure I want to be on board with this.
Just look at that face, though.
God damn it, Golem, get out of the way!
Golem wants
Guys,
in on
seriously,
the team.
help. You have the summoner's license, right?
Nope.
Okay, I'm looking at the inside of this cave, and I don't think that's basalt.
Doesn't look like it though.
Well, that's
Not
not, made
basalt.
It
of rock.
might
from
be
Our
serpentine.
world.
Oh, no, that's not rock. That's Play-Doh.
You are creating more questions for me with this statement.
You could have said clay, but you chose Play-Doh.
Yeah, he
I was
chose
gonna say
violence.
bone. We are fighting bone dragons.
It's a bit goopy looking for bone.
Yeah, it's got
though.
moss on it.
That's because it's Play-Doh.
Okay, I can accept that, like,
And it's not
an
clay because
ossiferous
of.
lichen
It's not,
colonized the bone floor.
and the reason I said Play-Doh and not clay is because I've seen this color before, and it is only produced in factories.
Maybe it's manure.
It could be just, like, deep
Is this
layers
one of those strategic
guano.
guano pits?
Yeah. Man, this is where that cool batfly lives.
Oh, that's why
The
the flame
holes are
tongue does
alive.
so
You
much
mean the
damage.
Moogle?
Freaks of old men.
Golem will not be rescued in this fourth of timelines. There are no summoners.
This is a super fun site, and we're storing his dragon shit.
Well,
Are you gonna find
mean-
a more nutritious fertilizer and a more powerful alchemical reagent? I think not.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's why we're letting it decay until it's safe to
whoever
handle.
controls the dragon shit is the ruler of the world because they control the agriculture and the
This was a
gods.
serious plot point in a project I worked on at one point.
I mean, it's how
That's
the
kind of
British
amazing.
Empire ended up becoming one of the most powerful forces on the planet, getting control of the Indian guano reserves.
Of course it was. Of fucking course it was.
Yeah, their work in India allowed them to get essentially the market cornered on saltpeter.
Oh, the thing you need for gunpowder. Makes
Yes,
sense.
which you make out of poop.
That explains everything.
I'll be real, I'm with chat. For a hot second, I thought you were going to say that the British cornered the market on dragon shit, and I was just gonna nod along. 'cause
No, they
that
cornered
happened
the
tonight.
market on cow shit.
That happened back in 2018 when Dunkle's in. Just kind of, you know.
God!
Hey, an atom.
Like the poison eagle. It's pretty.
You bring
I don't know
Dunkel-
what the fuck is going on with Drippy, but they're just vibing.
You better appreciate
But-
that eagle for the next 5 seconds because it's about to go away.
That
Yeah,
eagle
I
is
know.
bright.
I'm taking
I
a
like
moment
that
to
the
soak it
eagle
in.
is brightly colored, like most poisonous animals.
So that you bring Dunkelzahn into this house.
Yeah, I voted for him.
I don't know what that is. And
Did
I'm
he
sorry.
leave you anything in his
I'm
will?
roasting Sona for bringing up Shadowrun.
Did he leave you anything in his will?
Okay,
No, it was either vote for Dunkle's in or die. So, you know.
Dunkelzahn's will may be one of the only good things that I actually like unequivocally love about Shadowrun.
Dragon President is pretty fucking funny.
Not only Dragon President, but here is a plot hook engine that is the last will and testament of the Dragon President. That is just a giant list of weird plot hooks, and why would you bequest that to someone's? And literal challenges to, I leave X, Y, and Z to whoever is dumb enough to try doing X.
Also, with often no explanation of what the thing that he was leaving to someone was.
Yeah, it sounds like dragons.
Thought for a while that Drippy was wielding like bolas, but now I
think
have
that's a
passed
hammer.
it. It's
That's a little, like, yeah, that's a little cowboy.
Anyway, we're back here now.
Nothing will
Galuf
interrupt
must
the
win
dance.
this dance off by himself.
Like, real talk though, if a dragon was on your local voting ballot, would you not vote for the dragon?
What are the
What's
dragon's
the
So
policy?
what are his policy positions?
If his policies were good, if his policies were bad, I would kill him.
Annihilate
with that.
anyone who messes with the treasure hoard.
Will the dragon build more light rail?
Actually, yes.
Okay, and what are his
Will he legislate big agriculture?
So the thing the dragon do is basically is that like if we invest the money into the local area the dragon is under, they still like the equity's going up, right? The money's not disappearing; it's just becoming a hard form.
Does the dragon subsidize corn?
Yeah, as long as he can turn a profit, probably. Yeah.
Then the dragon must die.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
but I gotta ask, what's the dragon's position on unions?
It's not the best. It is, I believe. Let me check the scrolls.
Ambivalence?
Just checking the Death on sight.
Okay.
Well,
We're gonna need a Dragon Slayer.
putting up a help wanted ad in the local pub.
Well, actually, he's outlawed all gatherings above 20 people.
Is there
Yeah,
any
okay.
part of this dragon's body that is missing exactly one of its otherwise invincible protective scales? Asking for a
God.
friend.
Ultimately,
Well-
doing it with armor with a sufficiently powerful antique blunderbuss.
So, speaking of dragons and corn, and I can't believe I'm saying that, and I'm not just making something out of my ass. So, from the annotated will of Dunkelzahn, which is both the text of the will and the meta-narrative stuff that other people wrote on top to explain or attempt to explain it, this is pages upon pages upon pages of text, so I'm going to be skimming this for any highlights. But this one immediately popped out to me. Will text. After much research and hundreds of bags of burned Nuken pop, I leave 20 million Nuyen to the holder of the patent for the 20th century process that produced popcorn capable of being popped over open flame, this dragon's method of choice. I believe it was called Speedy Pop or Quick Pop or something similar.
Oh my god, he posthumously awarded 20 million new yen to the estate of Jiffy Pop.
Yes.
Yes.
The patent holder must use all of this money to renew the patent and resume production immediately.
Incredible.
I am buying the leads for this for the sake of all other dragons forever. Don't fuck me.
No, not even just for all other dragons, just for anybody who wants the good shit.
That's the good one.
Uh,
The following day, Gallup is still out there. Real-time waiting. Anyway,
This team is
These are our
grinding.
last beloved
This team is
memories of
grinding.
Galuf.
among other things, this team wants something that drops out of these warlocks for later use.
Is it their cool masks?
It is their stick.
Acceptable. I would accept the cool mask, or the orb, or the stick. The robes are a little bit passé.
The stick, when you strike someone with it, inflicts berserk.
Right, they're
How
the
would
ones
you
who
try
have
Oh
that
my
one.
god!
Why would a
Yep.
dragon write a will?
so,
Did he
speaking
die
of
of
which-
old age ever?
well, in Dunkelzahn's case, he got assassinated.
Yeah, but like, can dragons just age out?
Maybe.
Depends, I guess.
Who knows?
But,
The
piece
project
of
I was
mystery.
working on with the economic importance of Dragon Poop, they were subject to the same law of lobsters, leading to a culture in which younger dragons assisted their elders by creating artificial volcanic hot springs and helping them soak in hot water for several centuries for their agonies.
very good. Related
Then
to
their
this,
skeletons disintegrated, and they became geological features.
powerful. Will text. To Newsnet, I leave 200 million Nuyen for an investigation into the circumstances of my death, whatever they may be, and the production of a comprehensive documentary on the events surrounding my demise.
Yo, make a docu-series on whatever the fuck kills me.
I don't care if it's of natural causes, make it extra.
That's gotta be interesting, at least, right? He wrote this definitely just like, this is never gonna happen, or if it does, at least I'm gonna do something weird with this.
For the purposes of research, I leave my body to the Dunkelzahn Institute of Magical Research. Note,
Huh.
unfortunately, the Dunkelzahn
Hey!
death left
Just
no
get it in
body to
one.
commit
All
research
right.
upon.
We'll get it in whatever number of warlocks
Nice.
this team has fought over the course of the... Yeah. Now this team just needs levels, and money, and levels, and money. This is a team that doesn't have reflect
They need?
rings.
They're
Well,
loaded.
The money to turn into more pharmacy to survive the war of attrition that's coming up against Exdeath.
This one
Do they
is
hell have reflect ring?
This is not the reflect ring team.
Okay.
They have no thief. They've come here expecting to use other berserker, I guess, methods to resolve this situation. This team probably would have benefited from reflect rings, but this is where we are now.
It nearly worked for Galuf. Clearly, the optimal way to fight Exdeath is to just go pure head empty, run entirely of just absolute emotion.
This one is for you, Morgan. To the first party that develops a species of plant hardy enough to flourish in and eventually clean smog-choke atmospheres, I leave 20 million new yen.
Oh, that's
That already exists.
Yeah.
Check
but-
your botany email alerts, Dunkle Stan.
Well, go collect your 20 million new.
This is the note specifies that there is like super magic air pollution now, but yeah.
same shit.
I turn up at the dragon's funeral and just throw native grass seeds from various areas in the grave dirt.
Dragons did not necessarily keep up on all forms of science.
Well, then he shouldn't have been the president. Dragon has
Must
bad
have been-
policy platform.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
He was the least shitty dragon on the ballot.
Still a
Left-
dragon.
left an entire historic waterfront building to a restaurateur who said that he says had the best burgers in the state of California.
And to Tom, I bequeath my estate on Cali.
Just exact text of Will to Burger Man.
I know that there's at least one thing in the will that's like, I'm gonna leave this to this one guy and advertise that he has it so that bounty hunters come after him immediately.
I remember that. I haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah.
And he says, in the name of the Misguided Six, I give 25,000 new yen to establish a fund to assist victims of magical crimes, as well as their families and loved ones. Note, I have no idea who the Misguided Six are.
No one knows. They made that up for the will.
Yep. No, this is from...
Okay.
This is from the because Shadowrun does a lot of in-universe commentary on stuff.
Right.
And the in-universe commentary is, we have no idea what the hell he means.
We can't find this beneficiary. What the fuck do we do?
That's the best
Well-
part of making up this will is you just start naming random names for different organizations
Well,
or something.
this
like-
wasn't
yeah.
the beneficiary. This was in memory of them. He is setting up a fund.
Ah, yes, the
Just no
individual
one knows
11.
what he's memorializing.
This is reminding me of the scene in Die Hard when they're naming off all the different people, the revolutionary groups, and they say, and also the Red Dawn, and one of his buddies goes, Red Dawn? I read about them in Newsweek. They're nothing important. Don't worry about it.
So, and here's another very much a plot hook / hilariously specific one. To George the Locomotive Fevimore, wherever he is
Hey,
at present.
shut up! Sorry, my dog is having a
Puppy.
moment.
Puppy
Yeah.
root.
Dog noises.
Yeah. I sadly bequeath the locked steel box number 412 from my private vault at the Manhattan City Bank's depository. The box is not to be opened unless he deems it absolutely necessary or until my comrades manages to successfully survive another Double Tuesday. And note, I have no idea who that is or what's in that box, but I think Double Tuesday is a sports term.
What the fuck, Dunkleton?
Football.
How do we even actualize this one, dude?
That's your problem.
I'm dead. I don't have to give
Wills
it.
are for the survivors.
Do you know how much money it's gonna cost just to track down what the fuck you even are talking about here?
God, imagine being the lawyer who had to sit there while he recited this.
Just rubbing his temples until they start bleeding.
Yeah, okay. I thought this was the one you meant, but this is another good one. To Casey Williams, I leave 4 million new yen. Good hunting. Note, board member of an archaeological expeditionary company that is nominally in search of Atlantis.
Go find him, dude. Go get him. Probably out there. Atlantis probably exists.
Because Dunkelzahn is originally from the Earth Dawn setting, he might know where Atlantis was.
He's probably just saying like it exists. I just haven't told you where it is. Good luck, dude.
Yeah, have fun. I'm not wrong.
Okay, so to Captain Chaos, I leave the encrypted file named Jack B. Nimble. Whatever rewards it reveals are yours. I have had no success in trying to decrypt this thing. some random ass hacker on the internet gets an encrypted file from the most famous dragon in the world saying, I don't know what's in it, you have fun.
I
Enjoy the
Is this
mystery
anything?
box.
There you go, dude. Never did solve this.
Loon, is this game better or worse for not having the poison sound effect every time you take a step in it from Final Fantasy 1?
Always better.
Oh no, sometimes you really need to have that agony of, you really need to fix this
Worse
poison.
than the hypothetical version that has a higher quality scream of walking while poisoned.
The SNES style.
Get some sound samples on the
What if
chip.
What if
the
it did
Pixel
that
remake?
thing? What if it did that thing where the screen like blurred and got all funky with each step, and then
It
went
does, it
back
still
to
does
normal?
that.
Oh,
Yeah, it does mosaic effects for poison
Okay.
walk.
But it doesn't have the scream. You gotta have the scream.
Oh, the Pixel remake just has someone screaming into a microphone.
God. To the band Shield Wall, I leave 10 million new yen for the completion of their rock opera, The Mother of the Sea. It is
Please finish this album.
an in-universe prog album, like prog rock band that had been delaying this rock opera until they got the money, and it was rated number 2 on the top 10 albums of the year when it came out.
Oh my
okay. So this
God.
is a joke about Rush. Okay,
Yes,
I got it.
yes.
Shadowrun does not have kobolds. It has elves, dwarves, orcs, and trolls. All
Every
of
makes
whom
sense.
are specifically human beings mutated by magic.
I'm imagining Dunkle's being
sure
in the
does
world's
do
like
that.
biggest beanbag chair, just listening to prog and smoking dragonweed.
That is a much better mental image.
That is what I'm focusing on here, is skimming past all of the rest of the stuff to the ones that are funny and good. To the first party to create a perpetual motion machine with the out at the age of magic, I leave the heretofore undiscovered notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci. Note, a possible snipe at the elf claiming to be Leonardo da Vinci.
God,
Fuck.
the fucking elves in Shadowrun were so pretentious. They made up and invented an ancient history of Turn and Nog because they didn't want to admit that they were just humans who became elves like 10 years ago.
No, God.
Oh, you stand on the skull and it stops moving?
It's stepping
I
onto
think
the
it's
skull
the
starts the
row.
wheel.
The row
Oh, okay.
just below the bridge stops it, I
You
think.
you hit the button. You press A to confirm stopping the wheel.
To Jill Taylor, I leave the Trodeus manual if you can find it. Start in Central Park. Nothing is known of either Jill Taylor or the Trodeus manual, although both are suspected to be magical.
Yeah, no, Dunkle's really just dispensing a shitload of plot threads, huh?
Yeah, this is just a plot threads list.
That's really smart. That's really smart in a universe lore book.
To Jeremy Goldsmith, I leave the recipe to Mrs. Grundland's peanut butter cookies, as well as all related trademarks and copyrights. I hope you enjoy them as much as I did. The night that he was assassinated, Uncle Zahn had just left an inauguration party held by Mrs. Grundland's peanut butter cookies. Supposedly, Dunkelzahn attended a bake sale and so enjoyed the snacks that Jeremy Goldsmith prepared that Dunkelzahn asked for and was given the recipe for them. To repay the favor, he bought out Mrs. Grundland's company and gave the recipe back to Jeremy. Some random guy gave him a cookie at a bake sale and he was like, cool, I'm going to buy out Nabisco for you.
What the fuck, dude?
Your cookie was so good, so amazing, that I want you to produce it on a massive scale.
I'm also
Yeah.
giving you the entire infrastructure of Toll House cookies.
Here, you know what? You're Kroger now. Fuck it, man. Yeah, no, like he just snacks fucking cookies and listens to prog.
All right, so
Oh yeah, this
I'm
Dunkelzone was
skipping over
absolutely
in the
high as
process
hell
of completing
all
all
the
of
time.
these teams, the assessment for like crowns. I would not throw this team against any bonus boss.
No,
They lack
this is
the
death.
necessary tools to do the moves. So they also just on. They're not capable of using Power Staff. If they were, then this would be a Shinryu team.
Okay, so the
There's
acid
no way to
does
mitigate
in
the
fact do
pain for it.
damage to you if you cannot float.
Yes.
A lot of damage, wow. Is that a Metroid?
That's Carbuncle.
Ah.
So yes.
To Vonda Kanan of Ohio, I leave my personally autographed picture of Elvis aboard the mothership. I hope she draws the same inspiration and conclusions as I. Note, I don't know. I just don't know.
Fuck, Dunkelzone.
I choose to believe that Dunkelzone just had a black velvet painting of Elvis on a spaceship, and he just liked it.
Why?
and phrased it as vaguely in the will to screw with people.
Yes. Yeah, he just
Not the
had a
same
black velvet
conclusions.
painting of Elvis on a spaceship.
You draw the same conclusions as I. It's the most ominous thing to say about anything.
Wait, when did we get a submarine?
A while ago.
After the barrier
Yeah.
tower exploded.
Okay.
Submarine's known.
I've only
Still
been
not
half
over
paid-
the enemy name of Dark Aspic.
Yup.
Beastmaster being here means that this team can... Yeah, this team can do all of Crowns at a level of inconvenience that is acceptable when we're moving at non-speed pace.
Just leaves his entire collection of gothic romance novels to someone no one has been able to identify in any way.
Okay.
He has a collection of gothic romance novels.
The weirdest.
This
set
was
of
a
hobbies.
dragon who was not
No, given the
not-
rest of the will, that makes
Yeah.
perfect sense
Yeah,
that he has
yeah,
a
yeah.
collection
No,
of
yeah.
gothic romance
the
novels.
word I'm
Dude's
looking
extra
for
as shit.
is this is a dragon who was not afraid to go lowbrow if he felt like it.
Alright. This is hysterical. I want to see if anybody in the call gets this without the note. To the first party to spend 24 hours in Glamis Castle during a full moon, I leave the castle, its furnishings, and the grounds historically associated with it. Good things of day begin to droop and drowse, while night's black agents to their praise do rouse.
What?
Ah,
Glom's
vampires.
is a location from one of the Shakespeare. Glom's is Macbeth's
Macbeth.
house. Yeah.
Macbeth, yes. That is,
Yeah.
He leaves them-
spend a night in the full moon in Macbeth's house and live, and you get to keep it.
It's got to be super haunted after the awakening, right?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Glom's is the house he already had. He was awarded Cawdor after the war at the start of the story.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that term.
Yeah.
But no, that place is gonna be haunted as fuck.
It's a Scooby-Doo episode that they just take guns out and start shooting monsters with.
Why do you own Macbeth's house?
He's a
Dragon president.
Why don't you own Macbeth's
He was a
house?
president for a very short period of his very long
I
life.
Yeah,
have a
he
will
was the
to
president
live,
for like a day.
mostly.
If you're a dragon, you can own whatever the heck you want. Because who's gonna mess with you?
I mean,
But-
apparently somebody did.
Yeah, someone murdered him on his second day as president. Yes.
They blew him up with a giant
Wait, he
bomb.
was only president for a single day?
Yeah,
Yep.
and then he got blown up with a giant bomb.
Are we sure he was actually blown up?
Yes.
That is an open plot. Okay, it is concretely established, yes, he got blown up. Who and why? Open question, and it is insinuated he may have done it to himself as part of a long-running joke, prank, or scheme.
I wouldn't be surprised if this dragon can jump into the spirit realm or whatever the appropriate thing is in Shadowrun, I don't remember. And it's just having a good laugh right now.
I mean, that's possible. But the default answer is he's dead because we didn't want him to be sitting around alive anymore.
He was one of those characters in 80s and 90s role-playing games that took too much of the room for players to do stuff, so they killed him. Of course, then they left Harlequin around. Well, that's a different story.
Well, yes, but he's an elf.
Everyone loves Harlequin.
They put him in the video game. Don't you like Harlequin?
No.
Well, yeah, the one video game that, yes, that one that, yes, it exists.
Shooter? Or the Genesis?
No,
one?
it's in the first Shadowrun.
It's the first of
CRPG.
the computer Shadowrun isometric games. It's just that's the bad.
Yeah,
one.
it's the one that was basically a very naked tech demo for them, and then Harlequin was in the plot for like 10 minutes and was the most irritating part of it, unsurprisingly.
Oh, just like Returns.
Yeah.
Yep.
Teeth are getting a bit spicy.
Well,
Golem, this is not the time.
I'm glad you healed because I was actually thinking as you were about to walk out, if Golem pops out and punches Kryl in the face, it
Golem
might
will not
kill
be
her.
rescued. Golem is the problem.
Leaves his entire collection of vintage jazz and blues albums to one of the most famous jazz musicians alive in the setting. So yeah, this is extremely just the dragon who puts on a vinyl record and smokes weed.
and then redistributes his things to people who can actually, like,
Use them.
physically, tangibly use them and pass them on later when it's beyond his control.
Mhm.
He was probably doing something to stop ghosts from killing Earth. I don't know.
There are a lot
the
of those that
official
I've,
answer
there are a
is
lot
that-
of those that I've skipped over that is just not interesting. It's just
Yeah.
like, to the people who stop bad thing from happening, 10 million, etc.
But yeah, the thing with Shadowrun Dragons is that what they are doing is they are keeping the space demons from invading the planet. That's the big thing that dragons do.
Yeah, there's a
Sure,
reason
fuck
they're
it, why
around.
not? What's the deal with Golem?
Well,
Summon for
summon.
Summon for Summoner, if you fight the dragons that are attacking him, you get to have him as a summon.
Yes.
So why
We don't
why
have
would
a
Golem
summoner.
aggress you?
Because he's a brigand. A rogue.
Ah, understood.
A ruffian.
Rapscallion.
Okay,
Vagabond.
this is just hubris.txt. To the first party to both successfully grow cactus on the ocean floor and produce an acre of wheat in low orbit, I leave 20 million Nubian.
Acre of wheat?
Yes.
In low orbit, yes.
That's...
Space wheat.
Hey, what the fuck, Dunkleton?
Do it.
You're just tricking people into making technological leaps and bounds with money.
A lot of
Yes.
that is just how is that cost effective that the 20 million offsets the costs of
It's
doing
not. He's
that?
tricking people into doing pure science projects and then actualizing them
Yeah,
in a tangible.
To tell you
Yes.
this doesn't really work. There are existing bounties that have failed to be collected on.
Yes. There are dozens of them that I can think of that don't work, yeah.
See, the problem
Oh.
is you need to fund people to start with so they can do
You
the
need the
research.
money before the
claim you're
research.
fabulous.
Yeah, sorry,
It needs to be upfront.
Well, the good news is Dunkelzon is dead and doesn't care about any of that.
I hid my,
Also,
hid my
I-
wealth
I-
in one piece.
I found the one you were thinking of, Morse, and basically it is like, so certain person, as part of our previous agreements, for a period of 10 days, will cease to possess any form of legal status, etc., etc. I leave all of his assets, 1 million yuan, to anyone who takes out his physical existence. If he survives and can prove his identity, I will leave all of his assets and 1 million yuan to him instead. Haven't you heard? Never deal with a dragon.
He fucking... He makes someone stateless posthumously.
Yes.
What the
And
fuck, dude?
Fucked
that-
up.
They fucked
That-
around. They're finding out.
What did you do to Dunkelman?
Made a deal with him, apparently.
That line at the end is something that they bang on ad nauseum in the books to a kind of irritating degree of never trust dragons and never make deals with them because they will always backstab you, to the point of it just being, okay, then that's not a plot point that's interesting at all. But I do like the insinuation here, as profoundly fucked up as it is, that this is a giant will full of incredibly generous bequests to anyone and everyone for everything. And then here's this guy that pissed him off enough to be like, yeah, $1 million bounty on this guy if you get him in 10 days, and otherwise fair game.
Or is this somehow something that he asked for?
Is
He's just
this
getting the little winky face?
someone who has an adrenaline junkie thing going?
Yeah, the initial parts of that made it sound like it was something that he agreed to.
Yeah.
My guess is it's supposed to be implied as he agreed to a deal he thought that would never happen because
Yes.
that part only happens
When
if
Dunkelson died.
Dunkelzahn dies.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, sure, I'll take that condition. You're never gonna die, right? And then in my will, it's like, guess what, motherfucker?
My
I'm dead. It's
immediate
go
read
time.
on this is that the recipient of this is attempting some sort of breakthrough, and so being like, all right, I, a king, strip you of your status and expel you from the land and invite people to come after you, is in some way doing a magic.
Yes.
That sounds like prophecy-fulfilling legalism.
Okay.
You are neither in or out of doors.
Yes.
It is
Also-
not morning or night where you stand.
Back to the incredibly specific legalism that is pretty hilarious. To the owner of a sky blue Chrysler Nissan Jackrabbit that was crushed by a falling chunk of plasticrete on October 26th,
Oh my God.
2045, I
Oh
leave
my
my
God.
1964 candy apple red Ford Mustang convertible. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. I had an itch that I just couldn't reach and caught the corner of the building with my claws.
Dunkelson. You're a sweetheart.
Just felt real bad about squishing that car.
that minor, not all that nice car.
And
that
then I
he is
leave you a
giving
1964 Ford Mustang.
It's such a relatable thing of like, God, I feel like one of those things you just feel really bad for. I cannot stop thinking about.
Yep.
I could just act like I didn't notice that. People wouldn't expect me to notice that. But I
Still-
noticed that.
Man.
I
Man,
know I
I'm
did
go-
that.
I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna pay them back one day.
Why not just do it then?
'Cause they're
Dragons
still
are
big.
Dragons are insufferable in Shadowrun. Also,
Yeah.
if you got a free gift from a dragon in the setting of Shadowrun, you would probably freak out and get rid of it.
Never make a deal with dragons.
But this one has offered me fabulous prizes if I just spend the night in some house.
Some house with an archaic name. Who cares?
They're gonna
It'll
pay
be
me
fine.
they're gonna pay me 20 million to take a trip to Scotland. That's free money. Let's go. Also, don't bring weapons. It specifies.
That's when you hire a couple adepts. Yep.
Okay, to summarize, basically, part of the near the end of the will, there is a side of, to specific person, I leave my seat on the board of weapons manufacturing company. And the notes are basically explaining that this person is an incredibly leftist Green Party demilitarization, undo all of the horrible corporate privatization shit that's happened in this setting. And it is implied Dunkelzahn bought his way onto the seats of this weapons manufacturing company to do this.
It's the funniest shit.
Just like, hey, posthumous request, you can't stop this one. Got him.
You got this motherfucker on your board. Anyway, bye.
Yep.
That's rad.
Big wizard energy from this dragon.
Yes.
He is probably the most entertaining of the Shadowrun dragons.
The rest of them are just boring and badly written, and actually, like, never deal with the dragons because they will literally all backstab you and have no interesting nuance to it.
Even Lawfleer, all he does is stonks.
If you got in the way of the stonks, he'd probably stab you.
Don't get in the way of stonks.
What about Flare? Oh god, I've forgotten her name.
Aisling?
Yeah.
Does Fresh Ring
She
exist
seems
outside of
nice.
Dragonfall? Is that a pre-existing lore figure?
I think that was
only
just for Dragonfall.
invent
Yeah, I
Fresh
think
Ring
that got
for
invented
Dragonfall?
for Dragonfall, yeah.
Dang.
And yeah, that's all the interesting ones. The rest are either ones that I don't care to repeat, or things that only make sense when you know the setting and is just kind of boring reiteration of ideas.
Yeah, reading the entire thing is like 10 pages of text, so...
Wait, hold on. That Black Warlock has death on its own party member
Reflect
intentionally.
rings.
Reflect
Oh,
ring.
didn't even show the reflect. Okay.
barriers.
Boy, I really can't wait for Final Fantasy VI where the wonderful Mysidian Rabbit actually heals you if it comes up.
Which character in 6 can do that?
That's her.
The slot machine. Miscellanea.
Okay, I do appreciate this anecdote from chat from a player of Shadowrun saying that they had a character that decided to cover tracks in a hack by pretending to be a sponsored actor from a dragon-controlled corporation, and that by the end of the run, the dragon showed up and was like, "Congratulations, you're hired," at gunpoint. That's the energy.
Job offer I cannot refuse. I see.
You put my name involved with what now? Oh, sure.
That's how my
Sure.
Dragonfall run ended. It's
Hang
just
on.
like, well, you're being hired.
Hang
Guess I'm
on,
being hired.
you chose the... Okay, you chose to invoke my name? Okay, bold and, interesting? You're hired, you don't have a choice.
Hold on, I need to find a picture for what Loon's about to do.
2 might be... I'm not sure if we have enough ammunition to do this, but... may as well. If it works, then we're on our way. If not, there's not that much time cost to bouncing off of that fight.
Yep.
Are we now attempting...
Darts will attempt to fight.
We are on the
Exta.
13th
We're skipping the trap chest?
Wait,
think
did
we
Darts not
already
open the...
I don't remember
no.
what
The
timeline.
box recloses after...
Okay, yeah.
When you reset
Oh,
the room.
okay.
Yeah. I didn't remember which timeline we were in.
No one else has made it
I
to the
love
top
this
yet.
line!
And yes, we're here to stop you from doing what?
What
Do you-
exactly do you think I'm doing?
We have no
Hey,
idea, but we're
my
gonna follow you
plan.
anyway.
He hasn't done a monologue to explain what his deal is. You don't know what his deal is, beyond he's made of wood.
Do we even know he's made of wood?
That's
Yes.
all we know.
Okay.
Oh, to go back to the Paleocene! Take me there, X-Death! Show me the way!
Alright, but XS actual pitch is I will take you all to the void, and I think you're gonna sign on to that one even harder.
That sounds fantastic! Sign me up!
At this point,
Unfortunately,
it
there are
is,
things
I'm
in
going
the
to
void.
restore the world to its true form. And Bartz just takes this to be a vaguely ominous villain statement, and in response to that, alright, fine, whatever.
I've linked what's about to happen to X-Death in chat. Enjoy.
Never mind, this one's too dumb to recruit. Moving on.
Instant dead.
Bonk.
Destroyed.
Yes, I love this one!
Anyway, Let's see if I have enough ammunition for this situation. I could probably use more levels if this is only doing 1,000 per
Yeah,
toss.
That's
yeah, you
Antaron's
need some
hit
levels.
First.
That is not enough for winning this fight. You are in danger. So,
Possibly.
X-Death,
We'll see.
X-Death's first phase is pretty simple. He's just going to beat the fuck out of you. As observed.
Appreciating just like the general construction of this outfit beyond the duck, now that I've had more time to absorb it, like the fucking fish pauldrons he's got going there, pretty good.
Yeah,
Like
this is-
those.
I genuinely think X-Death may be one of my favorite Amano designs.
I think my favorite part of the design is he doesn't have eye holes in his helmet.
He has a slit.
He doesn't need the slit. He is not a human being.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna get
And
back to that
we're
later.
back at Turtle.
Yes.
This is gonna be like a really good cut that I'm gonna forget is there in approximately 15 minutes, unless we're automatically back there in that time.
We have the branch now. Let's go to the Great Woods. There
What?
could be anything in there. How does this team fight crystals? Right, beasts. This is beast team that can do beast things.
Load the bear shotguns.
Time to think about sand. That's what this team does.
I wonder if any ship captains ever tried firing a bear out of a cannon at an enemy ship.
I cannot imagine that has
The
happened.
world
very
contains
much.
neither a small enough bear or a large enough cannon.
Not with that attitude.
Unless you take, like, a tiny bear cub.
Now see, I know
And
there
put
have
that
been
in the gun.
incidences,
Well, an
at
entire
least
pack
once, of a
wolves,
sailor
whatever.
adopting a bear.
Yes.
And yes, you don't put the bear in the gun, you have the bear operate the gun.
That.
Bear is part of artillery crew. Bear
So you
is
know how.
soldier.
So you know how like a sled team is one dad and 10 dogs, right? The dogs can operate rigging, right? They can unfurl a mist. They can operate a
They
cannon.
don't have thumbs.
They have teeth though.
Teeth are
There are
not
many things you can do
opposable.
without thumbs.
Sure.
The real problem is lighting matches.
There is a will and a way.
Let's just give them.
The problem
Fun.
is, nobody has sufficiently motivated either dog or bear to operate cannon. However, service
don't-
dog training indicates that it could be done. You just need to
don't-
put in the effort.
I don't want to think about a bear motivated enough to use artillery, Morgan. Don't put that out there.
We have it coming!
We do.
Bear can at least spot.
Bear is loader.
Yeah, bear would be a great mortar loader.
Yeah, bear loads the gun, and then the dog shoots it.
Bear with rifle
I like
shoots.
this Redwall adaptation.
Oh, very
I really
cool.
should try and read those books again.
I
I'm
don't remember.
not
any-
sure if I
anything about
recommend
them.
that or not.
I remember enough, like, I remember being lightly traumatized by the one with the adopted, I feel like it was a stoat or a weasel, who got tricked with beet juice into confessing to murder because he was convinced that his hands were permanently stained red when they weren't.
Yeah, there's
a whole lot of
issues with.
There's a whole lot of extreme racism based into the weasels and stoats.
Yeah,
Aw, man.
and the moles in another direction.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
They're a weird British stereotype of some kind.
But I've just learned about Wojciech the army bear, who did carry artillery shells to the gun for the Polish army in World War II.
I didn't know Wojciech actually ran the gun. I thought Wojciech was a mascot. Holy shit.
No,
Wojciech
yeah,
carries
he was-
ammo.
Yeah, it was plenty of. I mean, it's a bear. You could pack probably a shitload of shells on him. Right?
Yeah.
What's that? Hey, what's that, though?
Sand?
What's this thing
Oh, that's-
menacing our beloved
that's sand.
cactus?
Oh
Sandcrawler.
no, that's not menacing the cactus. That's Sandcrawler. He lives.
That's
That's
menacing
sand.
us.
Now, if I could
It's-
get sand
it's
alone
fine.
instead of sand with cactus, then we could do some wrangling.
There are only two things that live in this desert. There is the cactus and there is this. Therefore, it is likely that this is the natural predator of the cactus.
No, they're
Or
friends.
the other
They
way around.
cooperate.
Yeah, what if the cactus is the natural predator of this thing?
Then I wish it well as doing a valuable service for the world.
My theory is that because they appear together, working together to fight you, they're friends.
I guess you could say that the monster fights in Monster Hunter World are companionship then.
Depending on the monsters, it is sometimes.
That'll be
Anyway,
a fun fight to get back to later.
they have fun over there.
Wojciech also captured a Nazi spy in the shower? Holy shit, bear!
Wojciech is fucking cool as hell.
That bear did not stop working.
Wojciech is my hero. He carries mortar shells and catches Nazis.
Retired to his Scottish zoo into the army, buddies brought him cigarettes. That's horrible, but at the same time, that feels appropriate.
Look, that bear fought in World War II.
That bear
if he
probably
wants to
killed
smoke,
Nazis.
he's allowed to.
Yeah, that bear deserves a little cigarette. That's a treat.
I like these magic dragons, but they look like they're in abdominal pain. Would like to give them, like, a Panadol.
Oh god, it hurts so much.
Oh my god, he would get excited about when he heard Polish. That's adorable. That's fucking adorable.
That's friend noises.
Ah,
I love
Wanna hug
this
that
bear
bear.
veteran.
I really want to
Right.
hug that bear.
Those dumb dragons are really weak to wind. I was wondering why Cryo was doing 4,000 damage.
Well, you know.
I choose to believe that's because Kryl knows the weak points of all dragons.
Yes,
She
I
is
mean,
a
that's
beastmaster.
Cryo,
definitely
Worm
a thing.
Slayer.
Kryl speaks the language of all animals, including the Windrake. It has taught her how to kill dragons.
Especially the wind
Or
drake.
no.
I wonder how
Did-
the Windrake feels about us murdering so many dragons.
Did the soul just fucking flee that golem's body?
Yes.
Yes,
if
because
you
that's what happens
depetrify
when,
a golem, it
yeah,
becomes
when you turn the rock
non-existent.
off on a golem.
Incredible.
Are any of your groups well situated? Never mind, I was about to say well situated for fighting dragons, but that's a stupid thing to say.
The comment about Bugs Bunny and the Marines tangentially reminded me that I learned that Popeye is non-binary and has been non-binary for a very long time, and that brought me joy.
Really?
EM
Yeah.
what EM, and that's all that matters.
Well, solidarity with Popeye. Never
He
thought I'd say
referred
that.
to it as being amphibious.
Which I find delightful.
Sure.
That is also, in its own way, a mood.
Yeah, like I understand where the logic is going there. Just like water or land, what the fuck ever, man.
Right, yeah, the other little bit that, oh, I don't have pronouns, they're all amateurs.
That's
That's incredible!
that's amazing.
Yeah, that's like some of the funniest wordplay I've ever read, and I didn't expect it to be in a Popeye
The
comic.
Popeye? Popeye wrote that?
I mean,
Yeah.
Popeye was originally a very clever comic.
Yeah, I had not really interacted with old ass Popeye.
The old comic strips could be very, very good. Or very, very bad.
Yeah, whatever.
Sometimes people in my life would call me Popeye as a snark because I loved spinach so much, and now I'm just like, I had more in common with the sailor man than I do.
Also, you're strong to the finish because you eat your spinach.
Exactly.
Also, I can punch someone into low orbit.
Verifiably true.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I would, without even testing that, I would.
So wait, did the tent get converted to yurt inside Meat Fort?
That's
that's
cottage rather than tent.
Oh, okay.
Cottage is the upgrade.
Yes, now we just carry
Wait, you just unfold a cottage?
Yeah, okay, everyone has...
Disposable house
This
has
is-
been
this
a
is
part
a
of the franchise
traditional-
from the beginning.
Yeah, this is a fucking traditional revelation of all games of just like, what do you mean you unfold a cottage?
The fucking accepting pause of, oh, okay, wait!
Somehow it just failed to take it in until like half a tabbed away the whole time, and yet
But no, that's just what happens in old school Final Fantasy. You get
FF1
tents
very,
and then you get cottages.
FF1 very directly ties them to like a modern kind of Magnificent Mansion or whichever one it was, like in D&D,
Yeah.
where you just have the artifact house that you pull out of the pocket.
They're one-use items and they heal you, and you can only use them on save points.
This portable house that shatters when I step out of it in the morning.
Behold, real estate!
Yes, hello, shopkeep. I see you. You're the local chemist. Good. Hello. I've arrived from a distant land with many funds. Give me 100 yurts.
Do you know that you can reuse a yurt? No! We burn these down the moment we're done.
You can.
this
use
is an
a yurt.
incisive political commentary on the nature of commodifying housing.
Alternatively, Dahirian shouts designing them.
Hey, cursed being? Hey!
Vibes!
Cursed being lives a cursed existence.
Cursed being looks like they're having a fucking great time!
So I'm just gonna note, Lycaon here is very clearly a cat.
Yep.
I
Just a
ran
cat
into
on this
that
mountain.
last time.
Cursed being is just a contortionist, and they're like living their best life.
We've got gender colors
The
too.
cursed being is cursed because
Exactly!
no, they're cursed because they have to live here in World 2 instead of their natural home in a Dr. Seuss book.
Ah yes, the cursed place of World 2, which we have established has the most bountiful soil in all of the multiverse, due
Yes,
to
but it
their
also-
preponderance amount of basalt and guano.
Where are all the
Yes,
spaghetti trees?
But
and the
also
truffle
Exdeath
eggs?
is here.
Yeah.
Wait, where are we talking about
Small
Florida?
price to pay. What was that, Sana?
Why are we talking about Florida?
Does
What?
Florida have a great deal of basalt?
And
Well-
guano.
Two
I'm gonna
teams
find out.
are sitting comfortably,
It
grinding
doesn't have
to
a great
accumulate
deal of
resources.
swampland, at least.
If I put a single hexagon in Florida, that means there's basalt.
Sana,
I mean,
site
Yeah.
resources.
there is much swampland. And
I've decided it just now. That's my
What?
source.
Why do you have a hexagon of basalt?
How do I cite
Because
myself?
that's how you get extruded bass. Anyway, primarily Florida is covered with sedimentary rocks, such as limestone or calcite and sandstone.
And basalt.
Right?
Not much information on the basalt, actually. There is
I
some...
would imagine that there's probably not a lot because Florida is not a particularly active geological zone.
I want to recount.
Opening the information on the geology of Florida. The Floridian Peninsula is a porous plateau of karst limestone sitting atop bedrock known as the Florida Platform. The Florida Platform was cursed. The emergent portion of the Florida Platform was created during the Eocene to Oligocene as the Gulf trough filled with silts, clays, and sand. Flora and fauna began appearing during the Miocene. No land animals were present in Florida prior to the Miocene. Absolutely none.
No,
There were no animals here.
we're the first animals to live in Florida.
Florida is
Just on a-
situated on the
Yeah,
geological
humans
formation
came from
called
the-
Florida area.
Yeah, humans notable from coming from the Miocene era? Sona?
The largest deposits of rock phosphate in the United States are found in Florida. Most of this is in Bone Valley. Extended systems of underwater caves, sinkholes, and springs are found throughout the state and supply most of the water used by residents. This type of terrain, geomorphology that develops over a carbonate platform or strata, is called karst topography.
Yo, why is it called Bone Valley, though?
The colossal
I
pillar
mean-
of bone.
That
Why
would be
why
because
does the
of
Florida
all of
platform
the
have Bone Valley?
that would
Let
be
me
because
find
of the
out.
fossils. It's full of fossils.
Yeah, the Bone Valley is a region of central Florida encompassing portions of present-day Hardy, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Polk counties, in which phosphate is mined for use in the production of agricultural fertilizer.
It's in the ass end of Florida too. Okay.
Well, yeah, but it's called Bone Valley because it was first surveyed by paleontologists.
A cursed phrase just entered my brain and I need to get it out into the world. My favorite spot, my favorite tourist trap is the La Habrea tar pits.
Thank you. Oh wow,
I mean-
Bone Valley, it's cursed as hell!
I mean, it's called fucking Bone Valley, dude.
Yeah, but not that way! It's not cursed that way! It's not a place of honor!
What do you mean it's not?
Okay,
cursed
how many
that way?
atrocities were committed on the people who originally lived there?
That's not what I was I wouldn't be talking about that today! I'm supposed to be avoiding stress for my health!
Good point.
No, it's just got sinkholes.
Large walking drag lines operating 24 hours a day in surface mines excavate raw pebble phosphate mixed with clay and sand, known as matrix. The matrix contains a number of chemical impurities, including naturally occurring uranium at concentrations of approximately 100 ppm. Because this physogypsum is slightly radioactive, its use is banned in most situations. The matrix is then dropped into a pit, where it is mixed with water to create a slurry, which is then pumped through miles of large steel pipes to washing plants. These plants crush, sift, and separate the phosphate from the sand, clay, and other material, mix in more water to create a granular rock termed wet rock. The wet rock, which is typically of little use in raw form, is then moved largely by rail to fertilize the plant where it's processed. The final products include, but are not limited to, diammonium phosphate, monoammonium phosphate, and trisodium phosphate.
Alright, I gotta pause and go back. I thought the most cursed words in that sentence were 100 parts per million, which is already alarming when we're talking about uranium. But then you said most purposes, and I got a chill up my
There is
spine.
a single footnote here, and I am afraid to find out what the fuck it's allowed for, so
Please.
I'm not gonna.
To be the forbidden use.
Let's see.
Waste
sinkhole-
byproducts are stored in large physogypsum stacks and setting ponds, often hundreds of acres in size and up to 200 feet tall.
Wait, the uranium slurry is stored in open ponds?
Yes.
Yes!
That's relatively normal in this sort of mining operation.
I think my favorite fact I've learned today is that Ford is naturally radioactive.
Yeah!
Lots of things are.
See also, mulberry, uranium alloy.
Yeah, like everything is radioactive to a degree, but uranium in particular it's different.
Yeah, that's what I mean by shorthand. Just like
None of the footnotes discuss what you're legally allowed to use radioactive gypsum for.
it's probably like a state thing of like, this is how we use. This is the good uranium we use for the good bombs, or some shit.
It's probably you process. How even efficient would that be to
Would you
process the
use it
byproduct
for-
to get uranium?
Is it-
Feeling like a profound mix of, like, joy and despair and kind of morbid satisfaction
Yes,
that Florida... Yes, good. That Florida is a massive source of the agricultural fertilizer causing the corn problem. It all comes back to Florida.
It really does, and it's also radioactive. So you have to go out of your way to get rid of uranium. The world telling you to stop it. Anyway, we saw Vacuum Wave. That's the first real nasty thing he'll do in this phase. It's basically a physical single target damage of get fucked. And
Yeah,
then there's
checks
this.
out.
Yeah,
Then there's
and there's
this.
the move I was most worried about.
Alright, so he's still in the fancy phase. That's the important thing here.
We are not being hit by bio. That is another huge problem. Zombie is basically worse confused.
Zombies will only attack other members of your team.
Cannot be healed or
Okay, I
affected.
found
only by
out
holy
what
water.
you can use radioactive gypsum for.
Oh?
Get fucked!
Nice.
You can use it as it is being used in test programs as filler material for road building.
No. Huh.
That
Really?
doesn't surprise me considering the other things.
Sorry, I'm just sat here thinking of that video from the other night of asbestos in roads! Just making roads filled with tiny knives, nothing will go wrong!
And I'm thinking of brine treatment of roads currently, so...
So wait, Xdeath can just decide to switch what
Yes.
ranks everyone's
Yes,
in?
and he can also
Change
point
places.
at you and say, actually, you don't have buffs anymore.
That kind of
Unless
rules.
it's an innate buff based on gear.
Yes. Yeah, like, this is phase 1 of... This is the nice phase.
Okay.
Phase 2.
So did he just come into existence with this getup, or do you reckon he, like,
Yes.
commissioned someone?
No, this is just
he
what
grew
he
it
is.
himself. He grew it himself.
He has good taste in aesthetics, then, like... That he makes this work.
God, I love vacuum wave numbers every time.
Oh, you think you could tank this, huh? No.
Hadouken.
How much health you got right now? 400? 500? How about I hit you for 1600?
Alright, we are now in the closing phase.
Yeah, we are in spicy
Now he's
fun time
actually
phase.
quite mad. And if we
It
do
is
not...
neat to actually see this fight.
So, for everyone who is asking why it is so worth your time to go out of your way for so long to get reflect rings, you're watching why. You know what those spells would be doing to us if they were hitting us? More than 700 damage. You know what we don't have? 700 health to begin with.
Will this
Reflect-
team ever take off the reflect rings?
Much later.
Eventually, yes.
But reflect is, I would say, almost mandatory for X-Death. Because
Right, the fact
of...
that this is only one target means our ammo lasts for quite a while.
Yes.
2,000 damage a round is respectable across those two characters, even if it's not overwhelming.
The other major bonus for reflecting this fight, aside from getting you not killed, is that it turns almost all of his damage actions into punching himself in the face. Except for the physical ones. Which, oh yeah, by the way, he double attacks now.
Yeah, and that's the problem is if he just decides to hit the, 2 people. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, I really hope you brought all of your resources and you buffed up, or this fight will just straight up erase you.
Unless you have one of the things that is certifiably and reliably able to rush him down quick-wise.
And you
Do
very
not enter
likely
this
don't.
fight without, like, 30 Phoenix Downs. Anyway, Sand.
Anyway,
Most Fiesta teams are
Hey,
going to
Sand.
have to turn X-Death into a long, drawn-out slugfest where you are picking people up off the ground constantly.
I know that, like, most or all of the sprites in this have been static and haven't moved around at all, but there's something about the X-Death sprite in particular that looks genuinely ominous in a way that most of the others haven't. Like,
Yep.
even the big chunky lads are just entertainingly large. He's just a fucking monolith. And he's
Yes.
blue and gold. Like, I think that's the most off-putting part, is he doesn't have traditional edgelord villain colors.
He's got very, like,
He's very
pleasant
He's
bright.
got, like,
primary
coded
colors.
as heroic colors.
Yeah.
And yet his design makes him very menacing, even though he is colored like
Hang
a
on, let
hero.
me get Golbez's old sprite to give you a direct comparison. Like, if you want to go for
I don't
more...
know.
Yeah,
Correct.
Golbez is a similar design, but in very clear bad guy colors.
Yeah, it is basically
I
the
honestly
same
prefer
size.
it this way.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying the same way, but here's what, it's basically the same size of the sprite on the screen.
Now, Flena is able to take a turn.
Well, the interesting contrast, though, is that Golbez isn't a bad guy. Like,
He is-
Well, he is for much of the game, but once you free him from control, he immediately switches sides and decides to help you.
His pauldrons look like a discontented narble.
Like, where X-Death looks like he has good guy colors, but is very definitely evil and absolutely doing this of his own free will. Golbez looks and sounds like a villain for most of the game, but then you find out, oh no, he is literally just as heroic as you are. He just had the bad luck of being taken over by the Space Devil. And he just dresses like that because he likes it.
He likes that style, yeah.
Anyway, we can now begin attempting to wrangle Sand.
Are we
What
going to be
does
putting
sand
sand
do
in a
for
bottle?
us?
Sand will use sand.
Done.
So are we looking to produce an incredibly magical pair of jeans, or...?
This will cast Maelstrom on release.
Extremely powerful damage as well.
I see.
Drop to critical health.
Yes.
Does it do the same thing to bosses, or are they immune?
If they are appropriately vulnerable, yes.
Which is why we want it.
Can we use it on X-Death?
No.
Damn it.
X-Death has basically everybody.
It would
Turn
just
off.
turn his tabard into denim.
Alright, this might proceed to work out as a stable formation. Just Bards will keep trying to apply the jug. Ferris will chip away at it, 1k at a time.
And Lena will do the ball block.
Lena will perfect block.
And Galuf will take a much-needed rest.
Galuf has been through a lot today.
Galuf has been through many timelines of suffering.
Aleph doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional.
7,500 damage needs to go into the Sandcrawler for it to become catchable via the gourd.
These health numbers are concerning.
Sandbig.
So the thing is, single-digit health is terrifying. In this specific situation, with Knight, it can't do anything now. Knight
The
has...
thing with Sandcrawler that I've learned
What?
from previous streams is it's a boss.
Yeah.
It in every way acts like a boss fight. You can't run from it. That's just the price.
I kind of figured.
Yeah, that's just the price you pay for deciding to take the shortcut across sand. instead of the Moogle route of walking through trees.
Or, Galuf is the one member of the lineup that is not currently able to catch.
We'll miss
You
him when all
pass the
forms of
gourd.
Galuf are dead.
Look at those goddamn
Ferris.
cowboy
I don't think that this Galuf is going to die today. It's too far behind.
He will die one day, and I will miss him.
Okay,
Yep.
I was preparing to say, on the next jump, that will be the, alright, we're out of ammo, good. That the next jump would be the time to be done with it. Despite the fact that we still have this fight floating, but
Good timing.
the Wheel
Also,
of
I
Fate...
really need to reiterate, Fight Against X Death is one of my favorite FF teams.
It's a good theme. Has X-Death shown up in any form in 14? I don't
Yes.
think he has.
Yes, in the Omega.
He's a fight in
Blades.
Omega. And there we go.
Oh, he's in Omega. Okay.
One X-Death
He
defeated.
Nice.
he is the final boss of the first branch, and the upgraded version lets you fight Neo X Death as the actual main fight.
Maybe. Maybe.
I
You should have
barely
let him
remember
monologue at
Omega.
you. It's not often that I'm like, maybe you should let the villain monologue at you. But no, maybe in this case they should have just asked some questions. He seemed like he would have answered them.
X Death is actually
I'm pretty sure X-Death would have answered if they could think of the right questions to ask, but
yes. X Death
Bart
would not
isn't good at
volunteer. X Death is not here to explain himself unless you directly poke him, at which point he'll be like, yeah, sure. But if you have no idea what you're doing and you're just kind of going, he doesn't have to stop and explain himself to you.
Anyway, we're over
Anyway.
here now by this rock.
Look, a rock and grass. We lived. The world is safe.
Also, Castle Tycoon is right over there.
This feels like a trap.
Oh, we win.
We're back! We made it! We did it! Hooray! Everybody!
Everything is fine.
Everything is fine now. Life, status, good. Let's just take a shield
X-Death
off
is
of you.
definitely dead. We've definitely saved the world.
De-equip this Lena. Walk over into the castle. Where it's fine.
Everything's fine.
Very worried by the fact you've de-equipped Lena.
It's
I'm
fine.
used
Don't worry
to
about it.
being a death flag in games.
We're back.
She's fine. She's going
To
to
the
be princess
castle.
again. Queen,
It's
I guess.
fine.
So, wait, did the worlds merge, or did we
Yes.
travel?
What?
Okay.
No, the worlds didn't
We-
merge. We stopped
we-
X-Death. We won.
Well,
We
We
haven't
didn't
how did
know
we have-
anything about world merger in the story.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering, how did we get to a place where Lena's dad is possibly here? Because he's on the other planet.
No, he died on this planet.
Wait, what?
I'm
So-
so sorry, Faris. I'm so sorry they've done this to you.
Ferris gets back on them for this.
Darts, get yourself together, man.
Trial is wrangling him and getting him out of the way, at least. And
That's
now
the
we're
point,
having line dancing.
It's good that Darts has a little sister now.
Look, let's do courtly ballroom waltzing to celebrate the
Hooray.
victory over the evil wizard.
Got there.
These
Also, as
people
far
look
as-
the same. It's very uncanny.
So the dance floor is a barricade to keep you from approaching either of them. But as far as like character stuff that is written in for Ferris here, basically any time that Ferris dresses down from his adventure is supposed to be kind of synonymous with inviting her to be like, okay, you can relax. You have friends. You don't need to be entirely on guard at all times. But Adventure?
Okay, so
Hold
we
on.
are
What even just
inexplicably
happened
back
right
in World
now?
1.
We're back on other planet. That's weird. Let's go see what's going on.
How the hell are we back? Yeah.
We got a mystery to solve. Now it's just Krylan Dart's adventure.
Come on, kid. Let's go find a clue.
Look, they're trapped doing royalty shit.
But what about rest of team adventure? It's fine.
They would want us to go on this adventure.
They can catch up later.
Also,
I
we
feel
all know
like
that
previously the game has put the effort into making characters in town not be identical. I'm getting very uncanny vibes from all of this.
Infrastructure Guard is here to be very excited about infrastructure.
I'm happy for Infrastructure Guard, you know?
And the wrestling.
Smack!
The fact, but since we're back on First Planet, you can meet my friend, the bird. What, you ride anything? How? And anyway, so one team has made it past X-Death.
It's fine.
Adventure awaits. It's fine. 1 out of 4. Victory. Got there. Next time.